evening, SRA Nation, and welcome to Season 12.
Today is going to be a new challenge, aside from being Sanford. We're racing on the surface of the sun, apparently.
Heading down towards the main start line.
Maximizing that track just behind, that's exactly what we were talking about, that one corner. So critical to your lap time, you have to send it. This is the apex curving there by a little bit.
Everybody's now bunched up and you do not want that.
Rewind now at the end of Sector 1 in the spot you really don't want to, but the fight's not over.
Still there on the inside, and the McLaren's still not going to give the place up.
And we're off and away for SRA.
Hello and welcome SRA Nation to another installment of our 6 hours of Paul Ricard. This week is round 5 and our drivers are just lining up ready to go out onto the track. So without further ado, we'll give you the stats whilst we're in game, but without further ado, let's head on over into the race and take a look at what's going on. Right, so excuse that as the guys are all just lining up. What we'll do is quickly run through the qualifying grid to see who's who and where they are on the grid whilst the guys go through their warm-up. Alright, so at the beginning we have Peter O'Brien in P1. In P2 we have Quinn Smith, Jeff Spangler in P3, Timothy Flamager in P4, Anthony Rushevich P5, Carrie Arnold in P6, Jason Allen, SRA Famous P7, Ilpo Rutsalainen P8, Guy Manperson P9, John Crown P10, Michael Louis P11, Ben Collins, P12, Christian Manika in P13, Douglas Mitchell, P14, Mr. Sir, P15, Curtis Lee, P16, Tice Fuser in P17, Matt Artin, 18th, Christian Holmes in 19th, Felix Palon in 20th, Justin McKechnie, 21st, Selena Boonstra, 22nd, Nicholas Foley, 23rd, Ren Aoki, 24th, Jack Krause, 25th, Nitin Murphy, 26th, Melon Pitch in 27th, Phil Brown, 28th, Zodi Fade in 29th, Jacques Deluge in 30th, and then Friday, 31st, Tyler Matlock, 32nd, Roger Rodriguez in 33rd, Stephen Sava, 34th, and Wes Romery in 35th. So that's a quick roundup. What I'm going to do now is quickly get our other commentator involved. Bear with me 1 second. As our cars go down the Mistral Straight here, which is the longest straight almost in the game really. It's an unimpeded stretch of motor track. Let me take you through. So we're in La Castellet, France, which is in the south. This is built in 1970, pretty much as a track car purpose. Paul Ricard's distinctive blue and red striped runoff areas use a high friction material to slow cars down instead of gravel traps. The Mistral Straight is a 1.8 kilometre long straight, which is one of the, as we get into now, I believe, have Virage du Pont is turn 1 and 2, Virage de l'Hôtel, turn 3 and 4, Virage de la Saint-Bon in turn 5 and 6, Busset, turn 7, Nistor Straight, turn 8, Simne, turn 9, Le Double Bois de Boisset, turn 10 and 11, and Virage du Pont in turn 12 and 15. Your overtaking opportunities are going to be down the Mr. Straight into Cygnus, of course, the turn 1 and 2 chicane, which is a great place to take a late dive, and of course into the final sector, which if you don't get it right, as we see our drivers going through here, they will be in trouble. So let's look forward to it. We have got other commentators joining us for this, and we've got a lot of our commentators driving at the moment, of course. We can see a few of them out on track, like Ilpo, for example, and Selina Boonstra, who is straight off of winning, congratulations again, the Division 3 gold title. As they round it all. Now, we did have a little bit of rain. As you can see on the track map there, there's a little bit of rain at the moment, so the track is damp, so we'll see how our drivers get on with that. Hopefully they pick the right tyres. And it looks like the rain is going to get even worse. So, as Peter O'Brien and Quinn Smith take us down the straight, let's get ready to go racing for another 6 hours endurance of Paul Ricard. And the red lights turn green, and we're off and away for SRA. Great start by both cars at the front. Nothing looks to have changed, although on the third row of the grid there, looks like the Porsche is making a little bit of a move down the outside. That's our nod. As O'Brien goes easily into the turn 1 chicane. There's a bit of a backlog further on, but everything seems to have been okay at the moment. We'll try and bring you any replays from which we get any action, especially on lap 1. But everybody looks to be comfortably through, although Smith is putting on a lot of pressure there on O'Brien, although we do have a drive-through for Justin McKechnie. So must have been out of their pit box, and they have left the channel. Peter O'Brien still taking the lead. Everybody's backing up. These two, though, making a little bit of an escape towards the beginning, although it looks to me as if maybe Smith took a bit of a wide turn there. See how that turns out. Again, damp conditions as they come on. What a great exit by Smith, by Smith there. Neck and neck now as they go down the straight. The BMW going to be better with the long. It doesn't look like the Lamborghini's given up much. O'Brien taking the inside line, not looking to give anything up at all. We do have a few accidents back further on. We'll go through those and find out exactly what happened though. A bit further on as they go into Signé. Everyone seems to take it pretty well there. Although Brian goes a bit wide and Smith goes up the inside, takes a great dive up the inside. Can he hold it all together though? The first part's one thing, the second part's another. He seems to do it. What a great move there by Smith and O'Brien. Fantastic.
Looks fantastic.
Alright, so let's keep going down the order. Although there's still, look, I don't want to move off the front though. There's some great competition going on here, as I think we've been joined by Justin Rosenthal.
I am here. It's a little quiet on my end on the spectating side. Go ahead and turn that up a little bit.
Okay, yeah, there we go. How does that sound now? A bit better?
No, game volume.
Game volume.
No worries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's turn the game volume up then. All right.
Looks like level 35 might have caught up in the back.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and take a look through because there's been a few accidents. So let's go ahead. This is Jack Krause right at the beginning of the lap. Been involved in a little bit of an incident. Oh, it's a bit busy there, isn't it? A bit busy. 3 wide as they go into that corner. All seems well, but a bit of a knock and takes. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Yeah, that was a bit of a. I think that went on for a little bit longer. Let's go ahead and revise. So that was all part of the action. This is Nicholas Foley again getting involved there. Same incident. Let's see what happens with Nick. Going a bit wide. Yeah, just hits the car. I think it's that Nitin Murphy that he ends up hitting, I think. That got spun.
Yeah, just a little bit of collision back there.
I'm being told apparently the volume is low. So you know what? We're going to give it maximum volume. There we go. Oh, that should be a bit better.
Yeah, the top 5 look like they're all really close in here still.
Yeah, still going through some fantastic driving at the front though. I mean, O'Brien obviously had a great start, but Smith looks to have closed that off going into so taking control of it. We did have Justin McKechnie with a drive-through at the beginning. Seems to have gone into the pits and RTG'd, not to have come out again. So we'll see what happens there as well. But no massive breakaways at the beginning, Justin. It looks like on the damn track, people are still finding their way through. Rain is due to get a bit worse as well.
I was gonna say, I mean, this is just the beginning of it. It looks like in about 30 minutes from now, we're gonna get some heavy rain, and we'll see what how everybody's wet driving is gonna be on this track. I struggle in the dry, so I mean, well, actually no. Take a look at the radar now. 10 minutes now, so it looks like it's gonna come up quicker than we imagined. On board,
who's that
Nathan
going?
Henderson.
So Mr. Sir. Oh no, sorry, Monaco. Going a bit wide.
I mean, outside of the little bit of contact that we had in the beginning, I mean, everything kind of lined up, and everyone's just kind of looks like honestly already settled in.
Yeah, it seems to have settled themselves in pretty quick, which is what you want in a 6-hour race, and you've got another 5 hours and 54 minutes, so there's no need to be going too crazy.
What was who is that on the back straight on the wee inside? Oh.
So we are looking at Henderson being attacked there by DJ Watts, D3 fame of course. Just slightly ahead of him, we're on board with Andrew Wilson, trying to take on the infamous Mr. Sir in the 296. Not his usual car, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, honestly, taking a look up at the deltas, I mean, this is pretty evenly matched out.
I mean, let's be honest, they're faster than us in damn conditions.
I mean, yeah, I mean, without a doubt.
We do have a move at the beginning. It looks like Peter O'Brien's managed to get ahead and take the lead. Let me quickly just go back and see what happened there. Duration, let's call it 30. Just a dive, I think, down into there, manages to take the corner. He still missed it a bit late. Smith tries to come back on him, but no such luck. And that's going into the last corners as well, so great overtaking. This is potentially going to go on for a little while.
Straight now. Smith is going to have that nice little pull on him.
This is actually the fastest one on the track anyway, with a 2 minutes and 2 minute point 4. Sorry, 2 minute point 5. So which is actually quite a bit faster. So it just goes to show you were saying about deltas. There is still quite a lot of pace actually. Even not necessarily at the front. Ilpa routes a line and has a bit of company down there with in the form of, I believe that's Guy Manperson. No,
I believe that is
Guy Manperson. Yeah. Trying to take him up the inside. This is D1 versus D1, silver versus gold. Let's see what we've got.
I was gonna say this is such a hard part of the track. Is I mean, if you want to be coming on that inside.
Ooh, Wilpo falls a bit wide there. That's going to let Manperson in, but he does hold it. He does hold it.
Ooh, little contact.
Oh no, that's Guy Manperson that's pushing it.
Yeah. He had a little bit of contact there as well, but nothing crazy.
But it immediately puts it under pressure. Just going down into immediately under pressure by Mr. Sir. He's going to try and capitalise on the mistake. Hope you're not getting a single bit in that sort of tenacity.
Oh, gonna say what a move. Even though he had that little outside going in, he was able to swing it back in and get back on that inside.
Again, something I could not do. I tell you, if that was me, we'd both be off. We'd both be in the pits preparing for 2 minutes at least.
It appears O'Brien is starting to pull away from Smith up there, up 1 and 2. Well, maybe not. Delta line.
The interesting one was Ryan Yee. That little bit of fighting has let Ryan Yee really catch up to Smith, who, at the moment, before we go over the line to update the times, he's about 1.3 seconds. 1.3 seconds. Ryan Yee trying to make a look down the inside of Smith as they go into quite an inviting corner for a dive, but things better.
Always find that corner out coming out of the. Oh! A little bit of contact.
There is a big fight going on here.
And DJ Watts trying to just kind of make his way somehow in between all of this and just couldn't get it in there.
Yeah, it's an impressive position for DJ Watts as well on the Lexus. I mean, it's a great position. He's got to make sure he capitalizes on for his team, and it should be a track that really suits the Lexus here, especially on that long Mistral straight. So it might just be a case of you know, taking his time and really getting on it when he needs to, when the opportunity presents itself, I should say.
Little battle here for 18th between Boonstra and Kraus. Kraus is going to look to take that inside from Selena. Ooh-wee. Ooh.
I'm not used to seeing Boonstra down in 18th. I'm sure she's not used to it as well. So there's definitely going to be some catching up done there. 19th, I should say now, as Kraus makes the pass.
Oh, they're going side by side. Ooh-wee. It's just great racing. Oh, and as I say that.
Oh, there's contact.
Oh,
Kraus. Try and
Kraus.
keep it. Yeah. Kraus. I should really get the pronunciation page up.
Yeah.
As we move swiftly on, although let's go and take a look and see what happened again with that little incident, because I didn't get a full view of it. I was looking elsewhere. Courtesy of our technical team in the broadcasters chat. So, Boonstra's got the outside here. Kraus takes a dip down the inside. So what exactly happens there? Kraus, I think, just sort of maybe sticking it in where he didn't belong. I don't know. I'm not a steward. Yeah, I don't know. Tough contact there either way.
Is there a visual representation on the wheels between the difference between wets and dries? Do you know that?
Say that again, sorry?
Is there a difference between a representation of what are dries and what are wets? Is there like a visual
No,
difference?
I don't think there's a visual difference you can see, no, annoyingly. But I think it's still, you'd be crazy to go out on dries, I think. I mean, it's damp getting wetter. I mean, even though it's nighttime, you can see the reflection on that track. It's I don't think you'll be on dries at this point.
I wasn't here for the start. I was just curious if it was
Oh,
dry
right,
and then it
yeah.
started possibly.
This is Ren Aoki taking a look down the inside of Manica there. Thinks better of it in the air. Manica gets a good exit.
Coming out here onto the long back straight. Almeida and Kraus up in front.
I mean, this
Wait,
back
419.
straight is great if you're in a fast car that's good on straights, i.e. the Lexus. But if you're in the 296, it's not as fun. This is
As your teammate from the previous season when we had to drive this,
Yeah.
the Nissan was very nice to have on the back straight.
It was, but I don't think... Is there any Nissans on the circuit tonight? I don't think there is.
No, I don't see any.
Crazy. Look at this little train forming behind Almeida, though. Oh, as Kraus looks down the inside. Got to avoid making any more contact there. Almeida runs wide. We are side by side. A little bit of contact there between Manica and Almeida, just as Almeida's trying to file back in behind Kraus. And we move a bit further up the grid. This is Timothy Flamger versus Ryan Yee with Rusevich not far behind him either. A nice little train forming from P2 all the way through there to P5.
All right, just also point out as well, with the heavy rain, the track has went from damp to wet.
Oh, it's
So
officially
we are
moved
on
to wet.
full
Okay.
wet conditions.
We're in wet territory now, ladies and gentlemen. So, just to give everybody an update whilst we're here, there's been 5 incidents reported already. Car 992, that is Jay Kraus. Oversteers into car 925, forcing them off track. That's a 5-second penalty. Car 420 runs wide and forces car 881 off track. So, car 420, I'm just trying to see who that is on my list. Car 420 is Jack Deluge. Car 696, that's my number in the normal team series. So what are they doing to my number in the that's Anthony Jones. So Anthony Jones, 10-second penalty, carries too much speed and causes a collision with car 306. And then car 426 gets a 10-second penalty, unsafely joins the track, causing a collision with 787. Car 426 being, let's take a look here, Nicholas Foley. So a few penalties already being handed out. And car 107 gets a 10-second penalty. Offending car causes contact with car alongside, spins, fails to hold brakes, and after a loss of control. Car 107 is Christian Holmes.
Yeah, it looks like closest battles on the track right now are pretty much what we're cycling through here. Battle for 8th and 9th, battle for 4th and 5th. With the wet conditions, gotta be a little bit careful now riding on the curves. Don't want to lose any grip in the tires.
And we have a
Coming out of anything.
Another penalty for car 107. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what that is for. We've already. Here we go. Another. Car 612 carries too much speed and causes a collision into car 420. So 612, that is. Up and down the list. I don't actually see a car 612. Am I being blind? 612, Steven Sava. Gosh, look at the penalty list already. Of course, they will serve that when they come into the pits, which will be sure to rearrange a few of the numbers. The fastest rookie that we have at the moment, I believe, is Zodi Fade. When I last saw him, he was up there somewhere. Anthony Rusevich makes the move on Ryan Yee.
Jason Allen with the
Jason
beautiful SRA livery.
Jason Allen. The one and only, the infamous.
I'm in person looking to just find the spot to pass Jason, but Jason's doing a real good job at defending.
It'll come. It'll come.
I mean, in the wet, anything could be possible.
Yeah, patience is a virtue. I mean, sure, it's backing him up into Ilpo. He's looking to make a great run here down the Mistral Straight. See what he can come up with. Goes to the outside guy. Man person's going to have to go on the defensive.
Good move to hold on the inside.
And of course, something that I always forget is Lone Wolf Ilpo rocks the line, and I assume we'll be doing the full 6 hours again by himself. So that sounds fun.
The real trooper.
The real trooper.
At 30 seconds or so in the pits to get everything changed, the best pee break of your life, I can guarantee that.
Yeah.
Whenever that has to be done.
Everything getting real backed up now for Alan. Although, is that a back marker? Yeah, it's a back marker.
Yeah, it's the back. Let him by. Very nice.
Yeah, well, 6 hours is a lot of time, even if you're a back marker at the moment. You know, people have different pit strategies. There's going to be more carnage. You know, unfortunately, we don't love it, but it's a fact of motor racing, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot of time left here.
Let's go back. We've got an accident for car 443. Let's just see what happened there. So car 443, that's Wes Romery. So that was after letting Jason Allen pass. So what was the accident there? Oh, just yeah. I mean, it's difficult, you know, when you're being passed, you're entitled to the racing line. I don't know. Again, we have live stewards. They'll make a decision. We do have another accident between car 420 and car 306. This is Deluge and Fuser. Lexus versus Porsche. So the Lexus, just a little bit of contact. Was it there? Oh, no. Okay.
Oh, no.
It's Fuser sort of forcing his way through and making the move.
Yeah, a little bit of extend on the elbow there. Robert Almeida taking a battle off here between Elons. Sorry if I pronounced your name. I really should get the pronunciation guide open. Not a whole lot of carnage though. It has been a very smooth sailing, even with the wet. Digging the beautiful Sega livery. Comes out a little bit too wide there, but all right. On board Anthony Jones. Ooh. Actually, moving a little bit further up. Everybody seems a little bit closer now between positions 4th through 10th. It looks like I'm gonna try to gain back some ground here after losing a position too far. 881. Maybe the wet conditions are starting to get a little bit to them. Don't think it's gonna be wet forever though. It'll just walk back in. But Almeida looking to go a little bit wide out there before going into the straight. Almeida way on the inside of this straight. Side by side with 881. I mean, Matlock looking to make a move too as well. Oh, side by side. Which is a little bit too much on the inside to fade, but give him room on that side back going in. But all in all as well, but losing another position to Matlock here. Moving up a little bit more to Ryan Lee. Battling with Anton Rushevich.
Yeah, it's a battle that promises to keep on going between these two. Rushevich, relatively new but fast name, been brought onto the manager team, so congratulations to the SRA for Anton Rushevich there. I'm glad to have you on board.
We'd love to see it.
Felix Paylon is in all sorts of traffic. He just has an in for him. He's now got Zodi Fade behind him as well after Matlock makes the move going in on the last lap.
Yeah, they've been moving down positions. I mean, he was racing with Almeida, and then 881 looks like took it above Almeida as well, moving his way up. But this little battle, yeah, it's been pretty good.
I'm trying to remember. I'm fairly certain unless I've
Tyler Matlaw looking to hunt down Almeida here. That Bentley power on the straight. Look at him go.
Oh yeah, so Palin's D3, so pretty good pace for him. Might be hoping to be a bit further up, but then these wet conditions and Paul Ricard is a tricky circuit, so
Yeah, the wet conditions throw you off. I mean, at least for me personally. Oh, Almeida going a little bit wide there.
Oh, and
Oh,
spins
and
as well.
losing it.
I think that was a self-inflicted spin, but
Yeah.
that's for sure. Let's go back and take a look at some an action replay. So Almeida makes a good entry in the first, but maybe runs a little bit wide. Yeah, runs a little bit wide, touches the blue stuff, still manages to keep it going, but too much, I think. Too much turning. Manages to keep it clean though. And a very handy little spin to get themselves back off and going.
Yeah, good to not collect anybody in the back.
We do also have an incident. So this is Roger Rodriguez, car 787. P27. And that is pop off ahead. Oh, tries to go down the inside, carries way too much speed.
We also have a penalty update. Our 443 5-second for blue flag behavioring erratically and cutting off another car in a braking zone.
So I think that was what we saw.
An incident that we saw earlier, yeah. Look at this little battle here for third.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving this battle at the front. I mean, O'Brien's managed to take it away now. He's kind of gone into this, but look at that train behind. Goodness me. Look at that second place all the way down to 8th place.
Oh, there goes a cone.
Yeah. Didn't like that cone. Well, this has a potential. I mean, when you're in these top 10 positions, it's top 8 positions. Somebody's going to trigger a move. Somebody's going to trigger something, and it's all going to go. So we'll wait with bated breath to see how that develops. Smith, obviously, the conductor of that train at the moment, trying to cling on to what he can. The BMW and the 2 Astons very good in the straight line, so it might not be much more. But of course, this all plays into hand of O'Brien. We go down and look at Monaco, trying to make a move with Kraus at the moment, going through second one. Oh, no, we're going to change again. Back to Quinn Smith to take a look just behind him. Now that doesn't really do him well. You can't see Flanger just on the left-hand side with that camera angle. There we go. That's a better one. Flanger looking to make a move around the outside. Will that happen? Flanger ends up running way wide. He's not going to make that, is he? Oh, I think he does still make it. But that invites Rushevich to make the move.
Yeah. But we're going to see these guys go back and forth here for the next couple of laps. Like, this is going to be some prime racing right here between these 4 positions.
That's just looking. Trying to look back. Is that Mr. Sir making a move there. We do have a little bit of an incident between car 306 and car 612. So let's go back. So this is Fuser and Sava again. Let's go back. Next is going to have the straight line speed. Let's see if he gets that far. A lot faster through that corner, Fuser. Does he get a better exit as well? He tries to go down the inside. Sava swinging in a little bit of contact.
Oh.
Nothing to write home about though, really. I'd say, but still did.
Ryan Yee just hanging with them. Just wants to be just in enough time to get it going on this back straight. Looks like we got another. Ooh. Gonna hold off on that as we have this beautiful drive up here. Is that Anton and Timothy Flamager up there? No, that is Win Smith and Anton. See if he can get them on the overlap on the side by side going into this final part here. Oh, Smith is just on the outside and gonna have to hold that inside. Whoa. He's still got Rushevich here on his inside. I'm going into turn 1. He's gonna sneak his way back in line.
Look at that straight line speed there by Smith. I mean, that's what's keeping him in it so far. Rushevich didn't have an answer for that straight line speed, had an answer in the corners, but ooh, gets a bit tight there at the back of that train, but they all seem to keep it clean, which is what we want.
Let's see if we get a repeat of the last straight. He's been coming into these back straights. It's been very, very close. But somebody just gonna hang out. No moves this time.
Got a bit of movement. This is
little trying to see if he'll buy it.
Here he goes, Mr. Surd. He's trying to make, he does try and make a move down the inside. Mr. Surd takes a dive onto the inside. Can he hold it all the way around? Yee fighting him off. Saying no, go away. And now Yee being in the better position on the inside as they come around to the next turn. So can't hold it. Yee masterfully defended there, has to be said.
It's juicy.
So it looks like we've got the coach on track. Let's go and have a look. Michael Jeffries. Love to see coach out on track in Kansas. Just like he's not in any action, but I want to give a shout have a look here. Only Justin McKechnie in 34th and Wes Raymond in 35th. Had to pick the up, so everybody else is still on the same 36 minutes. Still, we've not had any changes so far.
Nah, they're gonna lock in at least for the first hour before any kind of movement.
Another 5-second penalty for car 787.
Oh no!
No!
What
There's a
happened?
bit of contact makes a difference as they're both facing the wrong way. Smith has to be careful here. Hold the brakes as cars come around. Let's take a look. Rushevich and Smith. Let's check that again and see exactly what happened. As Rushevich must have got a better exit, does he? Yeah, certainly does get a better exit and entry and exit. Just what happened? Oh, okay.
Oh
so,
yeah.
Just too much contact.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, that would be a penalty for Team Rushevich as they're still falling down the table at the moment. What is happening again?
It might have just been them getting their way back out onto the track. Yeah.
As well, so building up the speed's going to be difficult compared to the other cars.
Oh, like you said, it's a long race. You know, take your possible penalty and then you just, roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long race, pace doesn't lie in an endurance with 5.5 hours left.
And I do hope that it doesn't rain for the entire 5 hours.
I like it. Look at that board. It is littered with penalties for the drivers to serve. I mean, that will clear itself all out Oh, it's Monaco. They're running a bit wide on Booster. Booster saying, okay, let me take you on the under then. I think if you're Monaco, you've got to think about probably giving that position back just for the DG alone. Such concern.
Lena said, okay. I will make it work again. Ooh.
As we go a bit further up, we've got Ryan Yee versus Mr. Sir once again, this time for a bit more second and third. 296. What is it?
They gotta be
got
careful
going down the
here.
straight? 296 making mincemeat of Ryan Yee. Where did that pace come from? I'll tell you, that man is running 0 wing if he's got that pace at 296. 0 wing in the wet. You'd love to see it. Well, that's a good move for second. But of course, the person who wins out of all of that drama is once again Mr. O'Brien. Happily sitting out there 10 seconds ahead. Thank you very much. You guys keep doing what you do and loving your work, he says, as he drives off into the sunset.
With all of the drama that happened up earlier from Rushevich and Quinn, you know, it's able to have people that were a little bit farther back in that position catch up to that train, and oh, a little wide there, Selena, but no worries. So it was a battle for second, is now kind of spread itself out. Looks like Mr. Sir has pulled away from Ryan Yee.
It certainly does. It certainly does. And a drive through there for car number 35, who's nice, just keeps going from bad to worse by the looks of it, and himself another drive through. As car 25 does the same as well. That's Matt Artin. Look at the bottom of that table. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. As Popov ends up running really wide there. Being respectful, getting back onto it, I think is letting those cars pass. So the pack sort of settling down at the front a little bit now. You know, a bit of space has been created. Mrs. Sir finally getting past Ryan Yee. Arnaud's going to be the next one to have a conversation with the SRA legend. See what they have to say. Back and see who then is pitted. We've got Christian Holmes has been in the pit. Art has now come back out for a stint. Just 3 pits now, unfortunately. I think one of those is at least a drive. Well, 2 of those is a drive. 2 pits as well. Getting their pits out there. Jason Allen making himself acquainted with the coach. Has the audacity to try and challenge the coach as we get another drive through for car number 2.
They also have a penalty upgrade for Kari Umu. Get a plus 5 second.
the camera.
Ooh. Yep. Car 18 plus 5 second. Spins car 30. Downgraded for returning the position. So could have been worse. Just a flat second.
So we've Selena Booster has taken the lead again against
Drive-throughs and penalties. We're only 45 minutes in.
We are. It goes quickly. Oh, Monaco,
Oh.
loads more pace down the straight, down the Mistral straight. And Selena is just dead in the water with that sort of pace. I mean, I don't know what rear wing that McLaren's running, but yeah, that Porsche not looking fast, but obviously making it all back up in the corners. Oh, I say that as the Porsche, Selena goes way wide there onto the blue stuff, and that gives Monaco a bit of breathing room. You know, I love the endurance races. Endurance races, they give us a chance as a league to race with cars that aren't normally in ours. I mean, to me, Selena Booster is the fastest thing on four wheels, as she proved by winning her Division 3 Gold Championship this season 13. But, you know, up against D1s, aliens, and all sorts. And, you know, again, we get a whole different idea of speed. And then mixing with that, newcomers and people that don't race in the team series, but race in the endurance. And it's a whole melting pot of speed. Also, I think at the top 10 are pretty much all our D1 drivers at the moment. D1 and aliens, of course. The ones we all watch and think we could do.
It's also fun too because we also get to mix divisions with teams as well. You know,
Well,
you may have a start off with who's in the car, but the next person that can step up behind it might be someone who in the team series is D3 or D4 or D6.
And I can't remember the rules specifically, but I'm pretty sure there has to be a mix. I'm pretty sure if you're probably and vice versa or rookie. So somebody just dives out the way there.
Ooh.
While everybody's a bit spaced out, what I'm going to do is give some screen time to people we haven't necessarily given it to. So this is Michael Louis in the Porsche, up in 14th position at the moment. Just having a pretty quiet race at the moment, but doing what needs to be done. 14th isn't too shabby at all. That's DJ Watts up ahead in the Lexus. You've got no chance of catching that Lexus on any of the straights. You've got to try and maximise your opportunities into the corners. But even then, that might not be enough. And of course, Anthony Jones a bit further up in 12th, also with a 10-second penalty, but great livery on that 296. Just doing what needs to be done. Keeping it very quiet at the moment. I've got a 10-second contact on that one, but you know, these things happen. And Dominic Chamont. So, Chamont, am I saying that right, Justin? As a professed king of pronunciation, how would you pronounce that?
How would I pronounce that?
Yeah.
You really want me butchering people's names? I would say that is. I've been saying 881 for that reason. I don't like butchering people's names. But I would say Chamont. Chamont.
Ren Aoki just behind as well in the Porsche. Doesn't normally I don't think it was Ren in the Porsche this season. I don't think he was. I think it was in the BMW, wasn't it?
He was in BMW, I believe so.
That's a bit of a mix as well. Going from the Porsche to the BMW, that's impressive. And Zodi Fade won a second place at the moment in the bronze classification, which isn't bad at all. Up in 22nd place, just having a quiet race by himself at the moment. Let's go back to the action. Andrew Wilson in a little train from Jason Quinn Smith, probably feeling a little bit aggrieved, I would say.
Just working his way back up. You know, we had the incident with Rushovich.
Question is damage. I mean, I don't know if that was damage or enough to bring in position, but hopefully not enough to cause a...
Going a little bit there, wide out there. Jason was, but it seems like Andrew Wilson followed him in the same exact way. Oh no, we gotta stop and go 30 for speeding in pit lane. Who was that?
I don't know, I missed that one.
No, I believe it said 4 or 44? Either 4 or 44. Call it last minute.
Oh, car 4.
Oh, Almeida. Oh, man.
There's Jack Deluge. He's got yellow flags. What's happened there? Facing the wrong way. Let's go back and take a look at what happened for Jack here. Oh, as the camera tries to catch up. There we go.
That one around him. Might have been self-inflicted.
I think just, yeah.
Yeah, just this.
Oh, big whack into the barrier.
That's not gonna be good to have to
you
repair.
You don't like to see that.
As we start to approach the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, we're going to start to see
Sure,
some
we will
cars
start to
coming
see
in
it.
now, yeah.
And serving of some penalties, possibly.
We've also been warned, Justin, we have the presence of the broadcasting legend that is Jess Osborne, impendingly coming in about 30 minutes' time.
Jess.
Which would be a good time for me to sign off and go back to sleep.
Well, it seems like we'll be having a couple of people.
Yeah, we've got a couple of pitters. Although we do also have a bit of an incident between Ren Aoki and Tyler Matlock. Let's go back and take a look and see what happened between the two of them. Ren Aoki number 1. Let's go back and have a look. So this is them coming through. Ren carrying a lot more speed through a very difficult sector 3. Oh, Ren just trying to catch it. Tokyo drifting it. I think just catches him. Must have just caught. Yeah, just catches him.
Oh.
You hate to see it. Let's hope that there wasn't too much damage done there. You know, these tyres for wet weather, the tyres should be fine though. You know, in wet conditions, so I don't think it's a case of tyre wear. I think it's probably just oh, it's car number 10. That is Coach Jeffries getting a drive-through for too many track limits. Coach, come on. As Robert Almeida. I just keep wanting to say Roger. I don't know why. There's so many Rogers in this league. Weirdly, there's nowhere else in society that there's a lot of Rogers, but they all seem to convene in Sim Racing Alliance. But Robert Almeida serving his stop and go penalty as well, car number 4 there. But that's going to be devastating for Team Jeffries.
I think in the long run it won't do too much. Gonna lock back in. I'm also sure there's probably might have been a few of other people out there on the track that have some high counts as well. Having the wet track be what it is.
Yeah, and of course, you know, it carries over per car, not per driver. So, you know, there's going to be more. It's by no means getting out of the way and done early for Coach Jeffries as he comes in now to serve. It's not really the end of the world. There's going to be a lot more out there.
Just find a groove and get back into it. And thankfully, the pit here is not as long as a lot of other tracks. At least it doesn't feel like it to me. Nope. Coach does his drive-through, back out as he goes, and that'll be that. Only seem to have lost one position in that as well, so I mean, I would say that is the perfect time to go ahead and serve that. Ooh, that is Nick Foley, I believe, in 426. Oh. Haven't seen too much movement yet, though, in terms of pitting. So it looks like after all that incident with Anton, his Mark has come in to take his place, and they seem to be moving their way back up now from 28. So once they start having everybody come in and doing some of their driver swaps, see where that ultimately ends up putting them. On up here though, in the back straight. That is Landon Trevis coming out way wide. It looks like they may have a chance to looks like he might have a chance to make his way on the inside. And yeah, they'll make the move a little bit too wide. Ooh, careful though, putting your and as soon as I say that, makes contact with Hart and they go off the track. Unfortunate hit there, as well as car number 10. Again, Coach having another drive-through. I hate to see it. R306 user with the drive-through as well. A lot of drive-throughs as we approach the 1 hour mark of this 2 hour endurance. Got Jack Krause at 15th, going ahead and just moving his way up after a little bit of early incidents at the beginning of the race.
Alright, I'm back. Apologies for that. Just a few technical difficulties. But yeah, we're back on board. So yeah, like you said, a few drive-throughs all coming through at the moment. Bound to happen at this stage. But
I'm not sure if you saw that Coach ended up getting another drive-through.
Oh, Coach got another drive-through? Oh,
yeah.
Coach. What is going on? I think we can determine that Coach doesn't like the wet weather. So.
Wet weather at the track, I would say both I agree with.
As we step on board with Nick Foley in the middle here of Popov and Palant. And Selena Booster is still out. She's made her way up to 14th at the moment. Oh, car 612 gets a drive through. That's Steven Sava.
Oh, stop and go 30 for car 70 in the pit lane. Yeah, that pit entry for
yeah, you're a specialist with this pit entry. Talk us through it.
It is right there on the right hand side as soon as you come out of the final turn. Now I assume also as well, you know, with the wet.
Ooh, car 70.
Break a little early 70.
Sorry to break you up there, Justin. Let's go back and have a quick look.
Is,
let's see what happened.
Quentin Shatner.
Quentin Shanter.
Shanter.
I think somebody has Mandela affected us here, because that was Shatner for the longest time, I'm sure.
Oh,
just
the wet.
You see, if he was Shatner, it wouldn't have happened. Just saying.
See, I wonder how much of this is going to affect everybody. You know, everybody's coming out. Oh, the car 31 as well. I wonder if the driver change is coming out onto the wet track is got some people, some of the drivers flabbergasted.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's an interesting one, right? I mean, it does look a little bit wetter out there. So, look, these guys are making unusual spins here, really unusual spins. So, you're probably right. It's a mix of these new drivers coming back out and also just an increase. And it looks like it's getting wetter as well in the next 10 minutes. I mean, how wet can it get?
I know. It's actually really...
Ooh. boy.
Yeah. Yeah, pit entry, pit exit, very very difficult on this.
Interesting. Yeah, it is. And of course the pit exit leads you directly out onto the racing line, as we just saw there, as Robert Almeida comes through the pit exit. And Jess Osborne, who hasn't been out on track for very long at all, has managed to get themselves a drive-through.
We'll have to discuss that once he makes his way in here.
But of course, the interesting thing is, you know, Justin McKegney's obviously had 2 drive-throughs and a pit, is up to 20th position through all of those pits. So this is Jason Allen comes out for their second stint.
Oh, this is Dan Cran.
Oh, it is Mr. Cran. Yeah, it's all
It
changed.
has not updated yet. But...
I'm sure. Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
Oh, 612, a drive-through for ignoring the stint limits. That's Steven Savage just not having a good day of it.
yeah, I believe the stint timer is an hour and 5
Hour and 5 minutes. Yeah,
minutes. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I mean, Smith must have gone in and did what needed to be done and then gone back out.
Yeah, it looks like he's out again for his second stint.
Is he, No, he's not by himself. Must be doing back-to-backs, though.
Look at all the drive-throughs. Paganini, Sava, Osborne.
Well, there's another.
There's another one. Really, honestly, I don't know. People are trying our pronunciation tonight. Vigiano is
what I would have gone with, yeah.
As Justin Montine moves out of the way as Cares goes through. Now, of course, Montine is actually one of our, I believe he was D6, I want to say. So, one of our rookies coming out in a good position, 22nd. So, we'll see what he can keep up with by the end of his stint.
Oh!
It's looking super well there, isn't it, Justin?
Yeah. But it's good, though. It looks like we might be coming to the end of it. As you can see at the 30-minute
Yes.
marker on the top right, that it is rain, but it is, with the minus sign meaning it is less conditions of wet. Oh, look at the Tokyo Drift! That must have been, I think that was Jess, too.
That was Jess with the Tokyo Drift. Now, of course, Jess is going to be looking to do everything that he can do in the Endurance Series, not to let Selena Boonstra down after Selena carried their team to a victory in the Division 3 Team Series Championship this season. As car number 4, who have I cursed? Car number 4, let me have a look through here. That is Robert Almeida. Let's go and have a look and see what happened with Robert there, coming out of Senior. Takes it wide. More wide.
Yeah, just wide.
Coming into the next one. I love the livery though. Props on the livery, but oh, Renaoki avoiding disaster at the last second there. Good on you, Renaoki.
It must be, like you said, man. It just must be really, really wet out there. Because, I mean, we went through an hour. I mean, especially Almeida, he's been out there for
He's been out there since the start.
Race.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean,
and that's Vincenzo there serving his pit, his drive-through. Manager making the pass on Fire Queso. Fire Queso out on track, of course, in the 777 car.
ooh. just love the sound of the Lexus.
Yeah, the Lexus and the Audi for me are just phenomenal sounding cars. I just wish I could drive them.
I would say that is not Queso behind Crown. That is...
Yeah, there's been a lot of movement. That's Thompson and Kim around Crown.
Yeah, that's Evan Kim.
We've got some serious drivers that have come out to play in the second stint here. I mean, combined with those who are already out, Jeremy Mercer taking over from O'Brien. I mean, talk about a power couple there.
Well, looks like we're getting some penalties. Looks
Look at that. Lexus giving a little bit of a speed bump, but I've got to be careful in the rain. Got to be careful. Yeah, backs off. Thinks better of it.
Normally we just push him down the straight, but I wouldn't take my chances. Oh!
My goodness. Okay, well, that's one way of getting a position. Is he going to try and look down the inside?
No. Too far back now. What's the loss of grip?
So this is, yeah, this is some contact here between Mr. Sir and I believe Dominic Chamont.
Oh.
There's not much in it. Not much in it.
They hold it so well.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like in the rain, anything happens, any kind of movement, it's like you're going.
It's like gusts of wind on them off, mate, to be honest with you.
Something must have happened though.
Well, he probably,
I
think he's probably
up there.
Let's have a look. Let me try and find him. Yeah, so he's had 2 pits now. So, although that was 5Queso out, so I wonder, because 5Queso must have been out for a grand total of 5 minutes and come back in. So I'm not too sure what's happened there. Good pickup though, Justin. Yeah, another early pit stop. I wonder if I just wasn't feeling the wet conditions or something.
Maybe. I would say they were all the way up into 6th and dropped down to 14th. I was kind of confused. Interesting.
Very interesting. I mean, a great team when you think about it. You've got Mr. Sir, 5Queso, Josh Damiani, and Ron Flo all inside the Planet Express team.
Yeah, that's a team right there.
That's a dream team put together. Oh, as our Nord comes a bit close to Timothy Flanger, but seems to be good. I don't know why we're looking at the rear ends of cars. Let's change that over. Do a bit of helicam as we look at SRA admin Dan Cran.
We.
Dan Cran famously, I believe, didn't win the Coach Jeffrey's Academy fantasy team this season. Infamously dethroned. As
No
John
3P.
Brown's looking the wrong way. Let's go ahead and take a look and see. Just loses it. Yeah.
Another victim to the wet track. It's all on the same spots too.
Yeah, I think if you're taking it wide there, you're just losing it, aren't you? And it's a very, like, unassuming corner, so... So this is Landon Dreves. closing up on Connor Dunham. Connor Dunham with a drive-through as well, I've just noticed.
Yeah, just got it.
Colin. Did I say Colin or Connor?
No, you should call him.
I'm never sure of myself these days. As they come out now, unfortunately, BMW is going to say, see you later. Thanks very much for that close racing. Take care. Send me a postcard.
Not really pulling away.
Yeah, to be fair, you know, in that slipstream, the Porsche isn't doing too badly at all.
I mean, right there.
Yep.
I mean, he's right there.
He's right there, yeah. He's really getting involved in that slipstream.
Oh, I was going to say, are you going to make the move too? Okay. And
Oh, keeps
consequences
it.
of it having that.
keeps it narrowly on track.
Oh,
Landon. Well held. Again, I'm gone. See you later. I'm returning to pits.
And again, same corner.
Same corner,
Can't
yeah.
go wide out there.
No. So we do have an accident, car 420. Let's quickly go ahead and take a look at what happened. So that's Jack Deluge again. Coming round again, that corner. Loses it a little bit, I think. No. Oh, but leaves the inside open.
Oh,
Giordano taking all parts of that track. Yeah, I think that might be...
A little bit of... I don't know if the elbow comment works in that situation. It might have been a full-on arm, but...
I think that was a full-on body slam. Get out of my track. Get out of the way.
We'll see what Stewards have to say about that. Until then...
So we've got Peter Wazinski now. Peter did start out in the Team Series. Dropped off early on in the season. But good to see him out here once again in the Endurance. And it's worth mentioning the lone soldier, the lone wolf in the creme de la cour Aston Martin livery, Ilpo Reutzelainen, up still in 5th after all the moving and shaking of the pit period. You've got to be happy with that position at the moment for Ilpo.
I think finishing the race, in my mind, would be the ultimate achievement.
Oh, is Kim really up behind Jason Montine now?
Gotta be careful coming into this last.
Yeah, this is D6 versus D1, so we'll see how long that lasts. And Whoa. Kim is up on the inside here. You know, if you're just in there, you're like, okay, whatever, it's happened.
Sometimes the battles that you have, I mean, I'm gonna say this early still, is just to let them by. That's me personally.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you know who's around you, I personally, if I'm Justin, I'm letting Kim go 9 times out of 10. Crack on. I'm only going to slow myself down by trying to keep him behind me, so, you know.
Sometimes that battle in front of you, after letting them go, may cause to go off track or...
And sometimes it can be tactical, yeah, exactly. Sometimes you'd be like, you know... Right. If there's like traffic up ahead that I know I'm not going to reach, but the guy behind me is going to reach, it's like, yeah, you go on ahead and get involved in that. Let's see what happens. Another legend of the sim racing community, or the sim racing alliance, I should say, is Arced. He's out on track. Good to see him out there. Just behind Melon Pitch. What a name for low fuel racing, and he's in 9th position at the moment.
incident update. Oh, as there's a car. Oh, multiple cars. Let's take a look at this first before we just coming down the back straight in.
Yeah, that's Peter Basinski Senior. Looks like that BMW comes back on. Oh,
Yeah, that's not what you want to have happen.
yeah, that's unfortunate. If you're Wazinski there, that is, yeah, you don't want to see that. That's unlucky.
Yeah,
I can't for the life of me think who that is. Let me just take a look as well.
696 as well?
No, 696 is a Ferrari. I think it's 107. No, that is.
No, I would say 696 might have had an incident as well.
Oh, okay. Let me go ahead and take a look at 696 while I find out who that contact was with. It was with 787. So let's go ahead and take a look. So that's Melon pitch with Arc just behind him. Melon again, just losing it in the wet weather.
Oh, great move by him.
Great move by Arc.
All right, without having to.
All right, let's see. Good effort. Good effort.
I would also like to point out that the last incident that was updated from the stewards was what we watched of Jared Donna. I got a +5 for
you got a
pushing the
+5.
car
Yeah.
in front and wide. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was coming. That was coming. Oh, so that was Justin Muntean, by the way, in the BMW. That he's got a drive-through. So whether that was for the incident or not, I don't know. It's quick work by the stewards. So, Shimon up there in P15 is our bronze leader at the moment. Fantastic race by him so far. Been in the driver's seat now for the entire stint. Gone through one pit, 34-second pit, which is a great pit stop. As Robert Almeida is under a bit of fire here by, I'm just trying to see who it is.
Is that Deluge?
No, it's not Deluge.
Oh.
I think that was actually a... Yeah, so that was a blue flag, actually. So, well, he's being blue flagged, I should say. Oh, as he loses it a little bit again. Let's make sure that doesn't come to anything.
I think he's just letting everybody through. Oh, I would let this guy go through, though. Oh, that's... Unless... Who's that?
I mean, when you're blue flagged, you're entitled to the racing line, you know. You are...
But who's that? I don't know if that's a blue flag.
Yeah, that's Corey Arnaud. He's up there with the leaders at the moment. He's mixed in with the leaders. So.
Well, I guess you technically don't have to yield the position for a lap.
Yeah, well, the problem is for Arnaud.
That's what you want to do.
You know, he's fighting for P. He was fighting for P4 and for P3, but that's gone now. That's not happening anymore.
Be careful.
As the Lone Wolf then also comes up the inside for Robert Almeida. Oh! What a camera angle! What a camera angle!
All right.
That does, however, feed carry Arnaud towards Ilpo Roitsalainen, so that's worked out for Ilpo in the 104th place. So this is Pete Wazinski again with a yellow flag. His hub goes a bit wide. Manages to just catch it though.
I'm gonna take a wild guess.
Yep.
Yep. Let me take a wild guess of what happened here. It is the wet track.
And I think Mercedes is really difficult with the rear grip, just naturally as a car. So it must be even harder through that corner where it's wet to keep it down. A big yellow flag here for car number 7. Let's go back and take a look at what happened. Now, car number 7 is Jess Osborne, so let's take and see what's happened.
Let me take a guess. It's... Oh, well, maybe not the wedge.
Oh, no, but of course Hupp went after that, so he had to make the move and get it, avoid Hupp, so...
Good stuff, though.
Same corner,
No
same
contact.
issue. Osborne taking the win out of that, so... It's car 37. We've got a yellow flag. Car 37. That's Jeremy Mercer. Let's take a look and just see what happened there.
Don't tell me.
Don't tell me. Please don't tell me. Yep. Yep.
No?
Yep.
Oh, it's
Alright,
that corner.
That corner is ruining our drivers. But of course, that's music to Ryan Yee's ears, because now Ryan Yee only comes out 4.7 seconds behind. So all that hard work by the team, by the two boys so far, Peter O'Brien and Jeremy Mercer, undone by that same corner. Now, I should mention to the people watching, we do have a rather large commentators list. That is just a lineup of who will be joining us without Justin Rosenthal. You managed to not put yourself in that lineup, but there's a lineup of people. So we've got the pleasure of Marlon Abubo, Paulo Hartman, and Robert Lacey at some point in this endurance race. But 3 out of those 5 drivers there are all currently in the race. So we'll get some really good updates, really good perspectives, especially with this wet weather, especially with that infamous corner, to see what happens.
It seems we have a fan in the chat as well.
We'd love to see it.
Calling us their favorite commentators.
Oh, thank you. As Justin Muntean dips themselves back into the pits. I think to serve that drive-through. You know what? I'm not willingly ignoring the Twitch chat. It's just that I don't use Twitch very often, ladies and gentlemen. I don't actually know how to see. Oh, there we go. I can see it. Hello. Right, I can see the chat, guys. Yeah, you're right, Hostology. I don't know where Donovan Colton is. I mean, car number 35. I'm not sure.
We're looking at Tyler Thompson right now. Teammate.
No, that's well, yeah. He's not out yet though.
No, he's not out yet.
Grandma Colton wants to see Donovan in action. I want to see Donovan in action. Come on.
Look at this craziness that we have right here.
Great little three-way battle.
Look at this thing. They tried to split Thompson. I mean, that wasn't the best idea.
Oh, car 904. Should we take a look? Yellow flag. I want to see what happens here. Oh, there's yellow flags all over the spot.
Oh no, there must have been some collections.
Yeah. So Collins cuts the corner.
Oh no! Please no.
I think that's fine. I think he's just cut the corner. I don't think there's any drama there.
I mean.
But this is Paganini. Same corner again, is it? No, this is the beginning of the straight. Hits too much of that curb. Oh, don't go to the barrier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's nothing. You're just the passenger at that point.
Again, we're thankful for not having devastating driver models in ACC, because otherwise that would have been a safety car out on track. I don't know. I think I might quite like to see a safety car. Maybe we should get someone like, Dan Cran when he's not racing out there in the safety car. We should have safety car duty, maybe.
That would be cool.
Let's see if they ever bring that out with Evo. As Muntean, after driving his drive-through, goes a little bit wide, lets Pete Wazinski straight through. Oh, as Dan Cran has Jay Crown right up behind him, going into Signet here. And we've got another drive-through for the car 6916 team. That's Melon Pitch. Oh, as Crown, does he manage to hold it? He holds it, does he? Yeah, he does.
Gotta stay careful.
and a 20-second penalty for car 904. So 904, let's go ahead and take a look at who that was. That is, we've seen them recently. 90. That's Dave Pacagnini. Do you want to go ahead and find out what that was for, Justin?
Yeah, let's take a look, shall we? Let's see. 22nd for dangerously rejoins the track across the racing line and hits another car. So we must have missed that.
So that must have been off of that incident, but we didn't see the rejoins. So
yeah.
as car number 4, Robert Almeida once again gets himself a drive through. This wet weather, Paul Ricard is not taking any prisoners. I mean,
it's not looking like it's. I mean, we thought it would be slowing down a little bit with the rain, but it doesn't seem to be letting up yet. So at least another half an hour of it.
Yeah, and I mean, the lap times have suffered as a result. I mean, Jeremy Mercer, leader, is down to a 2:03.6, with the fastest being a 2:02.6. So they're about a second slower in pace, and that's at the top end, of course, as well.
Oh, wow. I mean, it was lighter rain to start the race. I mean, it has been heavy since. I mean, we started on those damp.
Yeah, I mean, you can really see it on the screen now, can't you? You couldn't a bit earlier, and I don't know what that might. Oh, somebody runs Collins? A bit wide. I'm not sure who. Yeah, that is. Yeah, Collins, it's Collins. Yeah. Collins just said, "I'm just gonna keep going around the outside. You guys crack on."
I mean, I don't blame him. It, like that whole part of the track has been claiming people all day, so I would do the same thing. Yep, just take my time. Get back on safely. I mean, we've had a lot of unsafe rejoins so far too.
Exactly, and nice. I think, you know, this is a thing when you come to the Sim Racing Alliance. The one thing we prioritize, whether or not it's in the Team Series or Endurance or any of our racing series, is safety and fairness. So, you know, these things get penalised quite heavily if you're rejoining the track in an unsafe way. That's why you do end up getting quite a few penalties, and I think, to me, it doesn't matter if you're a regular SRA or whether you're joining us for the Endurance Series. It seems to have affected people up and down the pack in the Endurance so far in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard.
Oh,
there's a lot of damage. There's a lot of damage on that Lambo, isn't there? A lot of damage.
I mean, that's just a scary thing to see in your rear view, just the car flying up to you.
Yeah. So the worst thing you want to see is a rear view full of damaged front end Lambo.
Ren Aoki chilling out here.
Well, Ren Aoki is one of the closer on track at the moment, 1.8 seconds behind Dominic Chamon. 696 clearing their drive-through. As Montine runs a bit wide through that corner.
Careful.
Chamon goes up the inside. Giordano waiting patiently. Oh no, Montine!
Oh no!
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Was that
That was Ren Aoki.
Yeah.
That was Ren Aoki.
Careful.
It's difficult, you know. He's probably saying, right, you guys, go on ahead. You've got the inside. You're faster than me, and you let off, but you can't account for the drivers behind you as well. And it's just, it's a difficult place. Personally, that's why we always say, if you're going to do that, do it on a straight rather than in the middle of a corner. But yeah, that's unfortunate. Looking over now, car number 4, so that is again Robert Almeida in a tight battle at the back there with
another drive-through. You didn't even see that.
Yeah, no, we did. Well, again, it was coming out of Signé. We'll take a replay now, and we'll just see for the crowd at home. If you haven't seen what a track limit is in Paul Ricard, it's a bit unique. You have some pop up. There we go. We see one of them on the inside. Oh, what happens there?
Oh, maybe just tries to go around.
Yeah, that's tricky. That's tricky.
Such an unfortunate way to get it too.
Yeah. But those markers there, if you're on the wrong side of those markers, you will be pinged for a track limit. No way, no how.
Beautiful pit entry.
And Robert, well, he's getting used to it. This is his fourth trip through.
Back to where where we were. There you go. Looks like
Yeah, back on board with Ren Aoki with a little bit of damage on the front end, undoubtedly behind Shantner.
Justin just lets him through finally.
Yeah. As we've got Melon Pitch with Quinn Smith close up behind, going down the inside there. Not the ideal camera angle, I apologise for you guys at home, but Smith through safely. That's pitched down to 16th place now. I think we were running as high as 10th at one point. Oh my goodness, and we're going to have to go back and
careful,
and see what happened.
Going backwards on the track like
going
that
back,
might get
that
you
risk,
disqualified.
that's risky. Yeah, that is. So let's have a look. Viano. So is this just another victim of the wet weather? Let's have a look. As Ryan Yee makes a dart down the inside to go through, and Viano, yeah, just loses it. And then what happens here? Okay, well, seems okay. Not sure.
I mean, we'll find out about it soon enough if there was any other contact post that.
And Ryan Yee cutting through the traffic as well as we get another drive through for car 15.
That's Dan Cran.
That is Dan Cran. Steward by day, alien by night. Dan Cran getting themselves a drive through there for track limits. We'll assume that there was some left for him from Jason Allen, but you know. Ooh, as we've got a car just stopped there. Let's take a look and see what happened. This is car 992. So this is Jack Krause going up. Just so what kind of happens there? I mean, oh my goodness, a massive accident.
Holy moly. All right.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know.
Krause had the RTG, and then that's that.
Yeah, that was. I think that was car 35 as well. I think that was the Tyler Thompson team. So that was the Donovan Colton team.
Oh.
Yeah, you hate to see that.
Jeremy Mercer here having to fight a little bit of traffic now.
Yeah, fighting through a lot of traffic, and you see Ryan Yee making a lot of progress as well whilst he is fighting through that traffic. So obviously getting a better rub of the green behind Arnold with Ilpo somewhere behind him. And it's a blue flag, just letting the drivers through again by the looks of it.
The hood just flapping in the wind as we cycle through.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some of the racing. Here we go. There's quite a lot of spacing out, as what happens normally. This time is car number 15 gets one lap remaining for the drive-through. So he's going to have to serve it the next time through, or risk of disqualification, which would be titles for title headline. Sorry, for SRA. Dan Cran getting a disqualification. I'm sure he won't let it happen.
No, let's hope not.
As much as we love the drama, we don't want to see DSQ. So at this point, let's do a little bit of an update for everybody as to where we're at in terms of the starting grid. We've got Jeremy Mercer up ahead. This is first place. Just behind him, we've got Ryan Yee. In third place, Timothy Flanger. Fourth place, Carrie Arnold. In fifth place, the Lone Wolf, Ilpo Roitsalainen. In sixth place, Dan Cran. Well, not for long. Sorry, correction, not Dan Cran. That was Kim, but let's go back. There we go.
That is Dan Cran.
You know what it is? It's the TV trying to change over from me. In 7th, we've got John Crown. In 8th, Landon Dreves. In 9th, we've got Art. In 10th, Brian Anderson. And in 11th, Mr. Sir. 12th, Colin Dunham. 13th, Dominic Shimon. 14th, Ren Aoki. 15th, Quinn Smith. 16th, Melon Pitch. 17th, Juan Perez. 18th, just behind him, Evan Kim. 19th, Vincenzo Viano. And in 20th, Felix Pelon. That's your top 20 at the moment. A mix there. We've got a bronze driver in there, as well as silver and gold as well. So, pros and amateurs, I should say. It's referred to as Dan Cran comes in.
So car 787.
Drive-through penalty.
Yes, their third penalty of the race, which would be,
And 426.
And 787 brakes unpredictably with the car directly behind, resulting in a collision.
I don't have anything. Oh, or do I? Let's have a quick look here. We're on board, yeah, with Jack Krause. So let's have a look and see what happened as they're coming through the into sector 3. It's Hup. Oh, we've already seen. That's what we saw. That's what we saw. Yeah. So that was the last incident there. Yeah, you know what? Probably a drive-through in there, I'd say. But I mean, really, if you're in a real race, that's the end of the race for both of the drivers. So.
Yeah.
It's Juan Perez is very close now, up behind Evan Kim. As they come into Signé. And of course, a very tough part of the track, as we found out with the wet conditions, even though it is supposed to be getting better, but
I haven't seen that radar up top change from that negative sign in rain for the last hour. So
the radar is glitching, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm going to take my assumption that it is going to be wet.
Ryan Yee still closing the gap now, and Jeremy Mercer feeling the heat a little bit, although getting faster. 2:02.9 was the last lap, 2:03 by Ryan Yee, but 1.8 seconds is the gap. Let's have a look on board and see just what he can see from his dash, from his cockpit. He's got a back marker, I think, getting out of the way. That is Giordano, is it? Yeah.
And just the spray at this point is just... It's so hard.
Yeah, you get a real appreciation in this cockpit camera for exactly what these drivers are going through, even at this point with the improving weather supposedly at some point. They're still closing that gap, 1.4 seconds behind according to the leaderboard at the top.
Oh.
So this is Hub with a yellow flag coming out of the pit lane. I just wanted to go ahead and see what happens.
Oh, don't get hit. You just came back from your last one.
Is it all okay? Yeah, it seems okay. Maybe that was just an errant yellow flag. Oh, so I just noticed car number 30. That is Quinn Smith. Race is going from bad to worse after starting in P2 down to P15, and now with a drive-through penalty as well. Now, of course, this is one of the better circuits to have a drive-through penalty in, considering the length of the pit lane, but drive-through nonetheless. So let's check in with Jess, our co-commentator, joining us in the booth after their stint, currently down into 22nd place. That's a team of Selena Boonstra, Andrew Reif, and Jess Osborne. Currently had 3 pit stops at the moment in very quick succession. I'm not entirely sure what that was for, whether that was one was definitely serving a drive-through, but 3 pits so far. And they're chasing team 35 in car number 35, which is Justin McKechnie, Donovan Colton, and Tyler Thompson, with Tyler out at the moment. So I might be... No, I've got that
Honestly.
wrong way. Being chased by, I should say.
Oh, just no. Just got a drive through for track
Oh,
that's coming out of the
Jess.
straight. No.
Poor Ricard just managing to claim souls, whether it's dry or wet. I mean, I remember we raced here a little while ago in the dry conditions, and it wasn't much different. I think I got a drive through. So you know, these guys going an hour, 2 hours into their stint is still fantastic.
It's a hard track.
It's a hard track.
This is one of my disliked tracks, but it's a fun track to race on.
It is. It has to be said, actually, team in car number 10, so that's Evan, Kim, Douglas Mitchell, Michael Jeffries. They've pit 4 times. In the space of 10 minutes, they pit 4 times. But they still, as well as drive-throughs and whatnot, as I know the coach picked up, they're still maintaining 17th position, which is a fantastic position to be in. As another car gets a drive-through. So that is car number
443?
Was it 443?
Yeah, 443.
Yeah. So that's the team 443, made up of Division 3 silver winner Nitin Murphy, Dave Pacanini, who's out now, Josh Popov, and Richie Wood.
No, 443. Look at 904, sir.
Oh, I'm looking at 9. Well, anyway, 904 is made up of. Wes Romery is a lone wolf on their own at the moment, so doing well. 3 pits in so far.
Only Mustang on the grid today as well.
Good.
How is that you really feel?
So really what I want to know from you, Justin, is, you know, have you changed your thoughts yet on clam chowder? No, I'm joking. We're not going back to that conversation. We're not going back to
Oh,
that.
no, Wes.
That's Wes Romery again, just losing it.
It's alright. Didn't slide all the way off. And no, clam chowder is great.
As I see, we're joined by Johnny Floater in the chat. Good to have you on board, Johnny Floater.
See that name on the leaderboards a couple times in the series.
Yeah, never too high up, but he tries. That's the important thing. We love to see it.
Yeah. Well, let's just take a little cruise for the drive-through.
Yep. I don't know why we're still watching it. I apologise. I was just fixated then, I think, on the Lone Warrior. Let's go back up to the front with Ryan Yee, who's lost a bit of ground now on the leader. Jeremy Mercer down to 2.3 seconds. So I think maybe Jeremy Mercer has a pace when it doesn't come to the blue flags, but Ryan Yee has a better racecraft of getting through those blue flags at least. As we have a move for position, Jess Osborne making the move as Bjornskov comes out of the pits. And conveniently gives themselves a gap between them and Pete Wazinski. As Quinton Shantner comes back out onto the track, just ahead of Ilpo Ruotsalainen, of course, but not for position. Ahead of Giordano with serving a drive-through.
Giordano has a drive-through, yeah. He must have missed that.
Oh, we've got a yellow flag for a car 306, but I think that I'm getting yellow flag pings as they're coming out of the pits. Anton Rushevich should drive-through. Oh. Again, hasn't been on track for very long, so I hate to see that.
And they've been climbing their way up. They were all the way down into 26th.
Yeah, not had a good time as the car 18 team.
good thing is there has not been any contact since. Been pretty good. I mean, everybody who has been eaten
Oh,
alive.
have you
in the
cursed
wet
them?
floor.
Car 544 is off. Let's take a look. You have cursed them, Justin. John Crown.
Not contact though, just wet time, just wet.
Hey, yeah, hold on, hold that thought.
Yeah, I lied, maybe just a little bit.
Oh, you don't want to laugh. That's
My apology
unfortunate.
letter written.
Yeah, you know
I'll
what?
get my apology written up right now. As we speak. Yeah. It's that looked a little quick there. Did you were you in second gear? I think you might come out with a
Yeah, let's keep an eye on this because I want to see what happens.
It looked like that was a lot quicker.
About to cross
That
out.
would
the
just
pit
be
lane.
bad to worse.
Did he time it to perfection? Yeah, he did. Timed it to perfection.
I mean, it looked like he was going really fast through that pit lane. Oh, who is?
So let's welcome onto the track Janus Brondum. As we see a penalty for Jonas Brondum. I'm sorry for that as he comes into the pits. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what happened.
Yeah, the front left tire is not even.
It's not moving. That tire is not moving at all. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, that's Well, the good thing is that you're definitely not going to get a drive-through because you.
Yeah, that's. I want to see what happened. Oh, that was that.
Oh, it was from the
that was-
contact. Yeah.
Okay.
I guess by that time you're already. Yeah.
So the weather's definitely getting into the better position because Jeremy Mercer's now doing a 2019. So we're getting faster as a track. We're getting faster. It's good to see.
Or hear me out, locked in.
Yeah, it could be. Could be. So we're on board, I think, with Thomas Acosta here, who is joined in 31st place, car 786. And just sort of
We
doesn't
also
make
have
the
a-
corner.
Yeah, just chilling. Might be an RTG.
Yeah, that's an RTG.
I'd also like to point out that we have a incident update.
Oh, go
from
ahead,
the
please.
script. Car 306 has a plus 10 second. Car
Yep.
306 drives onto the apex of the turn while letting faster traffic through, causing a collision.
Yeah,
That
well,
is,
I mean, we saw that
yeah.
live, so yeah, I think that's probably generous given that contact, but then I think he's probably damaged enough with that tyre not moving the whole lap, you know, that he served his punishment.
I'm gonna say it's not my fault, but maybe it is. Who knows?
As we're joined by Trey Morgan as soon as he gets his camera up and loaded, so we're welcoming him. Welcome Trey to what's this? Your fourth commentary or third commentary?
Third commentary, yes.
Very nice.
Good to have you on board, mate. Let me turn you up a little bit because you're a bit quiet.
It seems to be a commonality with my mic. Maybe I need to fix that for next season.
Yeah, I think it's just through your Discord settings, but that's okay. I've got you max 200% so the audience can hear you.
There we go.
Oh.
I think Melon just
Cars?
keeping out of the way there.
Car 69 has a drive-through. Who is that?
Car 69, yeah, they're not having a great time either. So car 69 now. Let's go down and find them. That's Tyler Matlock and crew. So let's have a look here. That
Yes.
is Tyler Matlock, Sandro Mincini, and Robert Lacey co-commentators. He takes a lot of A lot of them manages to say that. So Trey, are we going to get a Morgan matchup in the next season for endurance?
I'm kind of hoping to, but it all depends on Mac's schedule.
Max schedule. He's at school,
yeah.
isn't he?
Yeah, he's in college right now.
Ah,
So
he's free. He's free. I'll tell you now, he's free.
I just graduated college this year, so I definitely know that feeling.
Oh, well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Go back to college. What a time. What a time. Right, so let's go back and take a look. We have Colin Dunham coming out of the pit lane, just ahead of, by the looks of it, is that Dan Cran, one of the Crans, Team Cran, the SRAs? As Ilpo starts to close the gap now on Corio Nord, maybe after a, let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, Ilpo had a fantastic last lap, lapping almost 1.5 seconds faster than Carrier Nord. So something must have happened there, because that's a bit unusual for Carrier to have, you know, had that. Just trying to take a look down the incident list. Nothing of note so far.
Elbow chairs must be the most comfortable thing in the world for him to do it so long.
I don't know, man. Studies need to be put
It's
into it.
crazy. 6 hours solo.
He's done longer. He's done longer. The man's mad.
I think Mad might be giving him too much credit.
Whoa. Maybe so. Maybe so. So Trey, you finished your first season with SRA in season 13. So how did you find it? What did you learn?
I learned that consistency is what wins races. I definitely did not have that for the first half of the season. And I had 2 DNFs at Bathurst and Nürburgring, so...
Yeah, difficult to come back from DNFs. But yeah, you got there. You got there. And that's fine. Yeah, Matt Moon, obviously in Division 6, taking the Division 6 gold title. And as you said, consistency was key. No wins the entire season, but just kept himself where he needed to be, and in the end claiming the victory in the very last race of the season over Anthony Lombardo. So yeah, consistency is definitely key, and that is the same with the Enduro at the moment as well. The consistency, especially of these top 5, has just been phenomenal. Sticking within the 203s, the 202s, just every lap. It's really impressive pace. I mean, Jeremy Mercer, fastest lap was a 2:01.8, but the last lap was a 2:01.9. So imagine being able to keep that in your back pocket.
Yeah, it's insane watching these drivers, especially in the wet, keeping the consistency going. Like, I was watching the stream before I hopped on, and there were specific corners that was catching almost everyone out. But there's a lot of good drivers in here. Yeah.
It's tough when even the good drivers are getting caught out by especially this corner that we're just looking at now as they come through. Seems to have calmed itself down a little bit now, which thankfully.
Yeah, but that corner is difficult even in the dry. So
yeah, you're not wrong at all. And sorry, go on.
No, I was saying what I would give to be putting up these times in the wet.
Oh yeah, can you imagine a 2:01 in these conditions? I could only dream.
I don't even think I could do that in the dry.
It's safe to say that if I was in this endurance race, I'd be solidly in the bottom, I don't know, 31st. But just a quick shout out as well. Thank you for the follow to Spicy Ramen and Goldie Tenko. Good to have you on board.
yeah, Mac and I used to do small endurance races, not this 6 hours, but we do a couple 3-hour races, and basically every single time we ended our stint, it was ended because we crashed somewhere, and so we never made it to that long distance timer limit.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It would be the same for me and Justin if we ever decided to do an enduro. Don't worry about that.
We did. We did a small one actually. If you remember correctly.
Yeah, wasn't that
we
Indy?
did the
Wasn't it?
Pro-Am. Yeah, we did the Pro-Am driver spot. That we did an hour and an hour, 2-hour race.
That was awful.
It was fun. I mean,
Didn't we
Indy
didn't we
wasn't
come
fun.
last? Didn't we? Wasn't it last we came?
Whoa!
Did we not?
No, we came in like 12.
Oh, right. I thought we came last.
Yeah, I started it off, avoided the huge. I mean, we started in like 25th, but
Well, of course,
there was that huge act in front of us that started the race, and then we just kind of coasted the rest of the way.
well, the problem is for us, we can't do any endurance races because if we did endurance races, who would be left to do the commentating?
We would just do it from the cars,
Do it from the car.
live on the track.
I would
Switch it
need.
out.
I'd be getting fined by the FIA. I think if I was if I had the commenting car.
Oh, is that?
That's a move. It open makes it stick.
Yeah,
Does he on
yeah.
carry? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that was a good move too.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 hours in the seat, and he's able to pull that off.
It certainly did with 4 hours left to go.
Yeah, 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Woo!
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and take a look and see what happened a little while ago. This is the one. Oh, no, I've done it. Quickly, let's change.
I was gonna say,
I want to see the pass, but I was a bit too late for the pass as well. So. I noticed the penalty count sort of slowed down a little bit. I don't want to curse anybody, but the penalty count sort of slowing.
Well, if everyone's spread out a little bit more, it makes it so that you're not having to directly fight against people the entire time.
Yeah, enter the endurance part of the endurance race. You know, it's more a case of how good are your lap times, how good are you avoiding traffic, you know, and how good are you around traffic, and see where you come out when you next pit. Because of course, everyone's on a different pit strategy. We've got some teams towards the top that have only done the 1 pit. We've got others that have done 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it's pretty much at this point staying out of the drive-through zone. You know, no more the cutting the track and trying to avoid in anything to have to pit outside of your necessary changes. To
I mean,
your
how
drivers.
far up would this team be? You know, Evan Kim and co. How far would they be if they hadn't had, you know, the couple of drive-throughs that they've had to serve?
I mean, 13th isn't bad as well.
13th is great. 13th is fantastic, and it just shows how
Considering
fast
I think
they've
they had
been.
what 3 drive-throughs? 2 drive-throughs?
I think 2 or 3. Yeah, 2 or 3. As Landon Drebs finally comes into the pit lane to serve the 10-second penalty and possibly a driver swap as well. And Dominic Schumont, Renault Oki, Evan Kim all making the pass there. And a fantastic turnout for car 888 with Brian Anderson at the helm at the moment. All, you know, silver team up into 8th position at the moment, leading their class. Renault Oki not far behind in 11th, but great driving from them so far.
Was that Yee behind him? Was that Ryan Yee?
Let's see.
Yeah, I mean that's a little.
They're certainly lapping now, aren't they?
I don't know. I mean, we were looking at Anderson, I believe, when we're switching around. I believe he like made a move in front of Yee. And obviously, he's back marker. Just caught my eye.
Well, here we are on board with Juan Carres in the Porsche there, trying to hold off. I believe. Sorry. Eric Boardman with Juan Carres behind him, trying to hold him off as best as he can. 2 Porsches up against one another. Who's got more confidence in the setup? Who's got more confidence in the rain? That, although it's lessening out, it's still. I mean, you know, the weather has stayed the same. We've had 2 hours of very wet weather in the south of France.
it's looking like it might get a little bit better eventually, as you can see from the forecast in the top right, but I would not trust that at all at this point.
No, well,
Yeah,
that's what
last
we've learned.
hour. Literally, the last hour, we were like, oh yeah, it's getting less than the 30-minute marker, and it's been pretty much the same. I don't think it's as wet because the corners haven't been claiming.
No, they're really
I was gonna say,
souls
let me
earlier on,
just
aren't
stop talking because
they?
they went wide, and I was like, let's not jinx anybody else. But yeah,
And that's Juan Carres making the move there on Eric Broadman for P17. Further up the table, we've got Evan Kim, only 1.5 seconds behind Dominic Schmont, facing the wrong way. Let's look for the right way, shall we? So this is a gold class driver up against what has been a fantastic drive by the amateur driver at the moment. You see that in the red name next to Chamont, the 881. You know, fantastic drive so far. Absolutely fantastic. And Evan Kim, of course, was originally before the pit down in P13. So again, it's made up some fantastic places. As it looks like there's a bit of traffic here behind Ren Aoki. Let's take a look and see what happened there. Pat Cockcroft back on track. We'd love to see that, but let's go ahead and take a look and see what happened earlier with with Ren Aoki. Given a yellow flag.
See, I know he got into the
going
pit
into the
earlier,
pits.
so.
There we go. Gap opening up again now. The weather seems to have favoured Paul Hartman coming out with replacing John Crown in the car 544. Evan Kim really close now, trying to make a move up into turn 1. Nothing doing.
he got her backed out. Oh no! Wee, wee,
Oh,
wee,
that is
wee.
traffic.
That was extremely dangerous going into that. Yeah, Kim's gonna have the better exit here, and it's just gonna go absolutely flying past 881 here.
Good
Oh.
afternoon, folks.
Oh,
hello.
what a voice. Hello, how are you doing, sir? Good to have you on board. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the board. Welcome to the team. Robert Lacey, who has been part of a pretty stricken team so far. Robert, what's going on?
Oh boy, where do I start? I feel like we actually had a pretty great first stint out of Tyler. Tyler went out there, was just getting some pretty consistent laps in, gained a few positions. I think when he went into the pits, he was in P18.
Right.
So that was going really well. We did have 3 track limit warnings when Tyler ducked into the pits, but he was doing pretty good out there. I think he got collected in an incident from Aoki. Aoki lost it on the straightaway, tapped into Tyler. He picked up a couple seconds of damage from that, which was no big deal. We figured we would just repair that. Unfortunately, our other teammate Sandro Mancini, he went out and immediately his internet decided it didn't want to work anymore.
Oh, I wondered what happened. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah. Gutted.
Yeah, his ping would be fine for a half second, and then it would just spike through the roof.
Oh.
So we had a little bit of that going on. I think he was able to get 3 laps completed, and then unfortunately he disconnected. So we had to go. Yeah, we had to go straight to contingency plans. Tyler got reconnected and immediately went back on the car. Sandro went off to fix his internet issues. Then, in the process of doing so, completely hosed his internet.
Oh no.
So now, at that point, Tyler and I are beginning to speculate, okay, we've got the stint board is reset, so we're thinking we need to get Sandro back to do a stint for it to still count us for the finish. It's not looking like Sandro's going to be able to come back anytime soon, and I only had time to run one stint since I had a hard cutoff at 7, so we kind of he drove his stint out. We kind of speculated on what we would do, what our plan would be, and then ultimately Tyler gets a call from some friends and family that they've got a get-together going on, and they thought he was going to be there. So we decided, you know what, let's just throw the towel in.
Oh, well, you hate to see it.
No more suffering.
And even more what you hate to see is Gary Lynn coming out of the pit lane there with a drive-through penalty. Now that's teammate of Carrier Nord, who was originally in 6th position. So that pit costing them quite a bit, unfortunately.
Oh, that's painful. How many drivers do we have left in the race now?
29 at the moment. So we've only lost
29 drivers.
Yeah.
I want to say, didn't we start with 35? At least 35.
Yeah, a lot of contact
Maybe.
though. A lot of contact.
Yeah, I only saw a bit of it, but I have a good idea of what the race was.
The real question is how wet has the track felt? I mean, we've seen a lot of people slide off because of the. I mean, what it seems to be is just because the track has just been so wet.
Yeah, so what I can tell you is Tyler's, so I have my strategy spreadsheet pulled up here. Tyler's pace based on, because I didn't get to go out, I didn't get to feel it for myself, but Tyler's pace, we based it on his dry pace, which was a 115 to 116 second lap, or about a 1 minute 54 to 55 range. But his wet pace we were seeing was about 2 minutes and 2 seconds on average, up to 2 minutes and 4 seconds. That's just how wet it is. I mean, you're talking like a 5 to 7 minute time differential loss to the rain. And that adds up over the course of, whoa. Oh, I see what happened.
Yeah, again, I've been getting caught out by the yellow flags. So I keep seeing yellow flags and going to it, and it ends up being.
They're already been RTG.
Well, no, they're just pitting in, because it's such an aggressive pit entry.
Yeah, that would make sense. So, out there, I would imagine it's probably the case for a lot of people. I did see a fastest lap around like a 2 minute mark.
Yeah, we got
but
a
on average, I would
2:01.6,
say,
which is crazy fast, crazy.
Sick. That's crazy good. I would say based off of that, most drivers are running about like anywhere between a 5 to 8 second differential from dry times.
Well, you got to remember as well, if you're in your team, you're on track with some of the fastest drivers in Assetto Corsa Competizione as well. It's nice to think you could reach a 2:01.6, but really it's reserved for some of those real sweaty drivers. The ones that got the ultimate gaming chairs, the ones like Ilpo can say sat in that seat for 2 hours, no problems. As Gary Lynn goes ahead, clears their drive-through and gets another drive-through. It's going from bad to worse for Carrier Nord's team.
Just to bring some attention to the front, Spangler has been catching Nixon by a little bit each lap. A couple laps ago, he was about 3 seconds behind him, and now he's around 1.5 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see how long until we maybe see a fight for the front.
would be exciting to see some battles. You know, this kind of point in the race, midway through, absolutely just soaking conditions. You know, there's not a whole lot of whoa, oh no,
Oh no.
That is some massive
Oh,
contact. There.
wow.
Let's go back and take
Who
a
was
look and
that?
see what happened.
That was Horde is in the 9 or 6. Yeah, in the 696. Just now getting back on track. He was sitting there for a while. I didn't happen to catch what happened, but
Here
Looks
we go.
like a care.
Oh yeah, just and that's a big crash as
looks
well.
like they just get
One care is just
kind of
misbraking.
going into
I
that
think.
turn.
it's unfortunate.
Harris maybe just wasn't able to get on the brakes, or maybe
Maybe
wasn't
expected him to break a little
expecting.
later, but yeah.
Yeah. Drive through for Carpenter.
Sitting up in P3, not too terribly far behind the leaders, but he definitely will be after that.
Yeah. Pit time on this track, I want to say it's about between pit entry and pit exit. I want to say it's about I can actually find that number.
While you're looking for that, Horde has spun again on the entry to the back straight, so it looks like he may have to pit for damage. Yeah, he's not looking very fast or stable on the back straight right now, so we will unfortunately probably see him pitting here in a moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking it has to be.
Right, guys. Well, on that note of another drive-through, and Ilpo roits the line in the Lone Wolf up to 3rd position.
So while it is unfortunate that Carpenter got his drive-through, that does put our, as I like to call him, our Iron Man driver into P3. And he's maybe 25, 23 seconds behind the leader. It's impressive how he's kept this consistency while being sat in the same place for so long.
Yeah, that's key in these endurance races. Looking here, I was trying to pull that data for pit time loss. So assuming just a drive-through situation, I want to say it maybe 33 seconds to get through the pits. Maybe 63. I think it's 33 seconds to get through the pits, because this is calculating based off of a 30-second pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe 33.3 seconds to get through. I mean, that can hurt you.
Yeah.
As we saw, where Ilpo was able to take into that position.
Yeah. From the timing sheets I'm seeing, Carpenter took 30 seconds to get through his drive-through, and then normal pit stop seems to be around 104, 105. So.
Yeah. I don't have race control. Do you have the fastest lap currently?
The fastest overall lap is a 2:02, but I think that was before we got into this wet area. Right now, most drivers seem to be doing around 2:03s, but the fastest lap, last lap, was Michael Menning. Oh, there was did I see someone spun? Yes, the 3:06 spun, going into turn 2, I think. I don't know if there was contact there.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, as we're following Michael Manning, he said a 2:01 flat last lap.
Well, it looks like we're going to get a replay here.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, there it was.
Yeah.
Mangler came into the rear end of 306.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like he slowed up on the apex, so I don't know if you can necessarily blame Spangler for that. I'm not a steward, but that's unfortunate there.
Yeah, it might be one of those, as they say, racing incidents.
Mm-hmm.
As now we're here with Rivera and looks like Cares?
Friday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Getting into a battle here.
Yeah.
But
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say Rivera got past Friday going just before the main back straight, and I believe he will have the speed to stay away from Friday, at least until the end of this, so.
Chungus has got some speed.
That he does.
I tell you what, though, one thing we were seeing out there on track is the Lexus dominates on the back straight. That thing it effortlessly passes people on the back straight. It is incredible how fast that thing can get. If you have a good exit into the back straight, I mean, the Lexus will just walk away from everybody.
Yeah.
And we were in the Bentley, so we're thinking the Bentley's got some straight line speed. It's pretty quick. But at one point early in Tyler's stint, you know, he gets side by side with the Lexus, and I'm thinking, okay, this will be fine. You'll just drag race. Then the Lexus just walks away effortlessly.
Yeah, when I was commenting the D1 race at Valencia, the Lexus, who I think eventually won the race, or was at least in the running for it, had a top speed of almost 2 or 3 kilometers an hour faster than anyone else, including the Mustangs. And this back straight is so much longer; they just get that that advantage for so much longer.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, this is where I disperse. I hope you guys have a fun rest of the time. And I will see you next time.
See you around. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep.
You know, I spent a fair bit of time preparing, as did the rest of my team, and just checking into the practice server and going and doing qualifying. I never saw the server this wet. I don't think I saw any rain, in fact, in my preparation for this race. So I was beginning to think that there was a very low likelihood of seeing rain, but here we are, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the race, and it is still wet, with no signs of it letting up. Maybe a little bit less rain over the next 30 minutes, but what a race.
Yeah, about the only track I've raced here about this wet was my couple races at Nürburgring. As we see Michael Menning getting past Carpenter there. Very nice overtake through that corner. A very tough corner that we've seen a lot of people spin at, but very stable through there, and he should be able to keep that place. Michael Menning still the fastest person out on track by over a second at this point. His last lap was again another 2:01 flat. The best lap I'm seeing beyond that was Nixon in front with a 2:02.2.
We've got a yellow flag in the last set of corners. Looks like the 4-4. Can't really make out the 443 car went off or something like that. I'm not really sure what happened to them. They've dove into the pits now, so I'm wondering if they picked up some damage.
Yeah, unfortunately we can't show the replay on stream, but he went through one of the last few corners and just, I think he lost it on the brakes, and so had fun with that. And he is, I believe, the only Mustang on the grid, so it's unfortunate. As we watch.
Very unfortunate. Ooh, getting a little spicy. Friday is losing the rear end a little bit as we're on board now with Carpenter. Carpenter is probably going to be looking to... Wait, I'm sorry. Is Friday... Friday is actually not in the race with Carpenter currently. Looks like Friday is actually in P16. So Carpenter really just going to be looking at good rounds so they can avoid getting held up.
Yeah.
This
Friday is
would be
about
a
a
good
lap
chance.
down for them.
Yeah, would be a good chance for Friday to let them around on the back straight, but I mean, you know, I'm not sure how long Carpenter's been there, but you know, they've got a lap. They don't have to. There they go. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna let them by here, possibly. Good, smooth, clean, no contact. Carpenter probably appreciates that.
Yep, and we missed. Sorry, but we missed it on track. But Lee got past flow, the 888 Lexus got past the 777 Ferrari. Apologies for not showing that on track, but
Very nice. We also had a yellow flag for an incident for the 696 car. I'm trying to watch and see if they're going to dive into the pits or not. They are not. So they thankfully, mercifully avoided some damage, it seems. So they just probably had a spin. And the nice thing about Paul Ricard is it might as well just be a giant parking lot with lines painted on it. Very relatively flat track. The corners are very strange here. Lots of decreasing radius corners. Very strange hairpins, and a ridiculously long back straight. But the nice thing for racing here, especially in an endurance race, is usually if you're going to have an off track or a spin, it's not necessarily the end of the world. You're not likely to careen off into off into the dirt and smack a wall or have something weird like that happen. If you dip a tire out of the track, I mean, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to get another very easy to end up with track limits cut warning. So, there's definitely harder places to race, especially for a 6-hour endurance.
Yeah, during my first endurance, my first endurance race that I ever did was at Bathurst, and that was the 3 hours of Bathurst, and that was not fun. I can tell you that.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I think our longest stint, that was with Mac Morgan, my brother, we did that, and I think our longest stint that we had was about half an hour, and every single time we went into the pits, it was because we had hit a wall somewhere.
Yeah. Mount Panorama is infamous amongst SRA as being, it's just infamous. We years ago had a 12 hours of Mount Panorama that will go down in history as one of the most chaotic 12 hours ever recorded in SRA history. Lots of, shall we say, fun happened there. It was raining for most of the race. My teammates for this Endurance Championship Series actually ran that. That was back when we did exhibition endurance races rather than these, this full season. Yeah, sorry, I had to connect that thought together. So we signed up for it, but I wasn't able to make it. We had like a team of 4 of us that were doing these exhibitions when they came up. I wasn't able to make it. And then one of our other teammates was not going to be able to make it until the last couple of hours because they had to work. So Tyler and the other driver was Michael, not the Michael here, but a different Michael. Had to run the 12 hours almost entirely by themselves. Tyler was doing 2 to 3 hours at a time, and then he'd hand the car off to Michael, who would do a couple of hours, and then back to Tyler for a couple of hours. And yeah, there was no stint limit. The only limit there was just how long can you hold out on your tires and how much gas can you how much can you manage your fuel, right? So full tanks every time. Just go out as long as you can possibly stay out there, and there was tons of pileups, and since it was raining for a lot of it, tire wear wasn't quite as much of a factor since you're on wets anyway. And as we watch Friday here, getting into it with Cares a little bit.
Yeah, and Cares overtakes Friday into that corner. Friday went a little bit wide into, what is that turn? I don't know, but I like to call it the corkscrew because that's what it feels like whenever you're inside it. But
yeah.
But yeah, Friday went a little bit wide, and then Cares just held a really good line to capitalize on it. And now Sindeco, I hope I'm pronouncing names correctly. Apologize to anyone if I don't, but he's getting into this now. All 3 drivers, Cares, Friday, and Sindeco, all within a half second of each other. And as Getting into the sides. Oh, Ford, no. Ford got, or moves right. Oh, there's contact behind.
Ooh.
Friday and Syndico hit each other. I don't want to. Looks like Ford. We caught it a little bit on track, but Horde, sorry. Horde moved into their way just at the wrong time and caused, I think, caused that collision, but. Yeah, and that was a good battle going too. It's unfortunate it ended up that way.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes in these kind of conditions, and you know, especially now that we're about 2.5 hours in, you know, when you get to this halfway mark during the endurance race, you really should be trying to, if you can, kind of just settle into a rhythm. You know, save your energy for the last hour or two, because realistically, you know, most of your positions that you're going to pick up are going to be. They say, okay, and I want to make sure, let me wind that back a little bit. You don't win the race in the first hour or two, but you can absolutely lose the race.
Yep.
That being said, most of the battles and the fights for positions are most critical during the earlier stints. That kind of middle part is all about being consistent and safe and clean, saving your energy, being smart with your strategy so that you can come back to it and really fight it out for the last, you know, couple of stints.
Yep. So a couple incident reports that we may or may not have seen. Incident number 18 at around 7, almost 15 minutes ago now. Car number 25 got a 10-second penalty. And that is carries, and as we see the 10-second on there. And then more recently, we saw this one on track actually. Spangler hitting the blue car flag, the blue flag car. Gets 5 seconds for that, and with him being so close to, or at least he was really close to the leader, that will hurt their chances of being able to bring that gap down.
Yeah, but Ilpo will be looking to capitalize on that and start to make a move for P2, you would think. Spangler's got to keep it safe and clean and easy so they can avoid picking up any more.
So here on track we have Boardman and Lynn fighting for P10 as they get ready to go through a bit of a little bumble of corners and then onto the back straight. And then it looks like that's the leader right behind them. I think that is. Yeah, that's the leader Nixon behind Boardman, who will probably be expecting them to get out of the way fairly quickly. As we see Nixon at least trying to get past him, and he does so now. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Boardman. Oh, Lynn went very wide. Of course, we just now cut away from it. Yeah, in the battle we were just watching, Lynn went very wide, and Boardman has gotten past Lynn now. What we are currently watching on track is Carries and Syndico fighting again. And it looks like Syndico has gotten past Carries, or Karas.
And sorry about that. I had to step away, but I didn't tell you that.
Oh no, you're fine. And now we're looking back at Boardman. Despite what it says on the screen, Boardman did get past Lynn as we look in the rearview mirror there of Boardman looking at Lynn. I assume that will update at some point, but just Assetto Corsa doing Assetto Corsa things.
Yep, it's great until it isn't. which
Yep.
you know, sometimes you know, and this is something a little sidebar here as we're riding along with Manning, Michael Manning.
It's pronounced Menning, I think, or at least that's
Menning.
how I've been told to pronounce it.
Yep.
I don't know if I'm correct. That's what I'll pronounce it as.
Let's see. Iris here is cheering on Anton Rushevich. And let's see, Anton P9. They're doing pretty good out there.
Yeah, that they are. He's about 4 seconds behind the person ahead of him in flow. And he's been doing good so far. I believe this is Rusevich's first stint. Yes, he has not pitted yet, so...
So
Well,
your casters for today at the moment are myself, Robert Lacey, and Trey Morgan. Jay is hosting, and Jay has had to step away to get some sleep. However, he is hosting the broadcast here. We do not have control over the cars we're watching for the moment, so we are just watching along with the battles that we can watch. And we're kind of just along for the ride. And joining us here in the booth is Jess Osborne. Jess, how's it going?
Not as well as it should have been. What a disaster race.
Ooh, talk to us. Talk to us. What you got?
Oh, where do I begin? Oh, I was given the car with two track cuts already, and I realized about 2 corners into my lap that I was given a dry setup because my PSIs were in 23.
Oh man.
So
no.
So I was like, okay, well, that's fine, whatever. 1 shitty lap, I'll just pit immediately. No, my being on the dry tires and trying to get it over with quickly, I got 2 track cuts, which I think were kind of BS. It was crazy, which put me over and made me have to serve a drive-through before I could put on the wet tires. So I had to, do the drive-through, go back out, and then of course that lap too, I rack up more track cuts and whatnot. Went really poorly. Then I finally get wets on, so that just sent us back from like P17 back to like P29 or P28 or something crazy. Tried to claw our way back, and we've gotten back to where we started. But yeah, it's been a hairy race. I'm kind of done with it.
Yeah, that was me and our team earlier in the race. I was running with Tyler and Sandro and the Subaru Bandits Bentley, and we've already dropped from the race, which is part of why I'm here. Because it's been a painful race for a lot of people out there. In our case, we had a driver disconnect, which put us in the very back. And yeah, it was toast after that. We kind of just
Apologize to interrupt. But Lee, who had been in P6, got a drive-through penalty and is now fallen all the way down to P8, and will likely fall down probably to around P11 or so by the time he's got that cleared.
Yep, here comes Eric Boardman.
Yep, that's gonna hurt. And this track, you mentioned it earlier, but the track limits here are very vague, to say the least.
Most of the ones that I earned in those first couple laps, I thought were complete BS. I was flabbergasted.
Yeah, that's what the final the final straw for Matlock, because whenever we reconnected, he, being our first driver, immediately just connected and went back out. And his final straw was whenever he picked up another drive-through, picked up 2 drive-throughs from one thing, and then ended up picking up another drive-through. And we're already at the back of the pack, and he said, "You know what? I'm done." And I said, "That's fine. Let's just."
Yeah, I don't blame you. I did the same thing in another league's endurance a couple weeks ago. We quit because it was just over. But
Yeah.
Somebody asked, who are the casters today? That would be, at least for the moment, it'd be myself, Jess Osborne, Robert Lacey, Trey Morgan, and Jake Queasy running the cameras.
Yeah. And I'll remind everyone, all of our viewers again, that Jay is currently away, so we don't actually have any control for the cameras at the moment.
Oh.
But whenever Jay's able to make it back, we'll be able to follow along with the action. But we've got the auto cam going, and it's doing a pretty great job of showing us what's going on out there.
Yeah, Jay decided that sleep is more important than racing, which I don't know if I agree with, but you know, it is what it is. That is true.
Well, I have kids, so as much as I love racing, sleep always takes priority because it's a rare thing.
Yeah, I'm not near that point yet, so I don't have to worry about it quite as much. I'm still at the point where I can ruin my sleep schedule and not be too worried for as long as I fix it eventually, but
Curtis Lee, after just having served that drive-through, just unlapped himself off of Jeff Spangler.
wow.
Oh no, sorry, backwards that.
Oh, he just
Spangler
got
lapped Curtis Lee.
That's unfortunate. Ooh! Someone just spun off. I can't tell who that is.
That
It looks like the 696.
Daniel Horde.
Yeah, Horde again. That's unfortunate.
Oh,
He's been having
issues. And he spin fishtails again, going slow on the apex.
Oh man!
Got out of the way just in time, but he does now have a drive-through penalty.
That's painful. Horde's had a really rough time out there. I feel for him. It's hard because when you're doing an endurance race like this, you know, you spend so much time out there on track that when these incidents start to pile up, especially if you're towards the back, maybe a lap or two down, it's really hard to find the motivation to just keep driving.
Yeah,
I mean,
and it'll take you and your morale right out of competition.
Yeah, it gets to a point where it's like, well, what's the point of continuing? You know, you feel like there's no reason, like there's no way of coming back, you know, and that just really can just be miserable to deal with. You know, it does at some point become like you might as well just be having your own little track day by yourself.
Yeah.
So Jess, coming back to you a bit here, I have to apologize because I'm not really caught up on the teams for this series. Who are you racing with?
So Selena Boonstra, who's in the car right now, and who's not online yet, Andrew Rice.
Oh, okay.
You can see all of our names on the top of the roof of our car livery. There's 4 of us who are on the team that rotate in and out for most events. For this one, it's just 3 of us. And I presume Andrew's asleep right now, and he'll be online in like an hour or 2 to do his stints.
That's a well. I mean, I guess as long as they weren't the first driver, that's a bold move.
Yeah, it's Lena's primary.
But hey, you know what? The future SRA 24-hour race, there's going to be some sleeping going on.
Oh yes.
If
need a lot of coordination.
Never happens.
Distributed time zones between the teams, ideally.
Correct me if I'm wrong, being somewhat new-ish to SRA as a whole, but I believe I've heard murmurings of a once attempted 24 hours of Nürburgring in the past, of Nordschleife to be specific. Is that correct?
I think it is. My memory is so bad, and I've participated in so many races here, almost all of them and kind of muddy because I also participate in some that are outside this league on occasion, so I forget. But I do think we have maybe somebody in chat who's watching, and SRA members can jog our memory.
Yeah, I want to say I heard talk of it. It was going to be a thing, and there wasn't enough interest in 24 hours, so it kind of got backed off to 12 hours or something like that.
Oh, yeah. I wanted the 24-hour race. I remember this now. This is like 6 months ago, wasn't it?
Something like that. It was before I was super active.
It got culled down to like a 12-hour or 6-hour, and I think some server shenanigans may have happened too, but again, I'm crossing wires. My memory's horrendous. Daniel Horde, I think he might be glad he's stuck in this race now because he is unlapping himself from... Oh no, he was doing so well. He was passing some blue flags in some action, and now he's just fishtailed on the opposite side of the track that he did last time.
That corner has been really rough for drivers.
feel
I've seen a lot of people getting caught up there.
Sure,
Yeah,
he's gonna come around now, do his drive-through, and probably evaluate if he wants to keep going. I hope you do, Horde. Somebody's got to be last, you know. But you're not even last.
Yeah.
Romary's
Don't be like
Keep going.
don't be like us. Or sorry, when I say us, don't be like my team and stick it out. Even though we didn't. I should clarify in case any of my teammates join. We didn't quit because we're quitters. we had a legitimate internet issue, a technical issue that caused us to just have to drop out. We wouldn't have been. We would have been so last that it was comical to try to continue at that point.
Gotcha. Michael Jeffries in that Badman's Lexus has been reeling in Eric Marecki. Last lap, you reeled him in by almost by a little more than half a second. By this clip, he's going to be on top of him any minute now. And he's got that advantage in the Lexus. It's a damn near an ICBM on the straights. So that
Isn't it though?
Freaky. It is. It's crazy. The
horrifyingly fast.
I wouldn't even mess up my exit onto the main straight, but Alexis within 3 car lengths behind me would be 3 car lengths in front of me by the end of the straight. It was just nuts.
It is
right
wild.
Around me.
And it's such an old platform, yet I believe a Lexus won at IMSA. So it's like even in real life racing where some of these other, off meta cars that people would like to run in the various ACC leagues aren't really racing so much anymore in real life, but the Lexus is still competitive. Maybe even seeing a bit more use in real life like IMSA versus, how popular it is in ACC. But it's a monster on the straight, and we're running the Bentley, right? So the Bentley's pretty quick on the straights too.
Yeah, it's no slouch.
Tyler gets a good exit going on the straight, and I'm thinking, okay, cool, he's gonna have this Lexus beside him for the whole run, and then it just walks away from him. I was like, well, never mind.
Yeah.
So say, is the Mustang at all close to the Lexus? Because I feel like the Mustang is about the only one that could maybe fight it, at least in terms of straight line speed.
Maybe in the same. It would depend on how much wing that you can take off with the Mustang, probably.
Yeah.
And this is where I get into.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just gonna say, we're tripping over each other here. I'll finish mine and you can talk, if you're okay with that.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, when I was fighting, my brother and I race a lot, and about every time that we have been racing, I'll race in the Mustang, and he'll race in the McLaren, and even if he's at min wing and I'm at max wing, I will still walk away from him on the straights sometimes, and it's just insane.
Yeah.
At our first race which was it? I don't remember where it was we were racing, but we would be so close in the corners, and then all of a sudden we'd get to a straight, and I'd be like half a second ahead of him at the end of it.
It's not fair.
Hey, but you know what? The Mustang makes up for all of its raw speed by allegedly being not the greatest thing to drive in the world. This is where I actually don't have any experience in the Mustang yet, so I don't know.
I drive the Mustang almost exclusively, but I've also not played ACC a lot. In my fights in E6, which is very much not representative of the true value of these cars, it can be faster. It's just very unstable is the best way to put it. With so much power going to the rear wheels and also not a lot of weight on the rear wheels because it's one of the cars that's a front engined, and so all the weight's at the front. It's very easy to just light at the rear tires and spin it on just about anything that you do.
Yeah, for sure. I've heard from my teammates who are very much not interested in running the Mustang for the next season that it can be a little bit boaty, a little bit kind of heavy feeling in the corners.
It definitely
maybe not the best brakes.
Yeah. Essentially, the thing I was warned about before choosing it to race for this season in the GT series was that you essentially have to know how to trail brake in order to make it work properly, because essentially since all of the masses at the front of the car.
Oh,
As we
I'm
see
sorry to
Lee
interrupt you,
passing
but
on-
Eric
Yeah.
Boardman and Curtis Lee are getting into it. Finally, this battle's coming to a head. That Lexus motor is too much of an advantage, and he sends it clear up the inside. He's passed him before the apex. Eric
Yeah.
Boardman absolutely defenseless.
Yeah, there's not much that Porsche can do against that Lexus speed.
I've been in that exact position.
Oh,
once
there's
or
a
twice
wreck.
in
Someone
the race.
spun out?
Yep. Who was
Was that,
that?
was that Spangler?
Spangler? Oh no, P2.
Spangler.
Spangler and someone else. I didn't see who that was that he collided with.
Number 9 car? No, Spangler's number 9. I'm not sure who. Yeah, who else was collected in that?
It was with a back marker, that's all I know. Give me a second to watch the replay on my screen.
While you sort that out here, we're on board with Curtis Lee as Boardman's looking to catch up to him. This is where the Porsche would have the best chance at it.
It might have been Spangler's car number 9, right?
Yes.
So he made contact with 881.
Oh.
881, that's
Friday in P18.
Friday P18, there they are.
Yeah. So watching the
Blends together on
replay,
my screen.
watching the replay Friday, got caught up by that corner. Again, we saw a bunch of people get caught up by the corner, and just Spangler had nowhere to go, so he just hit the side of him. And that's really unfortunate because he was almost 20 seconds ahead of Ipo Ruotsalainen, and now he's only 8 seconds ahead of him. And plus, who knows how much damage he got from it.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be watching his mirror at this rate. If he picked up enough damage to slow him down, Ipo's gonna be trying to capitalize on that for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
So, I'm a little curious, Jess. On average, we were seeing before we had to throw in the towel, we were seeing about an average of like 5 to 7 seconds pace loss in these conditions. Does that about line up with what you guys are seeing as well from average race pace in the drive versus these wet conditions?
I didn't do any race trim laps. I only did quali. So I can only compare dry quali to wet race, what I've seen so far, and it's been like worse than that in my experience. 'Cause I was doing like 56s, I think, for quali. I was doing mid 203s here. So that's it. 7 seconds.
Yeah, I know Tyler was doing like 154s for quali and 155s on race pace. And in these conditions, he was anywhere between 202s to 204s, just depending on how much traffic and how the lap went. So it's painfully wet out there. And for a little bit, it looked like we had some decreasing rain conditions, but it's now steadied out. So for the next 30 minutes, it's going to be raining. And I'm beginning to wonder if it's just going to be a wet race entirely at this point.
That seems to be the trend when SRA endurance races are wet. They're wet for most or all of the race, and I don't mind that. I like wet conditions. I think they're fun. Great equalizer. I'm just mad because the circumstances happen to combine to get me so many drive-throughs. But otherwise, I think it's fun. I think more than 90% of the racing and driving and practice and time that we spend in the seat in ACC is dry. It gets boring after a while. Wet's a nice variable.
Absolutely. I like the threat that wet conditions bring, not only from the obvious things like the pace and the impacts to, how hard or easy it is to get around the track and the accidents, but also the extra challenge that comes from strategy, because now it's wet. You don't know if it's going to stay wet the next 3 hours. So I spend probably more time than I should, like race engineering with this fancy spreadsheet that someone put together. But, I have this whole dry strategy put together. And the moment it's wet, it throws everything out the window. And I have to actively be calculating and making adjustments on the fly because you don't know how the track conditions are going to be.
Yep.
And now that they've started wet, if they go dry mid-race, that changes everything. You've got to figure out how you're going to get dries back on the car. And if it's going to get wet again later, now you have to figure out how you're going to do that, you know? And
Yep.
these variable
Gotta weigh
conditions,
risks.
yeah, they create these situations where the basic strategy is no longer viable because realistically, in a fully dry race, like the last one I made it to and completed was Brands earlier in the season. That was a fully dry race. And it means there's only one real viable strategy here. Because you get 5 sets of tires, you're going to go out and you're going to do a stint, and then at some point, someone's going to do a half stint on worn tires, and that's the strategy. So these conditions create new and interesting variables.
Jeff Spangler tearing up this grid right now that's all fighting over P10. He got stuck in with Michael Jeffries and Eric Marecki, interrupting their battle for a little bit. Now Dallage is as well, and he's falling back as he gets lapped by Marecki, Jeffries, and soon to be Roach the Lion as well. Do we have any on-track battles at the moment? Looks like it's just Lynn and Boardman.
Yeah, this is kind of that point in the race where, you know, the front half of the cars are almost in a completely different race than the back half of the pack. You know, everyone's all over the place. I mean, you know, a lot of the drivers out there are just trying to survive at this point.
Yeah. I'm so
Oh, and we
shocked.
got a little bit of a sin. Jeff Spangler lapping Lynn. Again, breaking up that P10 fight. Now he's going to be looking at P11 or P9 right up ahead. A lot of traffic.
Man, I love
on
Marecki's
his
livery.
plate. Oh, it's very nice, yeah.
It's such a nice livery.
Looks like Austin Carpenter lapping Selena Boomstra.
Selena, our resident controller expert, if I remember correctly.
That is correct. And D3 Queen, double crown. She just won the team championship and the driver standing champion.
The stuff she manages to pull off on a controller is outstanding.
Yep. But admins ignore all that because next season she'll be on a rig, so her pace will be reset. So don't promote her, thanks.
Oh, she's joining the rigs, huh?
Allegedly.
You know, what she needs to do is she needs to get a rig, but then just sit there and use a controller.
Set the season quali stint in the rig and then compete on the controller.
You know, I don't know about you guys, but what I found is every time I've gone through a major like equipment change, I find myself losing time.
Yep.
Which is really disappointing because I get all this new equipment thinking, oh, I'm going to be so much faster. And then I'd like drop a couple seconds off my pace.
Yep, I got to be mediocre with the controller, then I get a Logitech wheel, and I was crap for a while, then I got a little bit better. Then I got a direct drive, and I was crap for a bit, and then I got better. Then I bought a nicer direct drive wheel, and you get the pattern. Every time, even pedal shakers, it was a distraction for a while, but then once I learned how to interpret it and use it and rely on it, skill ceiling raises.
See, so what I'm hearing is whenever I upgrade
pace. Sorry?
Yeah. Sorry, it's just saying, what I'm hearing is whenever I upgrade, I need to go full tilt, just go to full driving rig.
Buy once, try once.
And then you don't have to worry about, you won't have any excuses. You lose some pace as you adjust, and then the sky's the limit there. Because there is
and that's why
there's a
everybody should
limit.
buy SimiCube Sport. The first month they join the hobby.
Oh, but why set your bar so low? Look at the SimiCube Ultimate. The thing that they tell you that you
And
don't have to
Smack
buy
Depends.
unless you're some sort of crazy person. Yeah, the
I see
SimiCube Active.
Mobo sarcastically quoting me in the chat. That's why I said allegedly. Next season she'll be on a rig quote.
The sarcasm there is that has this been something that has almost happened in the past?
She's had bits and pieces put to that she's slowly acquired for like over a year now. She had like her wheelbase, and the pedals, but she still needed for months and months and months. She needed a rig. She gets a rig, And she says, okay, so, this was like right before Christmas. Last year, finally she gets a rig. And she says, next month I'll have it put together. And ever since then, there's just been one reason or another. She hasn't been able to move into a new room and put the rig together. It's like a whole season has come and gone, and the hardware has been sitting there.
So looking at the timing sheets, Michael Menning has dropped into the sub 2 minutes for lap time. He just set a 1:59.9 on his last lap.
So, it doesn't look like it's lightening up out there.
It looks like it's going to get worse here in about half an hour.
Yeah, so we were talking about that earlier. When I popped in, I want to say that Michael had seen Michael had done like a 2:06 at some point, and we were saying like, oh yeah, you know, that had to have been like during dry conditions. But I'm starting to think that Michael's just that fast.
Maybe.
I would agree. I mean, he won the last D1 race at Valencia. I think he won it, or at least he was close. After not doing much racing at all the rest of the season, so he definitely has the pace. But I'm surprised that he's the only one to be this fast, because he's over a second, almost a second and a half faster than anyone else on track. The only one who did a lap within a second of him last lap was Jeffries in 10th place.
They're just crazy fast. Catching up with chat here. Rowdy says #ban controllers. Yeah, that reminds me, as a little sidebar, there's I'm in the flight sim community. There's a digital combat simulator guy who posts all these videos doing funny like air stunts and everything on a controller, and people will go on there like, well, why are you using a controller still? Like, you're this big content creator, big YouTuber, like, what are you using a controller for? And then he's like, oh, I have a rig. And he posts this big old rig picture with all his flight sim hardware, and then everyone's like, but why are you using your controller all the time? And he says it's just because, you know, he wants to prove that simulation stuff doesn't have to be inclusive of people who spend a fortune on sim hardware. You know, you can race on a controller. Yeah, look at Selena. She does amazing on a controller. You know, there's no limiting factor when it comes to equipment. It's just,
yeah, the nicer gear is just for immersion and enjoyment.
So I do apologize, but Michael Menning, as I was talking about how fast he was, for whatever reason, it's not being shown on our auto cam, but he just passed Ruotsalainen for P3.
Oh, yes, he did. Auto cam, please.
There we go. Fortunately, it won't show the pass, but he got right behind him just before the straight, used that slipstream to get past him, and he has almost pulled out a half-second gap already.
and so T2. To your point, Rowdy, about it easier, I would argue that having sim hardware isn't always necessarily easier. What it is, though, is immersive.
Yep.
It's all about the immersion. I think not all about it. Obviously, there's certain things that can help you, such as like having load cell pedals can help you with consistency on your braking and things like that. But the biggest thing that having the hardware gets you is immersion. I think, you know, there's maybe other things like on a controller. There's maybe certain things you can't get away with as easily, like recovering from a spin. Maybe a little bit harder on a controller, or like an entry-level wheel. You know, you can feel a little bit more of the slip on a direct drive, but you know, stuff like that, it just comes down to practice and consistency. You just have to practice that much harder on a controller, but it's you
still
know,
possible for sure.
Yeah.
I when I started racing, my racing career in like the F1 games, I raced on controller, and I was okay, but I mean, I definitely wasn't any world beater, but it was still fun, and I could still be fast. I would beat my brother fairly consistent, or not consistently, but it was an even heat for most of the time. And
beat your brother?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Absolutely. Say I beat him up every morning now.
We've got to get you guys together in the booth.
I want to so bad. Well, it'll happen one day.
One day. In fact, I'd love to see it if for the next season of the Team Series, we can have you guys co-commentate for the whole season. Be legendary.
I would love to do that. Assuming that neither of us get upgraded to D5, I'm almost expecting that to happen, to be honest.
Yeah, controller bop win. You know, maybe we need to start a like a separate GT3 controller Team Series.
That'd be interesting.
Yeah, okay, so here's an idea. All right, hear me out, guys. I've got an idea. All right, so what if we did an exhibition race? Maybe multi-class mayhem or something. Only Xbox controllers allowed, or whatever controller. Only controllers allowed. Obviously, it'd be the honor system, but right? Like, wouldn't that be kind of funny?
Now you got a live
Sounds
stream.
like a pity pool to me. I want to race on Xbox Live. Go do that. I wish I could get the autocam to go look at Matt Smith and Selena Boonster right now.
Yeah.
Closest battle on track right now within a second. So it looks like Selena has just reeled him in, fighting for P18.
Ready to support it. Hey, you know, I'm just the purveyor of ideas. Let's do that. Well, why not? Controller exhibition, you know. Or even better, everybody has to use Mario Kart wheels.
All right, now you're cooking.
There you go.
Oh, you know the Wiimote
thing with the
thing. Yeah, you.
It's like a wheel.
Yeah. Everybody has to use that.
I'd do that in a heartbeat. That'd be amazing.
I would go out and buy the stuff to do that. It'd be fantastic. I'd love to do it. Also,
we passed the halfway point.
We are past the halfway point. This is crazy to see that it's still raining. It's going to be raining the whole time, and
It's gonna rain a lot more.
Yeah, even more rain. Have we dipped into the point where we would call heavy rain? Because we were debating that. My team was debating that early on if we were across the threshold.
The start of my stint, it was pretty damn wet out there.
Yeah. Ooh, getting wide there. I know, Selena. That might have been a track warning.
It almost definitely was.
I'd be curious if that counted as a track cut though, because that fast right-hander.
I think I left her with 2 warnings to begin with, or 0. I can't remember now. Hey, never mind.
Roddy says he likes driving. He does not play video games anymore. You know what? This is a video game. I'm gonna invite myself to the hatred. This is a video game. Come on, come at me. Let's go.
It's a very realistic but fun video game. I will stand.
It's a simulator video game. The simulator video game. I like simulator video games.
They're the best.
Smith doesn't seem like they want to give up too easily. They're gonna chase Selena down.
It appears we've made a war in the comments. So
come on, let's go. Let's duke it out. It's a simulator video game. There's in the flight simulation community. There's a real life fighter pilot who likes to do some DCS, and he always likes to make fun of the simulator community by saying it's a video game, and it really gets people riled up.
I can imagine.
So, on board here with Smith. It looks like Selena's opened up the gap to about 1 second. Look at that! Look at that! You guys are fighting it out in the top 20 now. Has to feel good, right, Jess?
Yep. Well, it's better than bad. I don't know if it's good though.
Well, you gotta start somewhere, so.
Okay, so as this debate rages on in chat, I see someone brought up Forza Motorsport. You know, I have feelings on that. If I were to go back in time and tell, you know, teenaged me that was playing, how old was I? What year did Forza Motorsport 1 come out? I can't remember, but I thought it was a simulator. Oh yeah, this is a racing simulator. If I were to go back and tell myself that it's not, it's just a video game, I think I would have rejected it. But nowadays, if I look at what Forza Motorsport has to offer and compare it with things like ACC and iRacing, there's definitely like that line. I agree with a lot of people that you've got like simulator, then you've got simcade. And Forza feels more like a simcade. Gran Turismo feels closer to simulator than Forza does, and I admit that begrudgingly.
So then, question for you: would you consider the F1 games a simcade?
Ooh, okay, so I would say this is interesting. So I think they simulate certain aspects of the sport, obviously F1 specifically, but they simulate certain aspects of it better than even like Gran Turismo or Forza. So I think it is more simulator than it is simcade. It is maybe not full simulator. If I really wanted to simulate F1 experiences, you can download different mods or purchase different mods for Assetto Corsa that are a little closer to simulating the experience of driving an F1 car. But if you look at the big picture, the Formula One games are a simulation of Formula One racing specifically, including the technicalities of it and things like that. I think the only aspect of it that I think draws the criticism would be the driving model as the as the pit exit there gets a little close,
A little dicey.
There.
Well, listen, gents, thanks for having me for a bit, but I got to get back to.
You got a race to run, don't you?
I got to do another stint, I'm pretty sure. So see y'all next time.
Good luck.
See you around. Thanks for joining us. Good luck out there.
So while we were talking, our then P2 and 4, Jeff Spangler and Ruotsalainen had both pit. It's looking like Ruotsalainen might get out ahead of Spangler.
Oh, did they pit at the same time?
Yeah, they pit at the same time, and yeah, they're coming out not quite side by side. Spangler got out like moments before, and now they're embroiled in the battle that we saw Menning cutting through a while ago.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a very stressful pit for Spangler. Although, wait, wouldn't they have had to do it? Oh, maybe they aren't doing driver swaps. I'd have to look at the team roster since the names didn't update. Yes, they did. Okay, yep. Okay, yeah. So Yi took the car from Spangler.
I don't know if Steve Carpenter is still in the car yet or not.
Yeah, did Carpenter dive into the pits also?
Or not Carpenter. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. So Spangler had that 5-second infraction he had to complete, and he did that, and that's why he and Ruotsalainen were so close coming up at the pits. And Ruotsalainen still going strong.
We get to look at that livery again. I could just look at that all day. An outstanding looking car.
It is. Yeah, the more I watch these races, whether it be looking at other people that I race against in D6 or here or in D1, the more I have come to admire how much work gets put into these liveries.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shout out to the multitude of excellent livery creators we have in the Sim Racing Alliance community. We've got some great livery creators. That so many I couldn't even begin to name them. But that's just another thing that you can get out of the SRA community. There's a lot of really good livery creators, and I mean, I would have never even dreamed of like trying to get a livery commissioned, and now I've got all these different people I could I could find if I ever wanted a livery created. There, you've got a person you can find to get a livery made, you know, and it's just one fun part of it. Now, obviously, if you're gonna get a livery commission, it's great to have a place to show it off, and what better place to show it off than racing with Sim Racing Alliance, of course. But you know, you're not beholden to that. You know,
Nope.
if you just wanted to create a livery because you wanted to see your certain thing on a car because you wanted to, you could. As looks like
That was Lee going into the
that
pits
was.
there.
Lee going into the pits. Yep. Was
like
Lee
an overtake.
fighting with Flo there?
Yes, he was. I almost thought he was
Oh, they
going for
were.
an overtake, but then he went into the pits instead.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
like you were
maybe.
saying, there's a lot of great people making liveries. I personally have always made my own liveries just because I have fun doing it. But I may have to ask around and see if anyone can either do one for me or give me tips, because these are some great liveries that we see on track.
Yeah, the originality that people have coming up with stuff is fantastic. I mean, we just wrapped up the GT3 Team Series, and there were some amazing liveries in there with the holiday themes we had. There's some really good-looking stuff.
Yeah, I think my personal favorite, at least in D1, was Mr. Sir with his abominable snowman.
Oh, yeah, that was a pretty good one. That was pretty good. Looks like the number 306 Lexus now being driven by Bjorn Skov. They've got, looks like Cockcroft and P16 coming around to lap them. And that's just the thing with these endurance races, is by the time you get out there, holiday and livery. That was a good livery. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted. By the time you get out there, it's so common for, like, you know, between like P20 to P25 being on a completely different lap than like P15 to P20, and then so on and so forth. Like the gap gets so wide as the race marches on. Catching up with chat here. Rowdy talking about controller stuff. You know what? I wouldn't say that. I mean, I guess it can be a touchy subject, but you know, it's all in good fun. You know, we've got our controller enjoyers, and no shame in that. You know, it comes with its pros, comes with the cons. You know, it's all in good fun. You know, we all like to consider ourselves a nice and inclusive community to all types, and welcoming of those drivers who want to get out there and cut their teeth on it. And you know, it's hard to sometimes dive in with the rig and the wheel and everything, and you got to get started somehow to see if sim racing is for you. And what better way than with something you probably already have sitting around, you know, an Xbox or PlayStation controller, you know.
Yeah, that's how I got started.
Yeah, you know, I mean, obviously, like, for me, I've been playing racing games since I was a wee little one, you know, for the last 30 years almost. So, you know, controller racing was what I knew for the longest time anyway, before, like, you know, wheels were a thing, especially the wheels we have now. But, you know, not everybody starts knowing that they're going to end up wanting a wheel. So this is a good way to you know, include that so everyone can have a chance to see what they like. Prime? Is that what your name says in chat? You say, well, that could have gone better. I'm assuming maybe you went out for you were racing tonight, or you have to elaborate a little bit on what you're referring to there.
That's not a Spangler, is it?
Could be. Oh, it is. It is Spangler. I see you. I see you in chat, Spangler.
Yeah, I had to look at his profile pic in order to get that.
Yeah, that's what I did too. And I looked at it and clicked on it, and I was like, oh, that's Spangler. Yeah, that was pretty rough out there. That, but you know what? It's okay. It's just part of the spectacle. You know, this is what we spend countless hours preparing for.
So,
hunt a dude that spun.
Yep. So, a bit off topic, but going back to the wheel versus controller.
Oh boy, here we go.
This is just a little bit of fun. Would you consider, if so, if you're on the Wii and you have the wheel or the wheel attachment, the plastic wheel attachment, would you consider Mario Kart a simulator?
Yeah, 100%. It's easily the most realistic simulator. No debate. There's no point in talking about that. It's the most realistic driving simulator ever conceived. True karting simulation.
You never know when you're going to see banana peel out on the highway, you know?
Yeah, you never know. It's just it simulates all aspects of motorsports to the highest degree. You know, in fact, I think SimRacing Alliance needs to start a Mario Kart league and truly embrace the highest level of racing simulation possible. And with that wild take, I have to step away. I hate to leave you by yourself, Trey, but I've got to step away for a while. Go take care of some stuff. I will be joining you back in the booth later on, I think, depending on how things go.
All right.
But otherwise, thanks for having me in. Chat, thanks for some of the fun. I've been having fun watching this race, and I hope you all are too. And I will see you guys later.
All right. See you later. All right. So we are now down to a one-man crew. But we will still have fun here. So on track, we are watching Smith trying to stay behind. Who is that on track? Trying to stay behind P9 in Damiano. Oh, there's off-track action. I don't know who that is, but someone went off track. It looks like Horde went off track. And Shatner. Horde toward the back of the pack. It looks like, sorry, not Horde. That wasn't Horde this time. Horde has handed off to Shatner. I do believe. Or Jones. I can't tell who it is. That might be Jones. That is Jones. Okay. So, yeah. As we're watching Cran get past Jones. I'm not sure what happened there, but there was some sort of incident. It wouldn't surprise me if, like what we saw earlier with Spangler, someone spun in front of him and he just couldn't get out of the way in time. But either way, that is unfortunate. You see Shatner getting kind of just shuffled through the pack here now. Or Horde. Or Jones. Jones. I apologize for getting these names wrong. See, so now on track, we are watching O'Brien cutting through a few different people. Going past Wisniewski and Friday. Getting them a lap down, and then there in front of them we can see Romeri. And I would just like to give a big shout out to Romeri, he and the rest of his team. I will have to figure out who that is, but you know, driving at the back of the pack, that is a tough thing to do. But they've kept on going. They've not been that slow, and honestly, they've just had a few incidents that have caused them to fall that down. But they've stuck in it as part of their rookie. I believe they're a rookie team. I believe that's why they're in red. But you know, they're still going strong. See. And now we are looking at Rutsalainen as he tries to get past. See, who is that man person? I think that is. Yeah, so P4 just getting ready to overtake P12 again. Landon's had a pretty good race going so far. He's still going solo, as far as I know. I believe he's still solo. Yeah, still going solo. He's been sitting in that seat for now 3.5 hours. He's been doing a really good job. You do have to wonder how long it'll take until he starts getting too tired to race, but it at that point has not yet come. He's been consistent throughout the entire race. Is in a net, I believe, P3 since O'Brien has not made a stop, but I could be wrong. And the two cars we see ahead of him again are Man-Person, who is below him, and then I believe that's Cran. Not too far. Oh, that might be Mitchell. I'm not entirely sure. It is Mitchell, okay. And now we are riding along on the bumper of Cran. Oh, nope, we've switched to Wilson. Who is currently, I believe, going past traffic, yeah. So. Got past that traffic fairly easily. No big worries there. Slowly pulling away from Romery there at the back of the pack. Like I said, I'm very happy to see that Romery has stuck with the race so far. So, just going to do a quick rundown of the order for anyone. Just do a quick update on our biggest movers so far. Not a lot of people have moved up far. As it looks like someone has a drive-through penalty, the number 443 car. Let's see, who is that? That is Romery at the back. That's unfortunate. I do kind of wonder how long he expects to continue on his stint running. I don't know if he's an Ironman driver for someone who's running solo. I don't expect that he is, but I've not seen him change with anyone since I've been here, so. See, now we are watching Lee in P8. As it looks like, oh, we have another drive-through penalty for Wilson in P7. And that is the 544 car that we were watching not too long ago. So it's unfortunate to see, but it's kind of expected. We've had a long race going so far, a lot of rain, and we're expecting to see more rain here before too long. So, not unexpected that we'll see a few drive-through penalties, but still rather unfortunate. So Lee will likely gain that place after the drive-through is completed. Because right now, we are watching, well, we had been watching someone else, but now we are watching the rear bumper of Cran. And I believe that is Wood. Yes, Wood in the in another Lamborghini chasing him. I doubt he'll be passing him, but as we now move on to Lee, getting past Friday, that is lap traffic, so no position gain, but it is good to see that they got past each other without incident. And now we look up to the front to Yi, who's getting past Shatner. He is currently in P3. Might be a net P2. I'm not entirely sure where O'Brien is on his pit strategy. And of course, with how crazy some of these pit strategies are and how long it is, it's not like there's 2 or 3 pit stops happening. There's a lot more than that happening. So you can never say who's really net anywhere. Because it looks like Wilson there, as we just briefly saw, is completing his drive-through penalty. Currently, we are riding on board with Smith as he is looking to overtake Jones in front and then eventually Wood in front of him. Those are both blue flag cars to Smith, so they will have to get out of the way eventually, but we will see when that happens. I expect it to be on the straight here following, but we will have to see. We do have a bit of a train forming up there. Let's see. Everyone from Cran in P2 down to Ruotsalainen in P4, which is 1, 2, 9 cars are all within about a second. As I'm seeing from I believe that's Spangler in the chat, that it is in fact a net P3, not a P2, unfortunately. The top 3 are on the same timing, so. But we will see how it goes. Yeah, we have about 10-ish cars here in a chain behind Dan Cran, and there's a little bit of contact there between D'Anemy and I believe that was Friday. Yes, that was Friday. Unfortunately, I was looking at my second screen, so I couldn't tell who was at fault there, but still. We're happy at least that there was no big contact, no one sent flying off, so. They're at least both still on track together. Now we look up front, more toward the front to Ruotsalainen, riding on the bumper of him. And I believe that is Jones behind him. As now we look back to the front, P3, Yi, who is currently chasing down Louis. I believe that's a blue. Yes, that is another blue flagger. So he will get out of the way, as we see there. He getting out of the slipstream to not quite cruise on past him, but he has gotten past him before the apex, so shouldn't be too much of an issue going into the next corner. It's good to see that at least most of these blue flag people have been getting out of the way fairly quickly. Obviously, there are certain places on track where that's not really an option. But, you know, it's still good to see. Looking a little bit down the field, Friday in the 881 Lamborghini has a drive-through penalty. They will have to serve that. At the front we see Ruotsalainen going through one of those sections where I personally think is a little bit harder for a blue flagger to let go just because it's all corners. So, as it looks like Wood maybe has a little bit of a moment. He's holding up Ricard a little bit, which is unfortunate to see, but he is now getting out of his way. So, at least we have that. Shouldn't have held him up too much. Ricard being about 9 seconds behind P3, which is E. In the number 9. And the battle we see, well, not quite a battle, we see going on behind them is Wood, and then Jones, who I believe is at least 1 lap behind Wood, so not a big threat of an overtake there. While we're waiting for the auto game to change, looking at the timings, it looks like just about everyone in the top 8 or so are doing 201s, 2014, 2018, 2016. The only person in the top 8 or so who did not is Ricard, who did a 203, but we saw him getting blocked. Turn 1 Sim Race Lounge has rated the channel with 12 viewers. Thank you for the raid, good sir. We do love those. Unfortunately, I'm not as used to Twitch streaming, so I can't say how much that will affect us. But I do thank you for the raid. It is very appreciated. Glad to see that you could do it. Oh, it looks like, I don't know who that is, but someone that's Romery, we can see it on the bottom of our screen. Romery has been disqualified. That is unfortunate. Probably, I don't know if he had too many. Whoops, someone's back. Hello, Alexa. We'll see if they manage to speak up eventually. But yeah, Romery, it looks like, has been disqualified. I don't know if that was for a pit lane speeding infringement or just too many off-track excursions.
It seems Trey did not realize I joined. Hello there, guys.
No, I did say hello. You just didn't respond.
Oh, yeah, that would have given it a second. If I sound tired, if I sound tired, it's because I technically am. I just got home from a 10.5-hour work shift.
That would do it. Right, so for the viewers at home, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, heads up. If you hear weird noises in the background, I'm having my dinner. So.
All right. So just to catch the viewers up, we have 2 hours and 23 minutes left to go in the race. We have had about 4 or 5 drivers drop out. In the booth, it is myself, Trey Morgan. Just joining now is Alexa Marshall. Jay Queasy is currently running the stream, but unfortunately he had to step out for sleep purposes. And so we are currently running on autocam, so we apologize for cutting away from certain battles right when they get interesting. We unfortunately cannot control that.
Are you telling me Queasy hopped off just as I logged on?
No, he's been off for about an hour and a half now. He was on for the first 2 hours or so. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here, Turn 1 Sim Racing Lounge, but thank you for the encouragement. Stream has been going well so far, and I do expect it to go well as we now have our. Well, I don't know if you'll be quite as energetic as normal since you just finished your.
No, I will be legitimate. I have been at work since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I have just got home. It is now 1:44 a.m. and yeah, I've got my dinner on, so I'm going to be nowhere near as energetic.
All right. Well, it's a good thing I'm here then.
So I'll be honest, my energy will probably come back to me once I've had some food, because I have not eaten in nearly 12 hours. In fact, no, I have not eaten in nearly 24 hours.
Well, I'll let you eat your dinner then.
It's in. I'll be honest. It's in the microwave right now, so it's gonna. It's in the microwave right now.
Not to make everyone on stream hungry, but what are you having for dinner? Anything special, or?
those Americans in the chat, Iceland is basically a freezer Walmart.
Mm.
Ooh, we've even got hot cross buns. Sorry, I'm in my kitchen right now, and there's food. There's food everywhere. There's cereal. What's in the fridge? Yogurt. Oh, eggs. Nah, I don't want eggs this early in the morning. I like my eggs. Okay, right. Here we go. Anyway, currently going through the order as it does currently standard. It's Peter O'Brien currently sits up top, followed by Dan Cran, everybody's favourite admin. Then it's Yves, Fruitsalainen, Carpenter, Lee, Damini, Mitchell, Louis, rounds out the top 10, and Guyman Person, Riviera, Wilson, Arendt, Maran, Crookfoft, Smith, Lloyd, Jess Osborne, cannot say that name, Wixie, and yada yada yada. Also, ignore my terrible mic quality. My living room is very echoey, and I'm on my phone right now because I am too lazy to set up my laptop and console. But yeah, that's your grid order.
Yep. So we do see that Osborne, not too long ago, got a drive-through penalty. It is unfortunate, but again, it's to be expected. It has been raining for, I do believe, the entirety of this race, so do not feel left out. If you think that there was some good dry racing at some point, there has not been. It has all been cold. It has all been wet. In fact, it started out dark. This race started, I think, at around 5 a.m.? I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, so it's been about this dreary for the entire thing. So also, thank you to IB Schofield Racing for the follow there. So thank you for that. All right. So we are currently riding on board with Carpenter, who is kind of, but not really, fighting with Arnaud, I believe is how you pronounce that. I'm very sorry if I'm wrong with that, but that's who's right behind him, and that's why we're following him. Just about 30 seconds ahead of him, so not in too much danger, is Rutsalainen. And Rutsalainen has been driving this entire race solo. He's now been sat in the chair for over 3.5 hours. I admire his dedication. I do think he needs to be checked into a mental asylum, but that's beside the point. But either way, good job on him for keeping it this consistent for so long. You know, good on him.
Okay, for some reason my mic wasn't picking up. Yeah, sorry for the silence. I was eating a hot cross bun.
Not a problem. We have another.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm making you hungry, chat.
I think they can manage. We do have another drive-through penalty. Damiani, driving the 777 Ferrari, has a drive-through penalty that he will have to serve before too long, and he is up in P8. So, and it looks like someone has just cleared a drive-through penalty. I'm not sure who that was. The 612. That's at the back. That's Giordano. So we are currently now watching Dan Cran, who's been having a really good race. Menning, who drove the stint before him, has some amazing pace. Menning still has the fastest lap overall of a 1:59.6, and no one has gotten within 0.6 of him. Yeah, the closest lap time to him throughout the entire race was Peter O'Brien. I don't know if it was him or his team, but someone said a 2-minute 02, and that's the closest we've seen to a Cran's amazing pace. But yeah, here we see Lee trying to chase down Cran. There's about a 5-second gap. It's been staying about that from what I can remember for most of this. So definitely not doing a bad job. As we see in chat, let's see who. Apparently, chat is trying to spell cojones. It looks like they got it. So. Yeah. Yes, Spangler. Ryan Yee has been slowly whittling it down. We will have to see how long it takes for him to take it the rest of the way down. I do expect to see a good battle at some point, but it might take a bit for us to get there. Sorry, go ahead.
So whilst I'm waiting for my food to be, chat is deciding to spell weird names. How did we get into this situation at the parking lot known as Paul Ricard?
They were. I'm not entirely sure. We've had some weird chats, but that's what happens when you have a 6-hour race. There's not always stuff, but cojones isn't a name, it's just a word.
Yeah, I know that, but like, to be fair, it's expected. It's endurance race. Endurance racing always has weird moments. At what time is this? 1:51 a.m. in the morning. If they're saying that you can't have cake, kids, you know what's better than cake?
Eating it?
No, not that. Please tell me, I can't see Twitch chat, so Twitch chat, please tell me somebody got that reference.
Unfortunately, the only thing chat has said since then is MC Crow. Ooh! Sorry, I have like 3 screens watching the race, and so it's kind of hard to tell which one's current, but we saw, I believe that was Wood almost ran in the back of Wilson. But yes, MC Croat, who correctly determined that cojones is Spanish for courage.
Well, damn. My lasagna ready yet? Sorry, Char, I'm hungry.
Yeah, they can get snacks if they're that hungry.
1 minute left on it.
Alright. So here we have an actual on-track battle as Louis is fighting to keep man-person behind him.
Yeah, I'm actually going to talk here. Seems as I've got 1 minute until that lasagna is ready. As we go down the main back straight, it is Louis who's going to be looking for the overtake to get it done in this opportunity. He will be ahead, and it looks like that was that man person? Yes, that is man person down into the end of the stretch and looking over the rear wing. It will be round the outside possibly, looking for the opportunity, but they do end up going off the track in that very much crochet livery. As for some reason something happened. Was it because I have no idea? However, welcome to the box, Robert Lacey.
Yeah, welcome back.
I have returned.
Honestly, no better perfect timing because listen to this. Headphone warning.
We can't hear it.
Damn it! I was gonna try and get the beep, beep, beep off my microwave. Right, yeah. I'm gonna shut up for about 10-15 minutes because I need my food.
Alright.
Go get your sustenance.
So, welcome back.
Fill me in. What are we looking at here?
Not much too big that's been happening. Dan Cran and I believe it's Ryan Yee are fairly close on track, about 5-6 seconds apart. They were up to 5 seconds, it's now back down to 6 for P2. It looks like someone just went deep around Yee, but I don't know who that was. But yeah, we've had some pretty good on-track action. No too big crashes as far as I know. We did have a disqualification. The lone Mustang, unfortunately, I believe had speeding in the pit lane, but I'm not entirely sure. I didn't catch what the incident was. I just know that he got disqualified.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame. And I'm now catching up here on the board here. It looks like, is O'Brien driving Manning's car, or is that Cran driving Manning's car?
Cran is driving Manning's car.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and so far no one has touched Manning's lap time yet. It's been insane.
Yeah, it looks like Jess Osborne's looking to get around Wasinski here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for some way around that Merc as they get into the final set of corners here. And this is coming up on the the one corner in particular where we've seen a lot of off tracks here.
Yeah, there's been a couple more incidents. Oh, that's right. Spangler, he didn't have an incident, but someone had one in front of him, and he got collected in it, unfortunately. But they're still up near the front. So, is that Lee?
Well, there you go.
Someone is off track in the second or third to last corner.
That would be Lee's neon green Lexus, I believe, the number 888. Yep, they are off track. However, if I'm looking at this correctly, the next car behind is down a lap or two. They may be okay, but
well, Lee is still sitting there on track.
I'm gonna guess it's technical issues.
I would agree with that, and that's unfortunate because he was really doing so good. He had been up in P6 or 7 or so, and now he's all the way to 13th and will be continuing to fall until something happens.
It always pains me to see.
And I believe they just disconnected.
Yeah. Oh. I wonder if it was like a major technical issue then. My first thought was it was some sort of like maybe like controller disconnect or something along those lines, but they are totally disconnected now. So maybe some sort of rig failure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That's unfortunate. They were doing good for a while, but yeah. Anyway, on track, we are watching our leader, O'Brien. It's looking like there was a game crash. That's what I believe I'm seeing from the endurance chat on our Discord.
I see. Okay. Well, that's a shame then.
It is.
But it's a good thing they had a game crash off track. Can you imagine if they had a game crash on track, just sitting perpendicular to the track in the middle of it? Oof,
yeah, that would be unfortunate.
Be unfortunate for a lot of people, but that's still very, very unfortunate for Lee because with a crash or a disconnect like that, it's really hard to climb back out of that. Maybe not as hard now that we're nearly 4 hours into the race, but especially like early on when we had our disconnect, that immediately set us back 2 laps. So, you know, having those incidents happen it's never a good thing, obviously, but you know, it can. At this point in the race, it can be the difference between like fighting for the top 10 to fighting like in the mid pack, just depending on how long it is, because the gap widens so much as the race goes on.
So hopefully we will see them back on track eventually, but it is definitely an arduous process to get back on, and you have to hope that your first driver, whoever it was, can get back on first, because otherwise it makes a new entry for your car rather than you returning to the same car. So we will have to wait to see.
Yeah, that's another great point. Yeah. With our team, our lead driver had a function that they needed to go attend that they didn't have on their calendar, and the obvious problems that presented is if they step away and the other 2 drivers, me and Sandro, had to finish that out, and then we had another disconnect, then we would have been out of the race anyway. So you know, that's I can only hope that the number 888 Lexus team has everything put together and can get reconnected.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's a lot of sadness. It's really, really unfortunate to have that happen and run into technical issues this far into the race.
Yeah. And now we are riding all along with Wisniewski, who has a drive-through penalty. I think that was last lap that he got it. So he's currently in P19, not too far away from other people if I check my timing sheets. Yeah, he was fighting with Osborne for P20, or at least he is now.
Yeah, they are still fighting. Yeah, Osborne has been trading back and forth with them here and there. That battle is still definitely ongoing. I think Wasinski is definitely going to be trying to get that position back.
Yeah.
As we look down the list here, I've seen so many drive-throughs here. I missed Misano, but that was a track that I figured there'd be a lot of drive-throughs for. But this has to be one of the most drive-throughs I've ever seen within the span of a race. As Wasinski now dives into the pits, maybe thinking it must be a stint change or something like that.
No, he's serving his drive-through penalty.
Oh, that's right. Of course, we were just talking about drive-throughs.
Yeah, I do believe he will only lose one position. I think he will come out in where he currently is sitting in P22, just ahead of Friday, but I'm not. And I believe that's the case.
Yep, and we're now on board with Wood, who is battling with Deluge in the 420 Porsche.
Yep. Currently, he's right behind P12 in Damiani. So I would not expect him to.
No, you're right. I misread that and saw the name that was ahead of them, and didn't put two and two together. They are 20. There's a 22-second gap, so they're not really battling. They're just close to the car ahead. This is one of those auto cam shenanigans, which caught me out there.
You're all good. Yeah, right now there's not too many close on. Oh, there is actually. P9 and 10 are going at it. As P9, Louis goes off right after the straight. Of course, our auto cam won't show it, unfortunately, for a little bit, but that did happen. So P9 and P10 have swapped places, so Rivera up to P9.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to pull up a track map card so we can finally get these corner names.
That might be a good idea there. Yeah. Our P6 driver is into the pits, parked, driving the number 18 Bentley. I think that's a Bentley.
AMR.
Could be an Aston Martin.
Yep.
Aston Martin. My apologies.
No worries. They're both British and they're both big. And fast.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the track map here with these corner names up. So from now on, I can try and get these corner names correctly as we're on board with Damiani going into the Vereri corners here, turns 1 and 2.
It all depends on your French.
That's the part that I'm not so confident on as we're going to Hotel, which is followed by Camp and Bomb. Okay, so my French isn't good enough for these. But then we're going to get down to get through Mistral into the Mistral Strait. I'm assuming this is called the Mistral Strait anyway.
That'd be a good guess. D21 Rife in the number 7 Porsche has a drive-through penalty now. He's in a fairly close battle right now with Friday and I believe that's Bjornskov. I could entirely be wrong. Bjornskov, right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Rife, was it Rife that's driving with Osborne and Boonstra?
Yes.
Okay, so Osborne's just completed their stint then, and Rife is now back out. However, Rife does have a drive-through.
Yep. So that is unfortunate.
I wonder if Osborne sent Rife out with a bunch of track warnings.
That's what I would expect, but at the same time, this probably includes his off-track incident. Rife's last lap was a 250.
Oh, yeah.
So it is entirely possible that he got 3 or 4 incidents in one lap, but I would not expect it.
If we get Osborne back up in here, I'll have to ask him how that went.
Yeah, just watching Rife now, he is having trouble getting through some of the corners. I don't know if that's just him getting used to it again, but
As you would, though, considering it's just absolutely soaking wet out there.
Yep. And we can see from the forecast again up at the top right that it will get worse still. I don't know how it can get worse, but it will get worse apparently. We are currently riding on board with E14 Mananka, trying to get past Friday. Friday has had a few incidents. Friday is a blue flagger, so they should be getting out of the way, but I don't know if it's just that they're not used to blue flags or what, but they've had a few incidents similar to this. A while ago, Jeff Spangler in the chat, I'm not going to say expressing disdain for him, but maybe was sharing that Friday had been having issues. So I don't know if they're just a new driver or what, though.
Yeah, it's hard to say. They are a bronze driver, which doesn't necessarily indicate anything towards someone's driving skill. However, for the SRA Endurance Championship, we categorize it via, and differently from the usual team series, which has Division 1 through 6. For the Endurance Championship, you have Open class, Silver class, and Bronze class. And so the red plates are the Bronze class drivers, which is basically any time over the cutoff for Silver. So I'm not really sure what the percentages are, but that's basically Bronze class is whatever times you can put in, as I would understand it. So again, there are some funny things going on, like Fazli, when I raced at Brands, he was actually in a Bronze class car, but I think it's because his teammates, like the way it shook out, they ended up in Bronze. But I will say that the Friday being in a Bronze car could indicate inexperience, because like we can see here, Giordano in a Bronze class car, but Giordano is quite experienced in SRA racing. So it could indicate just a lack of experience and how to, handle situations where you're blue flagged, but that's not a surefire thing. Just one possible thing to look at. And this thing can happen. It can be frustrating when you're on a much faster lap and you do get held up by a blue flag. I mean, I've definitely been a blue flag holding people up before during the team series. Sometimes it's really hard to figure out that good spot to let someone get around, or maybe you're just not really sure, or you're like me, who at Mount Panorama, I forgot that I wasn't paying attention to the fact that I was blue flagged going into the mountain, and we get out of the mountain and I still just wasn't thinking straight, and I just let them sit behind me down the Conrad Straight, and it wasn't until the corners coming after the Conrad Straight that I managed to let them by.
Yeah. I've had that experience there.
Yeah, and one thing, sustenance consumed. Let's get into it, shall we? As, of course, Trey, you were asking, how can this get worse? Did you forget that there is a storm weather setting in ACC?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
I certainly did not know that either.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm on my, because I've got 2 accounts. I'm on my Xbox. I'll load up ACC real quick. Single player. Oh, I've got to go on Panorama. Yeah, no, basically the weather setting. There's 6 weather presets in ACC: clear, cloudy, light rain, medium rain, heavy rain, and storm.
Oh, so this is maybe bouncing between medium and heavy rain, and we haven't even delved into storm levels. That has to be crazy. By the way,
from what I've got on my screen, we are in heavy rain. No, in fact, we are in medium rain.
Okay.
And the medium rain is just getting worse. It's not heavy rain, as the way you can tell if it's heavy rain is it will be a cloud with a lightning bolt in it.
Here you go.
Okay. That's good to know.
So, light rain is a cloud with one layer of 4 lines, where medium rain is a cloud with two levels of lines, which you can of course see from the top right. So it's getting heavier, but the forecast is saying it's going to stay at medium rain.
All right. Sorry to interrupt, but I would like to thank Pastor Bedtime 07. They just subscribed for 12 months, so thank you for that subscription, sir.
It's aimed at me because it's definitely past my bedtime. It's 2:10 a.m.
You are insane, but that's okay. We're all a little crazy.
Yeah. Sir, are you forgetting this is the normal time I do SRA?
Yes, that's true. You're always at it at these crazy hours. I can't
actually,
really.
Actually, sorry, I'm gonna cut in here. Peter O'Brien has a drive-through.
He does. That's massive.
How in the name?
Okay,
how in the name of all that is holy did you do that?
I'd seen that there were a couple times going through. You have the track map up, don't you? What's the corner after the long straight? Robert.
Oh, that's Cygnus, or Cygnus corner.
He had a couple issues on the outside of Cygnus that I saw whenever I was watching him, so it could be there. But either way, this is massive.
This is big because there's a 16-second gap for Gran, right?
Yeah, Cran is 16 seconds behind. Yi is 21 seconds behind, and drive-through penalties are 30 seconds, not including how much you have to slow down in order to get into the pits. And Ruotsalainen is only almost 40 seconds behind. So when he serves that drive-through penalty, we might see Ruotsalainen get in front of him.
I can do this. I can test this. Hold up. This is the perks of being on console and watching on a different screen. I can test things for you guys.
Oh, are you gonna look at the screen, or are you gonna look at
some data gathering going on? But by the way, I'd like to cut in here and interrupt that the number 888 Lexus did indeed make a return. We were speculating if they'd be able to get logged back in the race, and they are back in the race. I'm not sure how far behind they are. I think they are in dead last currently. There's only looks like 28 cars in the race currently, but they did make it back, and if you can make it back, you have a chance.
Yep. So they are, it looks like, about 7 laps behind the leader. They've done 112 laps, whereas the leader and Peter O'Brien has done 119. So they are a considerable bit back, but you know, you do like that they came back to do more work here. You know, it's unfortunate that they had that issue, but I'm glad to see that they came back. You know, it's great spirit.
Yep, absolutely.
I just got blasted by my ACC audio. I just got my ears blasted off. Ow.
That's just the ACC way. If you don't fire up the game and immediately get drowned out by that interesting music that plays on the main menu or the very loud intro song, then are you truly living?
No.
Absolutely not. So we missed it, but we have crossed the 2 hours to go mark. We are now sitting at an hour 52 minutes. Ruotsalainen still going strong. He has now been sat in that racing chair with no breaks for 4 hours. I do not know how he or his bladder has been able to hold on to that.
Oh boy, this reminds me of a great legend. There's someone, I believe, who completed the iRacing Daytona 24 solo.
No.
And they they would run to the bathroom during pit stops, and they constantly had a bottle of Imodium next to their chair that they took the entire time to keep from having to go to the bathroom for other purposes. And I want to say that kind of driver is the kind of driver that makes for rule changes to prevent stuff like that from happening. Because,
that's insane.
You're not meant to do a 24-hour race solo. That's a little excessive. But they did it. They finished the race. I have no idea how well they did because that was quite a while back. That wasn't the recent Daytona 24, but the one prior. still, what a crazy thing to try to do.
That is. Rowdy in the chat is saying that the car number 420, Deluge, is also running it solo. I don't know if I just missed that or what, but they're doing a pretty good job too. They're down in P23, so not as good as Ruotsalainen, but not everyone can be Ruotsalainen.
No, but you know, I feel like I see a decent amount of solo drivers for this 6-hour series. Plenty of solo drivers will run the 3 hours, which is tough, but I think it's within the realm of doability. Yeah, I can't remember how many solo drivers we had, if any, for the 8 hours of Suzuka that I did last, or it would have been the year before last.
Yeah, when I do 3-hour races, mostly it's just me and my brother racing him, so it's not crazy long stints. But almost half the field when we do it, and it's like 30 drivers all do it solo, and I definitely do not envy them. I admire them, but I don't envy them.
Yeah, absolutely. Magnificent 101 saying that they did a 3-hour enduro solo, and it is not fun. Your arms hurt. Yep. That's what happened. I tried to do a 3 hours of Nordschleife, and I couldn't do it. Whoa.
Oh, we have off
good little sketchy.
It's going very sketchy right now as we see Damiani and Rusevic battling out just in front of, who was that went off? I can't tell who that is. We've been ignoring this on-track action so far.
Yeah, well, just before we get into that, data collected and tested. A drive through here will cost you about 35, maybe 40 seconds, depending on your slowdown into the pit lane. So, yeah.
And it looks like Peter O'Brien has done his drive-through penalty, and he is currently 12 seconds ahead of Ruotsalainen. So he has kept his P3, but he has not kept 1 and 2.
And to Magnificent, yes, it was a pain. I actually couldn't even manage it. I had an incident about halfway through, and I had to quit. Then I came back a little while later and tried to finish the rest. But I was, even with a maybe 15-20 minute gap where I debated if I should really try to go back and finish it, I was still pretty tired at the end because the Nordschleife is such a hard track. As we watch along here, we've got Rusevic chasing down Damiani, and you know, I saw a bunch of Rusevic fans in chat earlier. Don't know if you guys are still here, but Rusevic is putting on the fight for you know, trying to gain some positions here in the top 10.
I could be wrong, but I believe Rusevic was the person who had all the fans in the D1 chat that really kept the D1 streams going.
Can confirm.
All right, so yeah.
And here they
I don't
go.
know if they're still here, but yeah, he's got a good look there. A little bit close. And it looks like they are here still. So
yeah, they are. Yeah.
And
so it looks like they had a little bit of a switchback there, as Rusevic was able to send it down and the inside at Cygnus, but then Damiani was able to take it back at Busset, I think is how that's pronounced.
I'll have to pull it up in
Hern 11. Let's just use that.
There you go.
Here's the thing. I'm just not going to save the corn names because I'm British and I am not going to pronounce French stuff.
Why not? Half of English is French.
Oh, I know why not.
Look, you guys shouldn't have let yourselves.
Continues.
You guys shouldn't have let yourselves get conquered by the Normans. It's your own fault.
Silence is very awkward, isn't it?
I just didn't know what to say. I'm really interested. I wish I could get the camera back on Rusevic and Damiani's fight, because they're, you know, they're pretty close there with a 0.3, so 0.3 gap between the two. So I meant to say this earlier.
It's not our fault Queasy was EP.
Ooh, Rusevich got
As
past
these
him.
things go.
I really wish we would show this battle because it was great, but Rusevich got a really bad exit onto the, is it the Musal Strait?
The Mistral Strait.
Mistral Strait. Yeah, he got a really Damiani got a really good exit onto the straight, and just managed to blow past him.
Yeah.
They did bunch up a little bit back toward the end of the straight, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are currently riding along with our current leader. Actually, no, our former leader, O'Brien. I apologize. Don't mean to bring up past memories. He was doing really good. Yes, thank you, Mackenzie. The Musal Strait is Le Mans. I figured, I figured it was Le Mans, but I couldn't remember.
And starting this year, there is now the Daytona chicane at Le Mans. Like there is the
just
Le
to further
Mans
confuse
chicane.
things.
Like there is the Le Mans chicane
That's
at
awesome.
Daytona.
Oh, they're paying a little homage to each other. Here we go. Damiani and Rushevich's battle again.
There we go.
I'd love to keep watching this, but I'm going to have to step away, guys. Again, sorry about that. But thanks for having me come back here again. If I get the chance to drop back in and watch the action with you guys, I'll be back. Otherwise, I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Hopefully I'm not asleep by then.
If you were, I wouldn't
right
play.
now we are. As right now we are on board with Evan Kim and good old Ireland. That was a terrible Irish accent. That was more Scottish. As he is going to fly past, he will get past Damiani as Wilson actually into the pit lane there. On, as you can see on my board on the left hand side, it's Dan Cranley, followed by Peter O'Brien, followed by Carpenter. Why is my thing not updating? There we go. As there we go. So Dan Cranley is followed by Peter O'Brien, Austin Carpenter, Ilpo Lutzalainen, Riviera, Rushevic, Damiani, Kim and Wilson rounds out the top 10 and Dunham actually rounds out the top 10 as Wilson is yet to come out the pit lane. Giordano has a 5-second time penalty for multiple warnings most likely, and that is going to be Yi who will call their box into the pit lane. Will they be doing a driver swap?
They likely will be. Yi's been driving now for I think about 2 hours, maybe an hour and a half. I doubt they'll be switching back to Spengler. Who's the third member of their team? Give me a second. No, it's just two. So if they do a driver swap, it will be back to Spengler. I'm not sure if they will, but we will have to see.
Well, Spengler is rapid. Oh, Lamborghini won too.
Yeah. Yep, it's been like that for a good little bit now. It had been before.
No, it hasn't. He's just pitted.
Well, O'Brien had been P1 for a long time with Grant
Actually,
chasing
sorry,
him.
I am going to interrupt here as Andre Lloyd is going to be looking for a move down into the right-hander, long right-hander at the parking lot known as Paul Ricard, and then he is going to look for down for the inside possibly. Porsche versus Porsche action. This is what we love to see. Selena Boonstra will definitely be happy over in the commentary curse team looking at this action as we do continue on. Unable to get past is Lloyd as Vigino actually comes in to the pit lane. P16 downwards, 3 laps down. Evan Kim in P number 9, 2 laps down from the leader. As actually no, Dunham is 2 laps down from the leader, and hopefully the leaderboard will move up or further up with the autocam soon, so we can see where the split is between the lead and the following lap, as that is going to be a 5-second penalty for car 306, and that is going to be for Fuser in the Lexus. Is actually it is going to be Andre Lloyd for ORC, who now comes into the pit lane.
All right. So Spengler did enter the car during Yi's last pit stop. So Spengler is in for probably the rest of the race, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, as actually it seems like Ilpo Lutzalainen did get past Austin Carpenter, as that now updates. Only the top 5
they both pitted
on the lead lap. Ah.
Yeah, so Lutzalainen pitted from P3. I think it was P3. Maybe P4. I don't specifically remember. As O'Brien is now into the pits. Yeah, so
Possibly. As I'm just
P2.
looking at this. here. Andrew Rife is currently sat P number Thingamaroni. I am going to ask Selena Boonstra if they would fancy an interview, because it would be good to get some perspective on where it is down in P number 20. I'm going to at her, see if she responds.
As now on track
right
with
now,
Rusevic.
Yep. Yeah, I'll let you have it.
All right, Rusevic giving a little bit of look to a dive on Damiani. They did not take it, but they are doing pretty good. They've been battling now on track for a few laps. We've watched this battle go on for a while. They've not been really separated by that much for most of this current segment, but we'll have to see, because on the straight, that Aston Martin is pretty fast. Much faster than the Ferrari is, especially at the start of the straight. So we will see how this ends up. As now we have switched to Crown, who is currently chasing down someone. Who is Crown chasing?
Well, we will wait and see, as I am going to try and pull them up. Why is this? I'm going to pull them up to race chat 7. Can I pull them up further? This is very sketchy. Little cursed, but we roll with it. Move Selena to general. There we go.
Hello, Selena.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I heard the sound go. Wait a minute, what is happening? Am I in the void? I'm just in the void.
my thing was not scrolling, so I had to pull you up to race chat 7 and race chat 4, then general, then to the commentary box.
Oh, took many steps to get there, but we're here.
Yes, we are finally there. As Selena Boonstra, you're driving for Commentary Curse Team, Andrew Rive currently sat in the car, and talk us through it. You currently sat down in P number 20. In these wet conditions, what's it like around the parking lot for you and your team right now?
Yay. That's pretty much it. Yay. That's been our whole race. It's just the drive-thrus. I mean, I'm speaking on behalf of my team. We're not having a good time, I'll say honestly. The drive-thrus, we just keep getting them at the randomest spots, and like,
ooh,
I think it was like sector 1 somewhere. At like that very tight corner, or like just before that, and oh boy, like it's we've lost like speed. Like we don't go that fast to that corner, but we still get like pinged with the drive-through or a track cut warning, which is interesting. And then I did a funny on my first stint. I assumed for some reason that the wet tires would automatically go over, but I was so wrong. That poor just got the dry sets, and yeah, it was a whole thing. So we had to do another lap, and then he got a drive-through after that, and oh man, yeah, it's not the best race, but we're still surviving. We're still alive.
The commentators cursing their own. Well, I say commentators. Jess retired, and Andrew can't. So.
No.
But you were talking about it and those corners. How is the Porsche handling out there? Of course, in these wet conditions, there's actually quite a lot of Porsches out on the circuit right now. But I think the highest one is actually London Drivers up in P number 10 currently. So how is the Porsche handling out there, and how is it feeling?
Earlier, just said the car felt pretty good before he handed it over to Andrew. There, I think like early on in just a stint. So I mean, for me, like, I guess all of us, the car feels pretty good. But just these wet conditions, I'd say, really brings out the worst. And I guess like whatever, like with this track, and it's just, I mean, I guess yeah, overall it's pretty good. I mean, for me, I haven't really had much of a problem aside from the start, which I just couldn't really. I mean, it was a combination of me not doing enough laps, especially in the wet, so I was struggling with my pace due to lack of no practice in the wet. But yeah, aside from that, to me the car feels pretty good. Jess said it felt good, but yeah, we're struggling aside from that.
Yeah. And you said yes. What about Andrew?
I don't recall him mentioning everything, but he too is not. He too is struggling with the drive-through. That's all what our conversation has pretty much has been. Is just the drive-throughs and ACC getting rigged with it. But yeah, but watching his laps at the moment, he's still hanging on there. I mean, his last is a 203.1, so I mean, there's still pace. And I think, I mean, all things aside, we probably would be maybe in the top 10, maybe, but we've got, all three of us got pretty solid pace, I'd say. Team effort.
Well, speaking of team, looking at the team series for season 14, how's that shaping up for you? Of course, you're no longer going to be able to sandbag to escape. To escape down to D number 3. So without a doubt, you will be in D number 2 next season.
No, I
how is?
I've been there, done that.
How is that looking for the? How is that the rig is? Oh my! Jess in the Twitch chat saying the rig is a sandbag, no promotion.
Exactly.
Damn.
See, this is my plan the whole entire time. All calculated.
Selena on Selena. Somebody just said Selena on comms, my controller queen. Who's gonna tell him?
Who's gonna?
Who's gonna tell, bro? Like, I'm not even a controller player anymore either.
Oh. Okay.
I'm a Logi G920.
Nice.
So
the upgrade, yes. For me, it's still soon.
Upgrade speed.
I'm getting there. I mean, now that the off season's over, yeah. I mean, yeah. No, looking forward to actually setting up the rig and moving rooms, which has been not happening due to life stuff. But hey, it'll happen eventually.
Soon TM.
Exactly. Soon TM. The whole common theme.
Drummer's just got to drive through. Thoughts about Selena?
Yep, the drive-thrus have been. Actually, that makes me curious. How many drive-thrus has anyone been counting? How many drive-thrus has been?
I've not had a final count.
Yeah, the only person who could really give you that information is Trey, considering I only joined with 2 hours 10 remaining, because I was at work. I was doing it, and I was doing what Andrew Rife does every single week.
Yeah, there's been a lot of drive-thrus. I think just about everyone up through maybe P4, or not P4, P8 or so has had a drive-thru, as Andrew Rusevich now has a drive-thru penalty. You hate to see that. In fact, even our former leader, O'Brien, who's currently watching his teammate Mercer go around, who we're riding along with, has gotten a drive-thru penalty. I think the only 3 people that I know of who haven't gotten a drive-thru penalty are Menning, Spangler, and Rutsalainen. I know that there are other people who haven't, but those are the only people that I know of. So, you are definitely not alone in the drive-thru hell, I will call it.
Yeah, we've definitely got quite a few. But it happens. Definitely don't want to see Ricard for a long while. I mean, that comes to the question of which track is the worst in ACC, Ricard or Snetterton. I'm sorry, Alexa. Snetterton is very bumpy and.
No, I'm gonna come to I'm gonna come to Snetterton's defense here. Here's the thing: you are just not driving the right cars. If you want to drive Snetterton correctly in ACC, you drive it in an M2. You drive an M2 at Snetterton. It's a club circuit. If you want to see good racing at Snetterton, just watch the BTCC.
This is true.
In chat, we're hearing that a Monza is the worst track. Which
I don't doubt that.
I
at
personally
all.
really like it.
I mean,
but
yeah.
I definitely understand why people don't like Monza, but I do.
I mean,
well, here's the thing for me. Here's the thing for me. Monza, I love as a driver because it's flat out most of the time. It's fun to drive and it's fun to race on. As a commentator, I hate Monza with a passion because it is legitimately just chicane number 1, Curb de Grande, chicane number 2, Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, backstretch, Ascari, straight. Aqua Minerale's Imola, Lex. What the hell? Aqua Minerale's Imola. Honestly, put Aqua Minerale in Monza and it will probably make it 100 times better.
Yeah, I definitely understand why people don't like it, especially from a race viewing perspective. I know that from watching it in F1, but I don't know. Yeah, like you said, as a driving track, I still really like it. Of course, about the only exciting stuff normally usually pile-ups on turn 1 half the time, but
Yep, for real though, trying to get through that and survive it, literally survive it, and then after that it's pretty much smooth sailing. But yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not down with.
Or sausage curb. Or the turn 1 sausage curb deciding to make people go absolutely crazy online between Hamilton and Verstappen.
Well, you could just not go off track.
This is true.
No.
Right?
No, here's the thing. That incident would not have happened like that if it wasn't for the sausage curb. Like, honestly, sausage curb... You know what, Twitch chat, I want to know your opinion. Should sausage curbs exist? In my opinion, no.
Exactly.
I definitely agree that they're a safety hazard. I think it was in F4 or F3 a while ago. There was a guy who went sideways through a sausage curb and actually went fully airborne and almost landed on top of someone. So,
yeah, I don't know why that.
Well, actually, this was speaking about F2. When there was a sausage curb at the Vale chicane, luckily enough the halo was implemented on the cars. A car goes off track down into Vale chicane, hits the sausage curb on the inside of it, goes airborne and straight into the side of the halo of another car. If that halo didn't exist, then I'm not going to say what could have happened, but I think we know what could have happened.
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. That reminds me too. I think what it was back in 2022 for the World Endurance Championship. I think an Aston Martin literally did a flip on Ascari from that sausage curb. But that I saw a video of that and it's like, why does that even exist if it's that much of a hazard? It shouldn't even be there. But I think they did take it out, if I'm not mistaken, at least in law.
They've taken out most sausage curbs on most tracks. But there used to be some in Austria, and they've replaced most of those with the little sand traps. It's basically just they're trying to discourage drivers from going off track, and a giant sausage curb is a good way to do that. It's just that the safety issues that go alongside it weren't fully realized.
Yeah, because when you do that, I mean, you exceed that anyway, and then things happen. It's just, it's a whole thing.
It's a whole ordeal.
Yeah, they also got rid of the Imola sausage curbs too in that first chicane. Glad that's gone.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good thing though. Yes, sausage curbs deter a driver more than a gravel trap. However, the gravel trap is just safer, and realistically, you end up losing more time in a gravel trap than you do with a sausage curb anyway. So realistically, a sausage curb is more punishing, not other way around. A gravel trap is more punishing than a sausage curb, even though it's more enticing to take the gravel trap. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Ooh, sorry to interrupt. Spangler has a drive-through penalty now.
Oh, speaking of drive-through penalties.
Yeah, and it looks like he will drop probably 2 places once he serves that to P4. And he's been and Mercer is right behind him now. It's not being shown on stream, unfortunately, but so Spangler will lose probably 2 places when he serves that.
Quite possibly. Yeah, as right now, is that Crown? Yes, it is Crown. So right now, Dlebe is trying to chase down Crown. And I'm going to be realistic. Sorry, Trey, this is where I leave you. If Selena wants to stay with you, it is up to her. But it is... Can you blame me? It's 2:41 a.m. and I had a 6.5 hour... And I had a 6.5 hour work shift. I had my food, and I was just waiting for the... instinct to kick in. So I am tired. I am gonna go to bed. If Selena wants to stay with you, she can. Even though she does have a team, she might stay with you a bit longer. I have no idea. But I'm going to log off. I'm going to go to bed because I am back at work tomorrow. Yay in the afternoon. So I'm going to be in bed until I'm going to be asleep until like whatever time I am, probably like midday or something. But I am going to log off. I shall leave you to do it.
Thank you for joining us. Joining me.
Have a good night, and hopefully there's a lot less drive-throughs for the rest of the stream.
Hopefully.
Yep. All right.
And I have now just cursed it. Everybody's going to get a drive-through. You will.
All right.
Every single one of us.
Take care.
Take care. I shall see you guys in the box when I see you. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Have a good night.
All right. So, Selena, are you going to stick around a little longer, or are you going to head back to your team?
Yeah, I can stick around a little longer. I think Andrew is going to finish off the stint, so once, I guess, the final hour ticks down, I can just check up and see what my team is doing. But for now, I'll just stick around, help you out.
Yeah, why not? Company never hurts.
Exactly.
Alright, so we are currently running along with Dreves still, who is defending Brown. They're about 4/10 of each other. Yep, and it looks like Brown may have a little bit of a chance going into turn 1 here in a minute, but we will have to see. Or not turn 1, down the straight.
Ryan Man Person is in the pits, currently in P16. Oh, and
he is.
My teammate has overtaken him.
Yeah. Well, congrats to your team then.
Thank you. Although, I mean, we'll see what happens with the pit cycle, because I'm not sure how far Guy Man Person was, but we'll see where that pans out.
Yeah, and I know that normally like a full tank of gas will last you like an hour and a half or so, and maybe a little longer depending on how you drive it. But I know that if I remember correctly, the Porsche is not great on fuel life. I could be wrong on that, but
I believe, from what I've heard, I believe it's one of the cars that is pretty good on fuel, as so I've heard.
Okay.
But it's not the number 1 though. I think the Mercedes is the number 1 car that like lasts a very long time.
I will choose to believe you then, since you drive it.
Yep. I mean, I just hammer the car a lot, and usually, I don't know, usually we like just go with, I guess, I think I probably shouldn't say how much fuel we're using on comms, but a certain amount of fuel. It's gotten us around the track, and we haven't lost any fuel, so or haven't ran out of fuel, so it's working pretty good. So yeah, it's one of the good cars out there with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I personally drive the Mustang in the GT series, so I don't know how most of the other cars drive other than just my experience fighting against them. And if I remember correctly, the Porsche absolutely destroys its tires because of how you used to drive it. But
yes, it does, and partially the reason is because that rear engine with so much weight on the rear tires, it just obliterates the rears. But also it comes down to driving style as well.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just Porsche things, but it's me speaking in bias, it's a really good car, I find, but yeah, to each their own.
Yeah, the Mustang is fun. It destroys its rear tires not because it all of the weight is back there, but because of almost the exact opposite problem. All of the weight is at the front, and so it's really easy to accidentally light up those tires.
Yeah.
And also due to the way that you have to drive the car and with trail braking, just about everything, it's very easy to lose the rear end if you're not careful.
Oh yeah, for sure. I would usually brake earlier and get on the power, I guess, a little bit earlier and accommodate the tires for that, with all that tire wear. And try to adapt to it, or else driving the same way, it's can be a little bit quite sketchy, as they say.
Even more so in wet conditions like we see here today.
Oh yeah, for sure. A lot of I've noticed the weather has been somewhat variable. Like it's been raining consistently, but the rain has settled down a little bit from time to time, and now it's about to be I wouldn't say probably maybe about 10 minutes there's supposed to be more rain coming, so it's been fluctuating back and forth to like lighter rain and heavier rain, but a little bit of that tire manipulation there, or track manipulation actually, with the tires, trying to get used to the changing conditions.
Yeah, at least on stream, that weather forecast has been... Oh, who did we just see spin?
Uh-oh.
Someone spun. I didn't see who that was.
Oh, that is... Oh,
that might have been Spangler.
Yeah, that's Jeff Spangler. Right in P4, but...
Unfortunately, we won't be able to show it on stream because I believe Jake Weezy is still sleeping. But I can tell you what happened here in a moment.
I'm not sure if he lost that I'm not sure if he was in P3 to begin with.
No. He's been in P4 since he served his drive-through penalty.
And Lampter is, I think, 13 seconds behind.
Yep. Yeah, so it's looking like in the, what I like to call the corkscrew, it's the corner that we see Carries and Rife going through right now. He just lost it going through that corner. A lot of drivers have lost it through that corner recently, so...
Yes. Yes, even I've been very close to losing it at that specific corner, just because it's like you point the car wide enough to get that good corner entry right on the apex, but you go too far wide, your tires just dip right into that blue paint, and it's just just wants to give out entirely. It can be pretty scary, especially when people are around you.
Yeah. Even driving in the wet, the corner is hard, but it's a different kind of hard, because at least for me. Because when you're in the dry, most of the time you're going to deal with understeer a lot more, just because it's a constant turn. But here in the wet, it's a lot easier to lose the rear tires than it is the front tires, at least in my experience. So, it's still a treacherous corner, but it's sneaky in the ways it tries to get you sometimes.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Let's see, Jeremy Lin, I think it's Jeremy. well, Lin, either way, G Lin in P12 has a drive-through penalty. He is about 30 seconds ahead of Koodromo, so he should, if not keep his position when he serves that penalty, at least keep it fairly close. But we will see where he comes out. And then, of course, we have now gone away from it, but Drebes and Crown are now fighting a lot harder. I don't remember if Drebes had always been in front of Crown, but he is now in front of Crown.
I think the last time I checked, just a moment ago, I think they were in the same position, so I don't think anything's changed by the looks of it, unless John Crown does make a move on Drebes.
Yeah. It'd be nice if we could move... Ooh, looks like Rife had a little bit of a moment there.
Uh-oh.
I don't think he went off track or anything, but he did have a little bit of a... possibly a Tokyo Drift moment.
Probably at that same corner.
And it is at that same corner, yeah.
Yeah. The corner,
Went a little bit...
It's a nightmare.
Went a little bit wide, but was able to hang on to it, so good job by him.
Nice save by my teammate.
Yeah. Currently, we are now back with Drebes and Crown. They've stayed within a second of each other for probably about a half hour now.
Oh!
Someone's off track there, Crown.
Yeah,
Well, they're not within a second anymore.
I don't know. I just looked at that and it looked like Crown just entirely just didn't follow the track and went outside of it and then just got a drive-through automatically.
Yeah, he had a snap of oversteer on the exit, so he wasn't able to hold it on track. And now, as you said, he has a drive-through penalty. As we see Lin serving, I believe he's serving his drive-through penalty, so we will see where he comes out. We are currently riding on board with Rusevic, who is battling with Smith, trying to defend his P7. I believe Smith is... Give me 1 second. Yes, Smith is... Am I looking at the right Smith? I am not. Alright, give me a second. Quinn Smith, there we go. Quinn is the teammate of Ricardo Rivera, who had been fighting with Rusevic for their current P7 for a while. So this is just a continuation of the battle that we'd been following for a while earlier in the race, just with one different driver. So.
Quite the collection of cars in Sector 2, at the start of Sector 2.
Yeah, it's a little shocking. For a while, we'd seen people, about the middle of the race, around the 2-3 hour mark when I joined in, how people were around most of the track, but now we've got a little train forming here. And a lot of blue flags are going to be involved with that, so we will have to see how that shuffles out.
Oh, looks like Rishovich taking the slipstream of Felix Payan.
Yep, Payan being the lead car in that train, so Rusevic trying to use that to get around him, and hopefully get around him in a way that Smith won't be able to capitalize on.
Which looks like Smith is sneaking his way right through, following Rusevic very nicely and cleanly. In hopes to use that, capitalize that, but he's still 3/10 behind Anton. Very closely, actually.
Yeah, they've been close for a long time, and they've not been able to get away from each other. So, I don't know if you want to consider it like a continuously sweaty battle, but the nerves of both of them has got to be on high alert right now.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'd say definitely, especially with a track like this, wet as it is, with somewhat changing conditions, lighter to heavier of level of wetness, and just trying to keep it in between the lines and just, I mean, I'm not sure, I mean, I don't think any of us know, like, how much speed tokens, as they say, they've used already, so they're probably just either taking their time, not really pushing it, or just, it's also, like, this track, I find it, I'd say it's pretty tough to overtake on somewhat, but like, especially if you don't have the setup of just high wing, like if you have a high wing setup and you can't get all that speed on the straight, I mean, you're losing pretty much a lot of time. And then you gotta try to, I mean, you get that corner speed through the twisty bits of the track, but I mean, then you have that straight, and then it's back and forth. And actually, Q Smith trying to go the inside for a second, but still stays behind Ruchevich.
Yeah, this is there's a very good reason for why a lot of people call Paul Ricard a testing track.
It is.
Including myself, because like you were saying, it's got the long straight at the very back where you can really test your straight line speed, but it also has just about every single corner type you could imagine.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
So, yeah. And so we are now back watching Rusevich and Smith in their battle, going down to turn 1. Sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying?
Oh, no, it's okay. I think I lost my train of thought there. That's okay.
Oh, my apologies then.
No worries, you're all good. But, yeah, these two, number
Oh, no.
I think that's our 4th drive-through. Yeah, it has not been a very good race for us, but we're here. I mean, we're clawing our way through the race.
Yep.
With about an hour and 9 minutes left, and I mean, we're still here.
Yep.
So whatever we can get, we're not last.
Nope.
That's the main part.
Yep.
But,
on the flip side, you will only lose about maybe 1 position when you're serving that drive-through. So, but you still also, I assume you're gonna have to pit at some point before the end of the race too. So.
Yeah, I think.
So you don't have to talk about your pit strategy if you don't want to. Don't want to give away too much, but.
Yeah, but I think we probably do have to maybe pit one more time.
Yeah.
I'd say. Or once, twice. Throwing it out there. Yeah. Oh, Q Smith trying to stick out on the inside. Still to no avail.
He had a very good look there, though.
Yeah, he had a good look. He was setting himself up pretty nicely for that overtake, but that Aston Martin just still pulling through, getting the better end of the exit. But yeah, it's pretty tough to overtake, especially in the wet. Also, on the note of the curbs too, and versus a dry track, you use pretty much the whole track to your advantage, but then you have the wet curbs and it gets sketchy, and as we've said before with the blue paint, and yeah, it gets pretty messy out there.
Yep. Yeah, between the track, or between the curbs and the paint, anything out of track limits can very quickly become an ice rink.
Definitely.
See, so right now we are riding on board, well, not on board, but we are watching Koodromo. He's doing pretty good sitting in P12. He had been fighting with Lin for a while, but he has passed him due to the drive-through penalty that we saw. Currently, he is trying to get past, and now has gotten past, Payont, I believe that's correct, the name.
I think so. I could be wrong too, but I've heard one of our fellow SRA members who is from Quebec, Canada, and so he's French, so he says paillon, and I just follow that because it looks like it would be a French word. So, but
yeah, it most definitely is not an English name, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pion's not been having a bad race either. He's sitting down in P16. Been putting down fairly consistent lap times. Looking at the lap times, just about everyone now is sitting at around a 2:01 to 2:02 lap time. For a while during the middle of the race, we had been seeing in the 2 flats, and even Mr. Menning, who's currently reading the race, hitting a 1:59.6, but no one else has gotten close to that. So I do believe that this increased rain is affecting pace a lot more than at least I initially thought, as we can now see the spray from these cars.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the track, like, compared to like 10 minutes ago, it looks a little bit wetter from what I can see.
Mm-hmm.
So those times are definitely gonna be a little bit slower, I believe, by now. And Felix Payan actually did a 2:05.2. But yeah, he's pretty much nestled right into P16, and looks like Donovan Colton is... Am I going forward? He's not... He's a bit behind by, I think, 11 seconds by the looks of it, so...
Yep.
Bit of a gap between those two.
Yeah, but his last lap was almost a second and a half faster than Payan, so that could be a future battle that we see, but that could have just been a mistake from Payan, so we will have to keep an eye on that. So currently we are riding along with our leader, Michael Menning. He's had a comfortable lead for a while now, about 22 seconds back to, I believe it's Jeremy Mercer. And that gap has not been moving at all. His last lap was a 2:01.4 compared to a 2:01.9 for Mercer. So he's looking good so far. I don't, unless we see a drive-through penalty, I don't expect him to have too many issues. He might have to pit one more time, but if he has to pit one more time, I would assume most of the people do too. As we see, Rife, I don't know if he went off track or what happened, but we are now looking at him now.
Looks like he just let Evan Kim by what I just saw. It went a little bit wide, I think.
Alright, so nothing too bad. Maybe a little bit annoying, but definitely manageable.
Yeah. No harm, no foul?
Nope. As we are now riding along with Kim up in P6.
Kirkland going a little bit wide just to allow the other cars to go through.
Yep. Allowing a blue. He was allowing himself to get past for blue flags.
Oh, Lynn in P13 in the pits currently. So far he is the only car who's pitting.
Yeah, and we did see that he had a drive-through penalty a while ago, so this likely will be where we see the last pit stops happening. So probably within the next 20-30 minutes or so.
Yeah, definitely, because the stint timers are 65 minutes, so an hour and 2 left. So yeah, car 116 is definitely all set for its final pit stop.
Absolutely. So they should, as long as they don't have any contact issues or, God forbid, a puncture of some kind. I don't know how you'd get one on this track, but as long as there's no, but as long as there's no issues, he will be running to the end of this race. Currently sitting in P15, but he should be able to climb up a little bit more once other people have pitted.
Well, that gap between Smith and Richovich has actually increased, but now it's decreased a little bit with Q Smith getting a little bit back into rhythm. But Anton Richovich actually having a bit of a slower lap on that time round, which
I see
Hugh
that.
Smith actually was catching up on him on that previous lap.
Yeah, it looks like Hugh Smith may have either had a moment or just decided to back off to try and find a new way to attack him, because they've been fighting for a while and he's not been able to get past them successfully. So he may be setting up for a last push. As we see Spangler now back into the pits, so he's probably setting up his last pit stop. Koodromo also now into the pits. And down toward the bottom, Kirkland is also in the pits, but he is in P27, so at no risk of taking the lead at any point, I would think.
I don't think many battles have been present currently. So I think the closest is maybe Smith and Ruchevich, but within a second, barely now. Yeah, I think they're pretty much the only ones who are probably the closest.
Yeah, in endurance races like this, the battles are not going to be the same battles that you would see in like a 1 hour race. It's a lot more tactical battles that you would see play out over the course of a few hours.
Yeah, more strategic, pretty much. It's like endurance races are more based on strategy more than anything, just because like just try to go for the undercut, overcut, whatever you have in mind, and just hopefully still be consistent with it, and even consistent with drive-throughs and all that, like trying to not obtain any of them and just focus on having a clean race for the next 6 hours. But now, actually, we have come to the final hour of the race.
That we have.
And actually, Nitin Murthy and Shaman are in P25 and P24. And actually, Lambo versus Lambo within 7/10 of each other.
There you go.
There's another battle.
So, to go over the grid for us entering into the last hour, we have in P1, Michael Menning doing a great job. In P2, we have Jeremy Mercer. In P3, we have our Iron Driver, our man that I believe should be in a insane asylum, Ilpo, or I believe it's Ilpo, Ruotsalainen. He's been doing an amazing job being consistent. In P4, we have Flaminger. P5, we have Spangler. P6, we have Kim. P7, we have Smith. P8, we have Drebes. P9, currently in the pits, who just now dropped down to P10, is Rusevich, and now formerly P10, now P9 is Queso. And now Crown has entered P10. And like we were saying before, we will be seeing these last pit stops happening probably pretty soon. I don't expect many pit stops, at least intentionally, in the last half hour, but there could be a strategy change or an oddity.
Yeah, depending what's happened like early on the race, like it could be off strategy or whatever. But until then, I think pretty much the vast majority of other drivers have pretty much settled in their final pit stop. Pretty much. Nitin Murthy getting right on the back on that diffuser of the Lambo in front, and hopes to actually gain some slipstream on the Mistral Straight coming in the next corner.
Yeah, he definitely got that slipstream, but I don't know. I doubt he'll have the pace to overtake him. It could happen, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know on this track, especially in the wet.
Absolutely.
Oh, he is actually gaining. He's got a good setup right there. Going on the outside. And actually slips right through. Going on the outside and getting that overtake done.
Yeah, so
very clean.
Good job, Murthy.
Indeed.
Of course, this battle's not over as he goes wide.
A little bit wide there. That could be costly.
He has reopened the door for Shaman. But
he's got the inside. He's got to defend that.
And I believe he has successfully defended that, yeah.
Yeah, keeps him right behind in the favor of that corner. Set himself up very nicely for that defense.
Absolutely.
And now he is really, say, already nearly a second, 7/10 away already from Chamont.
So he should be able to hold that very well. We do have another drive-through penalty down in P27, Sarver, in the 612 AMG. So it is unfortunate, but it is part of the race, as we have seen.
Yep. Nothing new at all. Especially at this track, which it is notoriously one of the tracks that is notoriously known for drive-throughs from the amount of track limits you can kick up from just even the weirdest corners too. Like, you think you're not going too fast, but apparently it just is not what is so, and you get hit with one.
Yep. Well, this track is very different from others. So if you think of I'll use, for example, the two tracks that we raced at for the last races in our GT Team Series, Alton Park and Valencia. Both of those tracks have very clear markers as to where the track ends. And so when you're in the cockpit or when you're in the driver's seat for your race car, you can more or less always tell about where you are on track and how close you are to going off. Here at this track, it's just wide open tarmac, and while yes, there is the paint there to show you that there is off track there, it's not as obvious as other tracks would make it.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, even looking at this track too, with like the little markers that stick out, I mean, you're going at a big quantity of speed, and it's still like, despite those markers being there, you're going. It's pretty much a fast track, and it's so unbelievably easy to rack up those track cuts just because of how, like, especially like after initial straight, like, it's so easy to do that, to go wide, just because of the amount of speed you're carrying into that corner.
So looking back toward the front, Drebes now has a drive-through penalty. We'd been watching, I believe it was Drebes and Smith battling. It may not have been Drebes. I know. Anyway, Drebes, who we had been watching for a while through various battles, now has a drive-through penalty. It looks like he could lose up to 3 places. Queso, Crown, and Arct are all fairly close together, so if he loses a place to one of them, he will likely lose a place to all of them. As we are now currently watching Holton in P17. I do apologize, but I need to go take care of something, so I will be back.
Right, no worries. I will hold the fort for the entertainment.
Fear not, Selena, I have awoken from my slumber. It's 3 a.m.
Just in time.
Good
Just
morning.
In time. Oh, good morning to you, Queasy. Well, actually, good evening for me. But you guys are, I think, about 4 hours from us in from the far, 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 far in the land of Canada, the East Coast side. If East Coast isn't enough, then check out the Maritimes in Canada.
Oh yeah, you're out there.
I
feel closer to the US than you. That's how far out.
Oh yeah.
But how's it going, dude? I mean, awesome race so far. Not so much in terms of the drive-throughs for you guys, but
no,
yeah. Where's Andrew now? It's 21st place. Okay, we rock with that. That's fine.
He was P22, but there was a Mercedes who just pitted, so he's gained that position. So
that's good.
That's a plus for us. That's a plus.
I'm just having a look down. We've got John Crown. I think we're at that pace now where we're going to see all of these different pit strategies coming together. And,
oh, for sure, yeah.
Oh, as Felix Payon goes off the track. Let's go and have a look and see what happened. That's an accident with car 224.
which I believe is Timothy Flamger.
Oh.
So it looks like Palon just loses it again in this wet weather and just clips Timothy Flamger, but nothing too dramatic there.
You hate to see it.
Yeah, hate to see it, especially this late in the race. You're 5 hours in, you know.
Yeah, oh, for sure, yeah. It's that part of the, like, Trey and I were talking about that. It's that part of the track where it just, I've seen so many, oh yeah, Draby's doing that again, I think, at that, yeah, at that corner, just a little bit. But that corner specifically, I noticed a lot of drivers have had issues there.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
us too, like, I've had a couple of moments there where I'm, like, having a Code Brown moment there, and Jets and Andrew are also the same. Like, all three of us have had an issue there, but it's just, it's tough in the wet, I'd say. Like,
Now, tell us, we're all keen to know.
So
We're all keen to know at home here. Are you on the rig for this race, or are you controller still?
controller.
Good. Don't go quietly into that night.
Yeah. No, I wasn't even planning to, like, for this, because it would be also an awkward thing, and then I'd be probably showing up with, and I barely even practiced for this race anyway, so imagine me on the rig, having not to do, like, with my controller setup all done, and then, you know, the whole shebang of that, and not practicing at all. Like, I know the tracks. Well, I mean, I know them, but, like, I don't fully know them to the point where I'm, like, doing alien times and actually knowing what the track is and how to actually feel it. But, like, I at least know, like, I guess, the general idea of the track.
Ooh,
but then going to the rig is like,
no, and that's fair enough. I mean, you are the queen of D3, the queen of the controllers. So you know,
yes.
If you can do it,
Taking the dope.
Is that a Jay I hear?
That is.
He is awake.
Welcome back.
You know, you'll doubt me, but I have this amazing ability, unlike some other commentators, I won't name names, to set an alarm.
Yep.
Speaking of, thank you so much to everybody that has joined us in the booth while I've been nice and asleep. I believe we've had Robert Lacey. We had a brief moment of Alexa. Did we get Paul A at any point? I know we got Jess. That was awesome.
Yep.
I don't believe we got the other guy now.
They've been racing hard, to be fair. Rob Lacey as well, of course, just when myself and Justin were signing off. So it's lovely to see you all in the booth. And of course, Queen Selena, you've been doing other things during this season 13, so you haven't been able to grace us very much in the commentary booth, but hopefully we can get you on board for season 14.
Yeah. No, yeah. For that whole season, like, I've been commentating since season 5, and I just thought, I'm just gonna, you know what, I'm just gonna take a season break from commentating, and I honestly, back in the booth, oh man, I love it.
Good,
like,
good. I mean, obviously you had to take the time away to carry Jess over that finish line of the team championship, you know, it's extra strain, so.
Yeah. No, but season 14, I'm definitely looking forward to find a spot in the commentary booth.
You heard it here first, folks. Back D2 and commentating, unbelievable.
I don't know about D2.
As we
already been there.
As we take a look at Donovan Colton, this especially for Grandma Colton, but not something we wanted to see, which is Donovan earning himself another drive-through team now. I just want to go and have a look at our spotter guide. So this is the Donovan Colton car number 35 team with Justin McKechnie, Donovan Colton and Tyler Thompson. They've pitted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They've seven pits. And would you believe it, they are by no means the most pitted. We've got, of course, unfortunately, close your ears for a second, Selena. We've got Selena Boonstra's team with Andrew Riff and Jess Osborne and car number 7, who have racked up on a remarkable 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pit stops so far in this race in these 6 hours.
is very tragic. Power Card, isn't it a lovely track?
It's a great track.
Oh man, in the wet, it's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
But you know what would be an amazing track to race on for 6 hours?
And obviously, no German tracks are gonna go.
And Nordschleife.
For those of you at home who don't understand the law of SRA, our in-house Nordschleife expert has somewhat of an addiction to the track.
Exactly. Yep. You heard it here, folks. NLS off season.
I
Anyone?
believe we got you what? Sorry, for the next season.
No, off season.
Oh.
Not
no.
for an NLS for off season.
No, no.
This
Although I think there's some plans, isn't there, with it's not with the Assetto Corsa, I think it's with a different platform. There might be some more fun in there. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
AMS2. Yeah, I just got into that actually. Believe it or not, like I've been wanting to play that for the longest time, but during that I've had my older PC, which I was at the limit of the storage with only like 1 terabyte, which in these modern days is not enough.
No,
like you need at least 2 terabytes. So yeah,
I
haven't even gotten it until now with my new PC.
I have a really unfortunate ability of focusing on drivers just as they're going for the pits. We've got Iris in the chat once again. Iris, big time follower of Anton Rushevich, was there for all of season 13 while he was sandbagging his way through D4. Back again still for season 13 and for an Anton Rushevich and Team AR Motorsport in the endurance race. So glad to have you on board, Iris. I'm really embarrassed to admit that for the longest time I couldn't work out why I'd lost the ability to look at the chat on Twitch, and it was because I'd collapsed the chat option for like the longest time, so I figured out how to get it back over.
That would do it.
That would do it, yeah.
I was like, what is this? Is it because I'm a mod now or something? Like I can't see? What? That makes no sense. But no, I'm just a
So you could pull a me. I'm watching the race on 3 separate screens right now, all at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, the luxury. I still have 1 monitor.
Oh,
well,
no.
actually, switching rooms soon, trademark. I got a new monitor a couple months ago, so
nice.
I can have 2 displays finally, which will actually be very beneficial. Yep.
See, I have no shame in admitting that I'm on a 4-monitor setup at the moment, so yeah.
I'm very jealous of you.
You've got all the data. You've got all the data.
Oh man, gotta have all the data.
Oh yeah. So let's take a look at on track. We've got Dominic Chamont closing the gap on Yannis Brondon down for position 23rd, P23. There we go. I haven't quite woken up yet, folks. Down for P23.
I forgot. Now you're back. We can actually look at battles and don't just have to get the win.
Hey, don't tell me the autopilot didn't work. Really, surely not.
I mean, it worked, but I can't say it was well.
I think it depends on the sliders. You know, you got to really work those sliders.
Yeah, that's fair.
I got like proximity is like the biggest factor. So I would have thought it worked, but clearly not.
Yeah, it was fine.
You just gotta speak to it in your brain and it'll just switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Telepathy.
I should have just done it while I was asleep. Just had like the keyboard next to me and just like smacked the keyboard.
Exactly.
Come up with a random camera position.
Yeah, there you go.
There's my next goal for season 14. I'd like to have some more realistic camera positions. You know, more static ones on the turns, that sort of things. I'd love to see that. But
I'll have to get like 7 people per stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. So let's take a look at the biggest movers so far. I got Michael Moaning in car 1-5 at the moment. Menning, I should say. But Michael Menning in the P15 car. So that's a team comprised of Dan Cran, Michael, and Jason Allen, and they have had, certainly with Michael at the steering wheel, they've had a phenomenal good advance. They're up from P7. Jeremy Mercer in second place. That's a team made up of Jeremy Mercer, Jordan Nixon, Peter O'Brien in second place. They've lost that one position, so they've had a fairly consistent race. Another team with a pretty consistent race, and I realise I'm looking in the pits again. Come on, another big game, or not big gainer, but a very stable team has been that Timothy Flanger and Austin Carpenter holding down third place. But in terms of big movers, Coadromo. So Coadromo in the car number 1, they've had a pretty up and down race. I mean, certainly at the beginning, they're finding a lot of penalties, a lot of unfortunate accidents. But Coadromo, Pat Cockcroft, and Ren Aoki, they've managed to gain during the course of the race a stunning 11 positions. So up in 20. So you've got to be happy. I mean, even if you're still finishing, in that sort of area. A bit more on their part. You've got to be happy.
Oh yeah, for
Absolutely.
sure.
But our biggest losers, and I think I saw just at the tail end of before I went to bed, why was going to be the Kerry Arnold and Lynn, 116. So they've lost 8 positions, down from 6th into 14th. They've just been plagued by the drive-throughs. And speaking of plagued by the drive-throughs, we have another drive-through for Donovan Colton of Denso Gazoo Racing.
Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't sure if he just didn't perform his drive-through properly when he did it, or if he had another one.
No, I think it has to be another one, because otherwise it would have been pinged by now. But yeah, another drive-through. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. These conditions, I mean, I don't know. I was asleep. Did it dry out at all, or has it just been wet the whole time?
Absolutely not.
No, it just fluctuated between like smaller amounts of rain and then plus amounts of rain, but it's been consistent with rain. And with 39 minutes, 39 minutes left on the clock, I think it's safe to say that this is a full entire race of rain.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, and it looks like it's only going to get wetter as well, so we'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been sitting on that forecast screen for like 3 hours at this point, so.
Yeah, it really has not changed pretty much.
Yep.
So that is a position lost for Quinton Shantley. I just realised my TV was still playing in the background, so for any keen observers of Stargate and Stargate Atlantis, you're welcome.
There you go. Yeah, let's see how old Chad is by knowing who actually knows what that is.
Yeah, I feel like I'm probably aging myself a bit now, depressingly. That's, it's one of those I always thought would make a really good video game, actually. But they never seem to nail it.
I don't know. Video games like that are hard to do sometimes, and especially in the modern age where everything, it feels like either has to be an indie game or massive AAA game. I feel like it'd be hard to make that, especially since most of the people who would probably buy that anymore are currently dealing with kids.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's the other sad face of it. Although I'm glad to see other sci-fi games like other sci-fi series. Like Foundation. I don't know if any of you ever read the books Foundation. That's out on Apple TV at the moment. That's great. That's fantastic.
Oh, looks like there's a move for P23 with Richie Wood.
Certainly does. We'll go on board with him. Richie
Side by side. On the inside, gets that move done. Clean right through. And
Deluge
going the opposite direction.
And he hit the wall and see his...
Let's go back and get another view of that, shall we?
But very good move for Richie Wood, just taking that inside and after all that slipstream on the straight, but not so fortunate for the Porsche.
Yeah, Jack Deluge going into the Tech Pro. Hopefully not too much damage there. Sorry, go ahead, Trey.
No, you're good. was just very good deep on the brakes there. He held it perfectly, and then Deluge just had a snap of Porsche stuff, I'll call it.
Yep. Just Porsche things. Can confirm.
And if I remember correctly, Deluge is our other solo driver, so that he could be getting to the end of his rope there, which is probably what the
He's
same.
been in the car a lot. Let's take a look. So he is a solo driver. He's another madman. We've got We've got Jack Deluge, so it's still in there. I know we had one earlier who left, so I think in terms of the singles, we've only got him and Ilpo at the moment.
Yeah, and Rootsalainen is up in 3rd place.
You know, there's the advantage of not having the G-forces, you know, and as a result, you are able to pull off some really good positions as a result. I mean, you know what the weather's doing, you know what the racetrack's doing, you know, you're able to really just
and on Friday, taking a little tour, actually. I think, by the looks of it, he may have lost position to Deluge. I'm not quite sure, but he did take a little tour out.
There's a very lazy spin there. But,
yeah, he lost over 6 seconds from that.
Yep.
Yep. He just wanted to do early donuts.
I think that, you know, it's a classic point with, like we were just saying, Paul Ricard, the wet weather. It's one of there's like 3 corners that are not normally a danger, or you know, they're not normally a spinning point. That when the rain comes down, there really is just, you know, hope and pray that we'll have a position. Catch you up.
Oh, looks like Deluge went off again.
Yeah. So, and then Friday getting that position back.
Yep. Yeah, I was talking earlier, I think it was with Alexa, about how the corner just after where we see Deluge having another little incident, it changes how you have to deal with the corner, because it's, at least in the dry, it's more of an understeer corner, whereas now here it's very much an oversteer corner, as we see Indico with a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's Syndico with a drive-through penalty. So that's a team of Christian Manica, Marcello Syndico, and Vincenzo Viano. Not the easiest names to pronounce, but
Did I see someone in the pits? I did. Our leader's in the pit.
Michael Menning, actually.
But yeah, Michael Menning is into the pits, but he has a gap of over a minute to the P2 and so I think he just waited to pit.
He can go get a coffee at the coffee machine, have a little chat with the engineers.
Yeah, there you go. Take his time.
Watch a bit of Stargate Atlantis.
Exactly.
But yeah, it looks like the team behind them have already pit, so we've got Jordan Nixon back out on track now in the 37 car. The question is, who's going to be the closer for that Menning team? I mean, they can't rely on Michael Shorley to do all the work. At some point, Jason is going to have to make another appearance out on track.
Yeah, I forget which chat it was that I saw it in, but Spangler had been joking that Josh should do the last half hour, or last hour and a half, or whatever, so. But we will see who's in the car. Because Menning had been putting up good times.
Oh, been putting up stunning times. It looks like Menning's still out there.
Oh, yeah.
So they didn't trust Jason. They didn't trust Jason. They said, look, you know what? Keep making the coffees. We don't trust you out there.
we have 2 more drive-through.
I lie. They roll with it.
Oh.
The man himself.
Big risks been taken by this team. They put Jason Allen back out on track.
Oh.
We're just going to go ahead and take another look at what happened here with the 696 car.
And actually, Rivera has a drive-through, so that puts him out of the fight with the number 18 car.
Ooh, that was close. Sorry.
That was very close.
Sorry, Selena. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. Oh, good.
Yeah, as you were saying, Rivera and is it Arnaud? I I don't know how to pronounce that
Arnold,
last
yeah,
name.
yeah. Again, plates, but this team have just had the most unfortunate time with drive-throughs.
Yeah, they haven't at all. Like we've been saying it too in our team chat. Like they just haven't had the most fun of race.
It's fun. It's a shame because they had a really good first 2 hours. It was all looking great, and then it's just all falling apart, which is just you hate to see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So let's take a look then. The pressure is on now. We've got 31 minutes left. Jason Allen taking over command of that Lamborghini. Originally was 30 seconds up the road from Jordan Nixon in the 37 car. Lambo v Lambo. The gap is down to 29.6. So if anything's going to happen, Nixon is going to have to start doing some pretty good laps. Assuming Jason can keep it all together on this wet weather track.
Yeah, I would assume he would be able to, as long as he's able to get through these first couple laps, because we can see that at least for the next 10 minutes, the rain should be mostly constant. It might get worse at the very end of the race, but I'm not going to say it's safe to say that we're about constant weather now, but I will say it.
Whoa, it looks like it. I mean, it might get a bit heavier. It's difficult to interpret that weather radars. Looks like a
yeah.
And Jess, tell us, Jess and Selena, tell us, are you here for the rest of the race, or are you going to be doing any last-minute changes? What can you tell us?
I think Andrew, so far Andrew is taking it to the end, and I think probably the final 10 minutes I'll just be scooting out, checking on them, and for the finale, or for the final laps.
Absolutely. Now, will you also make a comment? This has been something that's absolutely devastated the Division 3 community, but car number 70, are we sure that name hadn't changed from Shatner to Shanta?
Yeah, I honestly, when you say that, like, I had the exact same thought too. Like, I was, even just now, I was just,
car
881 just taking a little spin there. But yeah, I swear it was Shatner instead of Shanter.
I know I've said Shatner in this stream, so
maybe it's the Mandela effect, but I remember seeing that, and I swear, like, I think, Queasy, you were there for the Olton Park race, and we're all like, we were talking about, like, it was Shatner?
Yeah, I can't get over it. It's really bugging me. I'm going to have to message him at some point and get the truth out of him.
Yeah, because I just find that interesting. But I swear it was Shatner. I swear it was. But
maybe
it was
he
the
should
Mandela
mess with
effect.
us. Yeah, maybe he should mess with us again and just put the in between the two T's.
Yeah, yeah, definitely should.
Get rid of the N. Yeah.
Now, interestingly, Jason Allen's having an absolute roar of a lap, up 0.4 best lap, so doing really well. That team has had 4 drive-through penalties, and they're still in P1.
Wow.
I'm trying to see, Ilpo Roitsalainen has avoided a drive-through the entire race, which is quite impressive.
It is, especially for a solo driver.
Trying to see who wins the championship for drive-through penalties. And Selena, you might... Oh, no, you've just been beaten, Selena. Been beaten. So, car 612 has had 10 drive-through penalties in this race.
My word.
Wow.
With Selena, you guys tied with the cars ahead of you on 9.
Oh, 9 drive-through penalties. That's crazy. 9.
I don't even want to think about how many I'd have.
Yeah, and we thought we had it bad at the Nürburgring. Like, we were having a rough time with drive-thrus, but this outbeats it 100%. Oh,
so here we have a competition for position between Shanta or Shatner, depending on who you're talking to, versus Lloyd. Both going a bit wide. Shanta taking it very wide, avoiding a drive-through. Gets probably, I'm sure, a track limit. For those of you that don't know assettocorsacompetizione, you have the opportunity to run a bit wide off the track 3 times before you, on the 4th time, receiving your drive-through penalty. And that's every time. So every time you get a drive-through, the ticker. So what's that? That's 16 for. So that's 27 plus cuts that you guys have had on your team there, Selena. Oof.
Oof. Wow. That's a lot. That's a big number.
Yeah.
Oh, up and wow.
So this is the closest battle that we have at the moment. So we'll stick with these two for the timing. So that's Andre Lloyd up ahead of him, P16, Ricard 19. And then Quinton Chandler just behind him. Trying to get that last battle going. With B. Henderson receiving a drive-through penalty again.
Nothing around here.
But you know, I'm happy for the 15 team, the car number 15 team. Their faith has been well founded so far, which is maintaining a 28-29 second gap. Doing
absolutely. I mean, with the pace that team's had, it would have been hard, I think, to lose that 30-second gap without some form of major error. But in the wet, those major errors are always possible.
Sure.
And losing the backside a little bit there with Andre Lloyd. Sorry, take it away, Selena.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Andre Lloyd get a little bit squirrely out of that corner exit there, and actually that gives good opportunity for Shantner to get by. And I'm already struggling with the word Shantner. What do I say? But he squeezes through on the Mistral Straight with that, getting that toe, and gets through nicely. But oh man,
nice overtaking.
I look at it, and it's just, what do I even say?
I'm still seeing Shatner.
Shatner. All right, we can all agree it's Shatner.
There we go.
We'll stick with that.
Actually,
Eric Marecki. Oh, sorry about that, Troy. But Eric Marecki is just 2 seconds behind Andre Lloyd, so it looks like he might be joining the fray of those two in front.
In the very Scottish plaid-looking livery.
Indeed.
I love it.
That's a nice livery.
Difficult to have done out of things. So but a fantastic drive there from the car 7-0 team of he who shall not be named, Chandler, up into P16, way ahead of the rest of the field. Now I just want to take a look. So that's a Zodifae partnership with Quinton Chandler. They've done really well, yeah. From where they are, I mean, we've had others who sort of, as the race has gone on with the first division drivers, but these two are setting themselves apart.
Yeah, and they're up 8 spots from the start of the race, so they're doing pretty good.
I think 13 spots on there, if I remember correctly. Go 29th.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well, they're up 8 positions from when I logged on.
When you logged on.
I keep forgetting that I didn't log on for the start of this race because I've been on here for almost 4 hours at this point.
You have been the MVP, sir. Definitely. You've been in here. What a trooper, keeping everybody up to date, keeping everybody going. You know, broadcasters coming and going. Good on you, man. Otherwise, you just had silence. So. And then Alexa. I don't know how long Alexa was here for, but then there would have been like a burst of noise for like an hour, and then silence.
Yeah. Although I don't know, Mac and I have been talking a while, and he says that just pure racing sounds like this. He really likes using for going to sleep. So maybe racing ASMR wouldn't have been the worst, but you know.
Yeah, I mean.
I would take that.
Instead, they had to listen to my beautiful voice.
Mine was always airplane noises. You know, when you're on a long flight. And you just hear the engines whirring away. Yeah, that always seems.
Yep.
Yeah.
Postology says that a burst of noise is a good descriptor for Alexa.
But we love it. We love being on the
Absolutely.
team.
Oh yeah.
You know.
No, we love that.
Yeah.
Brings that energy.
The energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the energy
Gotta have
when I was with her in the booth for D1 was absolutely amazing.
Exactly.
It was very interesting to get used to from the previous week where it was kind of a little bit down on energy, but we made it through.
Hey, look. Alexa and down on energy are synonymous. Is that the word? Synonymous? No, that's not the word. Alexa and energy is synonymous. What's the other one? Anyway, you don't get it when Alexa's in the booth, and that's what you need sometimes. I remember when in the last, I think it was the last endurance, or maybe the endurance before that, I had to do host duties after a very long day, and I was absolutely shattered. So luckily we had Alexa come in and really tear up the booth for all pretty much 6 hours, I think, powered on nothing but Lucozade or Dr. Pepper or whatever our preferred choice of beverage. There are other beverages available, of course. And yeah, really nailed it. So no, always grateful for Alexa's energy.
Yeah, she's really.
I'm also really jealous. I mean, she has that mic setup, which sounds really, commentator-ish in my mind. I don't know why. A bit like, I don't know how to describe it, because Andrew has exactly the same. Oh, is Shanna getting some style points coming around that second to last corner? She has a really, I don't know, that mic. I don't know if it's a filter or what, but yeah, it sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, enough about Alexa. More about the racing. Let's take a look and see who is. We have Eric Murky right up behind Andre Lloyd.
Yeah, he's. I've been watching him, and he's been making a little bit of mistakes with the wiggling of that front of that BMW, but ultimately he's just stuck behind and really behind, right at the diffuser. And I think, well, they're still in sector 1, but he's looking to sticking his nose in there, and he sends it just barely.
I'd be taking that position
right
back.
there.
I'd be taking it.
That's a track cut warning. That's a track cut warning, because Andrew and Jess did that. I did that as well, actually, in my first stint, and it's apparently a warning. Even if you lift, it's still a warning. It's crazy.
Since they got knocked off, there was a little bit of contact there between Marecki and Lloyd. I don't know. I would hope that they wouldn't count it as much, but knowing Assetto Corsa, it wouldn't surprise me either way.
Yeah.
All I know is if I was Lloyd, I'd be keeping that damn position. That's all I'd think.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully it's not a drive-through. Hopefully I'm wrong, but just in my experience, it's been rough in our end of the spectrum.
But that's a good camera angle. Love that. Sorry. Oh,
it is.
Lloyd taking a very defensive line. Recky's going to try and go up the inside. Yeah, Lloyd going way too wide there.
Unfortunate to see you go wide there, but
you never know, Andrew.
It happens.
And is it Andre, or I feel like again, was it not Andrew? Why is it Andre now? Oh my god.
You could be. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me.
So this is Andrew Riff making some gains on Ilpo down the Mistral Straight. Come into Senior. This is a replay. I think Riff had an off. I mean, that is a great camera angle. Clip that. I mean, that was awesome. But yeah.
I didn't know we were doing Tokyo Drift here today.
It's impressive, and to hold it as well. I mean, he held it. I think he even avoided a track cut, which is even more impressive.
Schmitty in the chat says it's Andre Lloyd.
Andre is Andre.
Yeah,
do we not have an Andrew Lloyd as well?
I don't recall seeing Andrew Lloyd, but I do know of an Andre Lloyd.
Oh, well, I'm just going mad. Sorry, Andre.
So, apologies, but we did miss the spin from Brodium.
We did, so we don't miss anything when Queasy's on hosting, okay? We're going to see that right now.
Yeah. Now that you're here to fix your mistakes.
Now that I'm here to fix the AI. Another victim of a very tricky corner in the wet.
He almost caught it, too.
Yeah.
You hate to see it.
Yeah. We have another drive-through penalty for Horde in last place right now.
Daniel Ward. And that is
That's
Daniel Ward of team. And you know what? That's car 696. These guys were in a fantastic qualifying position. They started the race, I believe. They started. No, that can't be. It didn't start. So, they started quite high up.
Yeah, they were doing very good for a long time when I was watching them, but they've just had a lot of spinning issues. They got into a really big accident at some point. I think it was just after you left, and they were never really quite the same after that. They did go into pit to fix the damage, but I just think their confidence was kind of gone after that.
Oh, and I don't believe it.
Not again.
With another drive-through. Oh,
Grandma
man.
Colton, turn your eyes. This is not what we want to see.
Oh, man. It just keeps coming. Oh, and he goes into the pits right away to serve that.
I mean, look, if we get Paul Ricard next season, this guy is going to be an absolute pit lane pro. You know, if we're talking advantages here, but it's a big gamble. All this practice might be for nothing. We don't know yet.
Yeah. But in other words, actually, it is good for us because Andrew just actually
he does get the position
out of it.
Yeah.
So that's good for my team anyway.
And let's watch that exit. Donovan keeping it clear. Yep, good. And he's back up. Yes. So none of this is for position at the moment. This is Jason Allen just overtaking Mr. Sir, which is a strange word to say. But yeah, Jason Allen just taking that position. Now let's see how far ahead he is. 26.2 with 14 minutes left to go. So it's all looking very good for Jason. Just got to keep it clean as he threads through the traffic. Got a bit of traffic a bit further up. Whether or not he reaches them, I don't know. But yeah, doing what he needs to do at the moment. Gamble is paying.
Yeah, but the only two people close to overtaking, like in the top 9 or 10 or so, are Boardman on Hartman for P10. They're about 2.5 seconds gap to each other, and then Spangler is about 5.5 seconds back from Rutsalainen.
It'll be interesting to see if we have any, because of the way that these drive-thrus have been, it will have undoubtedly messed with quite a few people's stints. So it'd be interesting to see if we have any stints that are due to finish, maybe a few minutes too early. And as we see another car going off there, I think that's car 696, yeah.
But with all the issues...
Sorry, go on, please go.
With all the issues that the 696 team has had, I'm proud of them for sticking through it this long. It's hard to drive for a long time in last place. I know that from experience, and so them staying here and continuing to drive, I'm glad to see that they are.
And that's what we love to see. We love to see that in the SRA. As we take a look at Richie Wood leading a little pack here with a Riff. I'm joking, Rife, just behind me. And what's that? Jeff Spangler and Co. Drono. So Richie Wood down in.
Oh, Sponge!
Oh, whoa! That is a cluster of wow.
Let's go back and take a quick look and see what happened there.
It looks like Rife may have just accidentally gotten into the back of him.
That's a little gentle nudge on Richie Wood.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. We'll see how that affects Andrew and your team, Selena, but hopefully nothing in it.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Unfortunately, Richie is a magnet to accidents, so hopefully that takes getting taken into account.
Yeah, from considering how season 13 went, I can attest to that. What we've done with Squeezy.
Hey, only one time. I was proud of myself. As Mareki starts to close the gap now on Shanta, down to a 0.5 second gap. Shanna, I believe, D3 along with us, so another bit of a mismatch. We've got D3 versus D1, but not as bad as the D6 versus D1 that we saw earlier on today. Oh, that's the wrong camera. There we go, that's what we wanted. Is the YouTube content creator Arnold racing in this race? I'll be honest with you, Corco. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know.
Fade in the chat saying lots of drifty boys out there tonight.
Yeah, indeed. Especially on that one corner, that long, I guess, carousel-looking corner. A lot of drivers just dip their tires into that blue. Like, even just the slightest and go, whoop, just spin out.
Ooh.
Ooh. Eric Markey almost having a little moment there. Nearly.
Yeah, Mareki's gotten some pretty good exits out of corners. He's just not been able to convert that into big pressures.
And it's difficult to do at this stage. You know, you don't want to ruin your race. You don't want to ruin the other guy's race. And, you know, you've got to try and do it responsibly. Ultimately, you've got to think if there's such a pace difference as you'd expect there to be, that, you know, it's going to come. It's going to come. And if not, you just dive bomb them on the final lap, you know, so...
There you go.
Just send it.
Absolutely.
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, exactly.
So just for everybody else at home, the gap to the leader is down to 24 seconds now with 9 minutes left to go. So I think that should be in the bag, assuming Jason manages to keep it on track, as Quinton Shantner doesn't.
Oh, speaking of trying to keep it on track.
Yeah, I don't count that as a curse. I wasn't talking about him. But yeah, that is Shantner losing the position there to Eric Marecki. Said, you know, be patient, your opportunity will come, and it did. So it certainly looks like all the big drivers have been left for the final stint. Mostly, you got Jordan Nixon, Ilpo Rotsalainen, and of course, is it different? Jeff Spangler, Austin Carpenter, Doug Mitchell, Jason Allen, of course. I can't remember. Art, Mr. Sir, Paula Hartman, Eric Boardman, Ola Dromo. All the names are out there. All the SRA names are out on track.
Oh, there is.
We have another drive-through penalty.
Oh.
It better not be for Donovan. I'm gonna click down to Donovan Colton right now. I swear to God, Donovan. All right, that's fine. That's fine.
Better not be.
You're fine.
We're all good.
Colton's fine. Horde is not, unfortunately.
Horde is not, no. But 8 minutes left to go. Keep it going. You might as well.
Yeah.
Have a bit of fun out there.
Get all you can.
Some six slides, you know.
Yeah. Well, on that note, with 8 minutes, just under 8 minutes, I will scoot back to my team and see how they are doing.
You do that, Queen Boonstra. Thank you so much for joining us and joining us in the booth. And well done with your driving today, and well done again for your Division 3 championship. And,
Thank you.
We look forward, like I said, seeing you in D2.
Yeah.
Thank you for the company.
Of course.
Oh,
See ya.
Donovan going wide there. All right, so it's just the boys left in the booth. Trey, you've been here for, like you said, 4 hours or so. So talk us through it as we're wrapping this all up. Give everybody, if they're just tuning in, like myself, an idea of what this race has been like for the drivers, and you know, set the scene for us for these final few minutes of the race.
Absolutely. So, I missed the part of the first bit, but for most of this race, in fact, I think all of this race essentially has been really wet. Lots of rain. The rain has now finally stabilized, I believe, but it's been really good. We've seen a lot of spins and drive-through penalties as we see Andrew. Just as she left, her teammate Life gets another drive-through penalty.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
She should have stayed in the commentary booth. You know.
Absolutely. But yeah, so a lot of drive-through penalties just because it's a tough track anyways, even in the dry for track cuts, and then when you get into the wet, it just makes it that much easier. But a lot of good on-track action, a lot of good fights, but also a lot of good strategy being played out.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, kudos again goes out to Ilpo, fellow commentator for D2, Ilpo Wilson, and managing to have a very clean race. It's been fantastic to see, so well done, Ilpo.
Absolutely.
And I think winning it on both number of pits and total number of drive-throughs, so being 0. So no, awesome effort. What goes into the one last time. Let's take a look. Jordan Nixon doing everything that he can to try and close that gap. He's got it down to 22.3 seconds. So it's been a great effort. An 7-second gain on Jason Allen, but a bit too much left to do in the end there. And you know, it's a shame. It's a shame.
Yeah.
Considering they started out, but can you believe they've done 171 laps so far? That's going to be more like 175 come the end of the race. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Nixon and his team were leading the race for a good, I think it was 2 hours.
Yeah.
2-3 hours until he got a drive-through, which I think is about the story of the race. As we see, I apologize, but Boardman is passing Hartman.
Going through,
or at least he's trying to.
He's going to try. Looks like Hartman's keeping
it
on the inside.
He had a big moment there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he got a good run down the straight there. And who's that behind them?
So I think that judging by that being Alexis, that's not Donovan Bolton. No, it's car number 10, Douglas Mitchell. So he's trying to get by these two that are fighting. You know, giving them the old flash and whatnot.
Yep.
Or he might just be happy to sit behind him. Let's have a look. So he's got a 39-second gap. So
yeah,
nothing too dramatic for him.
Yeah, I think he should be. In his position, he wouldn't be dying to pass them right now. I do think he wouldn't mind getting past them, but I don't think it's an absolute necessity. But we shall see.
In terms of keeping it safe, I know I'd be sticking behind. Of course, Doug Mitchell coming off the back of a very busy season in which he welcomed into the world his first child, I think. So congratulations on that one. He is the winner overall of course, season 13 with that sort of a result, regardless of where he finished on the track. And rounding it out at Paul Ricard for the penultimate round of the Endurance Series. In a really good position for the team. Really fantastic position. Let's take a look. I mean, Eric Marecki has a bit of a moment. Let's take a look back and see what happened there.
Oh no!
Coming out of the pits, was he?
Oh, Boardman pit. Boardman just crashed.
Boardman's crash. We'll catch it. We'll catch it.
Apologies.
So Marecki just losing it on a curve.
Mm-hmm. Very easy to do here.
Let's go back and take a look and see what happened with Boardman.
Yeah, I think he just had a bad exit onto this straight, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it takes a lot of the curb, and that is a big crash to have in the final moments of the race.
Yeah, but thankfully he still has around a 30-second gap to Droma behind him, so as long as he's able to keep it on track for the rest of the race, he should still come out in P11.
It'll be close.
That it will.
I guess I have to see how much damage they've got and whether or not it's worth just staying out there. I don't know, with that kind of damage. So Marecki back to almost square one, behind Shanter again. Still ahead of Lloyd, as he goes very wide there. Very uncharacteristic so far of Marecki. Maybe carrying a bit of damage. We have another incident out on track, car 612. So who is car 612?
P27.
Steven Sava, P27. Sava in the Mercedes. And is this a lapped car?
It might be.
Oh, just
just a little tap.
Yeah, that's a strange one, but nothing too dramatic at least.
And then while we're looking at this, Rife and Colton, that is unfortunate. But while you're looking at that, Rife and Colton are currently swapping places. The Rife had gotten past Colton, but then on the back straight, they got passed again.
Ooh, Rife diving very late in there and gaining a little bit of time as they're going through the twisty part of Sector 3. We're setting up for a last lap showdown between Andrew Rife and Donovan Colton. Grandma Colton watching eagerly with her foam finger, supporting Donovan, I'm sure. As we get another... Oh, no. 918. Yes, we do. We get a drive-through for Eric Boardman, so that is done and dusted, unfortunately. Yeah. That will be painful, to say the least.
Yeah. And he will have lost P12 from that.
Yeah,
possibly more.
Certainly, yeah. As we go now, as Jason Allen crosses the line for what will be the final lap of the race, still ahead by 22 seconds. So assuming no disaster on this final lap, this will be a great victory for him and his team of Dan Cran, of Michael Menning. So
absolutely.
As Andrew Rife does take the position in the end from Donovan Colton. Can he hold on to it though? That Lexus is going to be sniffing him. Yeah, which is a strange place. Car 306 has had a little bit of an incident. Let's go back and see what happened there. 306 being Yanis Brundum. Just losing it again on the curves.
Well, he kept it out of the wall, so...
Ooh,
I'm sorry, we have to pass the front. Spangler passed Brutzelainen.
Oh, it's Spangler pass. Oh my goodness, it was all happening. As Donovan Colton takes back
at the end. I don't know what happened with Brutzelainen. I don't know if he had to pit again or what, but he had been a ways ahead and now he's not.
There's an accident. Let's take a look and see what happened.
Oh, don't tell me he spun through here.
Oh, an unsafe rejoin. Has to be said by the 696. Exactly what you didn't want to see.
Oh.
But Trey, you know, that would be left to the stewards to decide. But Trey, you've been here for 4 hours, so please, as Jason Allen's coming around the final corners, take it away.
All right, so we are now coming up to the final corner as we see Jason Allen onto the last straight. He and his team will be celebrating massively in their team chat and voice chat as he crosses the line now to win the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. So congratulations to him and his team. I would love to be listening to his team radio, but unfortunately we don't have that technology. So
not yet, but no, fantastic effort. Hopefully get a few donuts. There we go.
Yeah, now Nixon passing the line in P2. An amazing job for him and his team. He led for a good chunk of this race, but ultimately Allen gets the win. But P1 and 2 have a very large gap to P3 right now. Spangler was almost a minute behind all of them.
They do, and you know, my heart bleeds. As much as I'm happy for Jeff, fantastic result. My heart bleeds for Oppo. Exactly what we didn't want. 5 hours and 58 minutes of racing ended by, you know, another car that's had a tricky, very tricky race, and ultimately.
Absolutely.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But still a fantastic result. 4th place for Oppo, so that is taken. That's a 4-position gain, so fantastic result there.
And we have Spangler finally crossing the line, doing a little bit of the wiggle.
Hey, if
Roots
you
the line
Spangler, you
and
got to take it,
behind.
right?
Absolutely. As he crashes into the wall.
Very
And
nice.
he keeps control, but yeah. But no, I have to give massive props to Roots the line in 6 hours of absolute, maybe not the worst conditions I've ever seen, but definitely up there.
Not the
one of the tracks
easiest.
really
Not
hard.
the easiest.
Yeah. So amazing job for him doing this solo. And then Carpenter taking P5, Mitchell P6, Arch P7, Rivera P8. Mr. Sir will be crossing the line very soon to take P9. I don't know what happened, but it almost said he took P8 for a moment. And then Hartman rounding out the top 10.
Whoa. Let's go ahead and go into the intermission screen. So a fantastic result there by everybody involved. Fantastic. Well done. Good job. I'm going to take a look, see if we can get some of these guys back into the chat and see if we can have a little word with them. It might be a bit... See.
It is now that we come to this point that I realize I forgot to put my picture for the special event intermission screen.
Oh, that's all right.
But you know what? I'll live through it.
It's going to try. Right. Let's go ahead and bring... Lord Allen, fantastic race, mate. Well done. How does it feel on behalf of you and your team? You managed to get it over the line. Talk us through it. What a race. What a wet race.
Yeah, that was... I did not think we'd be winning this race. We weren't sure if Michael Manning was going to appear tonight. So, but super proud of how the team drove. Everybody did their part, which was incredible. So,
yeah,
kudos to all 2 of my teammates. Dan Cran and Michael Manning deserve all the praise.
Yeah, you guys managed to pick up a lot of positions as well throughout the race. Who was that down to, or what was that down to? Is that just, you know, you guys being better drivers, or was it just taking advantage of the weather or strategy? Talk, you know, what happened there?
We managed to avoid any carnage, I would say. I think the only like off-track thing we had was I had a small spin in the first stint, which cost us like 5 seconds, but otherwise. Stayed out of that. We had Michael Manning on our team, which certainly helps any pace issues that I have. But at the end of the day, we all did our part. We managed to only get 1 drive-through, which these were tough conditions here. And again, a lot of credit goes to Michael Manning and Dan Cran, who did great.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with those 2, do you feel any pressure when you're racing with those 2 aliens? Do you feel any pressure not to, you know,
yeah, so
that one?
for... When we realized we could win, I was under the impression that I was done, because why would they put me in the car again under that pressure? But we decided it'd be more fun for everybody if you throw a little unknown quantity in the car like me.
Well,
at
you
the
know,
end of the race and see what happens. I almost got a drive-through.
Go on, sorry, go.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I got the 3rd track cut very early into the last stint, and at that point, I was freaking out, but
oh my gosh,
we did it.
Yeah, you managed. I think you'd have probably just about gotten away with it as well if you had the drive-through. But no, that was awesome, mate. Look, congratulations. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to other than your teammates? Anyone watching at home for the last 6 hours?
Curtis Lee and Jeff Spangler keep putting on these great endurance events. Thank you to them. Al Latufo, as always, coordinating stream stuff and server things for this event. And then Austin White-Scarver, Coedromo, Martin Riggs were all big helps with the stewarding for this race in particular. So appreciate those guys. And then shout out to Ilpo. He had a rough end there, but he had a great drive and deserves a lot of praise for how well he drove by himself. So.
Yeah, we were gutted to see that with Ilpo at the end. I mean, these things happen.
And thank you to you guys.
Oh, well,
that's no joke. that's a hard gig.
It's I mean, Trey's the one that's held it all up for the last 4 hours. I started it, went to sleep, woke up again, and came back for all the glory at the end. So I can't claim too much.
Yeah, it was great to watch the whole thing, especially Michael Manning. I think there was one point where he was a second lap faster than anyone on track for like 10 laps in a row. So
Yeah, he and I had some conversation a couple seasons ago because we were both driving the Lambo on this track. So when the opportunity arose, we thought it'd be fun to run it back. And it worked out. Yeah, having Michael Manning in your back pocket is really great. So
the secret card. Well, look, Jason, well done. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us, and give you our congratulations to the other team. And
yes, and I want to call out. I've been saying for weeks that I'm winning this race, and that's up to it, folks. That's for you, Diego.
Good to see it. Well done, mate. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so we're going to bring in. I can't seem to find Nixon, so we're going to go ahead and bring in the guys who managed to squeeze over into P. And so that's Jeff Spangler and Ryan. So let's go ahead. Jeff, hi Jeff, and let's just bring Ryan across as well. Guys, congratulations, you managed to squeeze away a P3 at the end there. How do you feel? How did the race go?
I don't think we want to talk about that, to be honest.
Yeah, I hope I'll post that out there. We watched that rejoin. It was pretty brutal.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal.
Unfortunately, that was kind of a brutal race for us and for me in particular. I had some unlucky run-ins with back markers.
Yeah.
The first got me a penalty, and then the second one we lost a crap ton of time. Then to top it all off, when I went out with an hour and whatever 40 minutes left, for some reason we got that tire pressure bug, and my tires were in a tire PSI at least below. So that sucked.
Yeah.
Ryan, would you like to tell him about your race?
So we made the race setup like an hour before the race.
Wow.
But
Okay.
no wet laps.
Yep.
As prepared as we could have been.
Yeah.
I've been a little bit sick all week, so that helps a lot too.
Awesome.
What else happened?
All going.
I had to. Yeah. One. I got 2 warnings just being silly. Third warning came from having to slam the brakes in the puddle before the straight for traffic.
Yep.
So
and
busy
then,
then.
I finished us off, so there you go.
Good. Well, look, guys. I mean, given all of that drama, you guys still managed to. Let's call it P3, but maybe a P4. But you still managed a fantastic position regardless. So no, congratulations. Has there been anybody at home watching for either of you two, or anyone you want to give some shout outs to whilst you're celebrating this position?
I'll give a shout out to first I'll say, God, I hope there's nobody watching me. I'll give a shout out to Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Like I said before he joined, thank you for putting up with my grouchy demeanor and general negativity with most of this race. Yes, it is great that we still got P3 and are still in the hunt behind the Lambo. So
that's
and
it.
Of course, shout out to Madhouse. We love everybody there.
That's awesome. And what about you, Ryan?
Shout out Madhouse Racing. Shout out Mom and Dad. I don't think they're watching, but anyway.
Shout them out anyway. You never know.
Yeah.
Yes, you never know.
They'll be watching the one time you don't, and you'll be in trouble with Mum. So we all know how it goes.
She's gonna hear me swearing.
Thanks to you guys for putting the stream on. I know you were around for a while. Took a little nap, so thanks for coming back and finishing things off for us. Really appreciate it.
Going for the glory, mate, as always for the last hours. So yeah, no problems with me whatsoever. But no, thanks guys. Look, well done. We'll let you get on with it. But yeah, you're going into the next track, still in the hunt, which is great. Into the into the final round. So look, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night, guys.
Yep.
Right, so that was Jeff Spang, who managed to finish. I don't think my spidey senses are tingling that Ilpo probably won't want to chat, but I will endeavour to see if he still wants to. But yeah, wow, what a race!
Yeah, it was fun. I don't know if I expected to be a little bit more bored or what, but I'm glad I stuck around for the full 4 hours. Wish I could have been here for the first 2, but I had a wedding I had to go to, so.
Well, you know what, look, I mean, you got your priorities sorted out in the end.
Absolutely.
And look, just a massive thank you for everybody that put that on. I mean, Jason rounded out. Very nice. You all know who you are that helped put on these endurance races. Thank you to all of our guest racers as well. So thank you for coming and getting involved in the endurance, and to all 30 plus teams that I think there was something like 80 drivers or something in the debrief, in the race brief. So fantastic, especially as we're going into the as this was the penultimate round, going into the final round. So it looks like to me that the SRA Endurance Series is here to stay, which is great to see. And again, if you want to get involved, guys, please head on over to www.simracingalliance.com. And you'll be able to get involved either in the endurance, or we are now in the special period of off season for our team series. So season 13 just finished, and season 14 is due to start, I believe, the end of March. I think off the top of my head.
31st.
March 31st. Yeah. So lots of stuff going on in the off season if you want to get involved, and an opportunity to get your classifications in and take part in the team series and see exactly where you stack up among all this craziness that we saw out on track tonight. But from myself, Jay Queasy, and from the wonderful Trey Morgan, Trey, that's it. I'll call that a wrap.
I would agree.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys. Have a wonderful day, night, sleep, wake up, wherever you are, and we will catch you all for the next endurance race.
Have a good rest of your weekend, guys.